the building. Make sure that we get the get old Twitch and YouTubes in here. Make sure we are G to G. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. There we go, guys. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin to boost live, push us out to the FYP. Also, if you don't mind, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to the little 1-cent gift goals. Hey, Alicia. Good morning, Kim. Feeling groovy. Good morning. Hop over here. I left my iPad in the other room, and so I'm gonna have to get it at some point. Let's see. Big Red, good morning. Salty Wide Dude Jan, G to G, good morning. Wolf Knight, good morning. Vivian, there's Vivian, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Again, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin, it'll boost live and push us out to the FYP. And I'm gonna keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. Didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to set it to just the rows. Let's see here, start a new one, edit. So guys, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it just in just one moment. 1 second here. All right. We're going to get into it. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. And where I want to start, of course, is what everyone is talking about, the Super Bowl, right? First and foremost, shout out to the Seahawks. It's funny, I was actually texting a few people during that game. And like I was telling my wife, the game wasn't going to be close. I said that like in the first quarter. Game wasn't going to be close. So I was texting people throughout the game as well, like, hey, I said it's going to be over by halftime or at least by the third quarter. And I was a little bit off. It was over by the start of the fourth. But the interesting part, of course, that we have to talk about is the backlash that occurred with Bad Bunny, right? And it's not necessarily the backlash because, like, the entire point of hatred started as soon as Bad Bunny was announced, right? And honestly, Trump supporters were upset, not because it was Bad Bunny. It's because they said that Bad Bunny, well, not said, most of them thought that Bad Bunny was like from, you know, a Spanish country. I can't even say necessarily that they were upset about the fact that it was a non-American, even though some of them said, oh, this is a football, this is American, we should have American performers. Bad Bunny is an American citizen, right? Right? So there's that. But like, they can't even be upset about the fact that, you know, it wasn't like an American performer, because hell, we've had multiple non-American performers recently. The Weeknd, Rihanna, was it Green Day or some? Anyway, we've had a bunch of like non-American performers, right? But that's not Bad Bunny. And the issue that they truly had with Bad Bunny, Coldplay, okay. The issue they truly had with Bad Bunny is that he was doing the entire performance in Spanish, right? I don't speak Spanish. Nope, I don't. So during Bad Bunny's entire performance, I didn't understand a word that he was saying, except, you know, I heard a couple of American words and a couple of words that I picked up on a little bit. What up, Petty? What up, Swan Raid? So I don't speak Spanish, and so that wasn't like I was sitting there and I didn't understand everything that was being said. But the thing about me is I know how to catch a vibe. Like I may not know the words, but I can catch a vibe. So I think more so like outside of Trump supporters being mad that it was done in Spanish and they couldn't understand Spanish, a lot of them just can't catch a vibe, right? Like they have no idea, one, how to embrace rhythm at all, but two, they're just hateful people. They're hateful people, and so when you see a celebration of culture, a performance like no other, the one of the biggest megastars in the world, an American megastar, right? They push back on it because one, they don't understand that Puerto Rican citizens are American citizens. Two, they don't understand Spanish and they think you should speak American. And three, they all got sticks up their ass and they can't catch a vibe.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey,
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Boom.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Nope. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Step in,
yeah. You care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Hey. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. And guys, if you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live. Share the live out maybe once or twice, not too many because we don't want to spam share, but share it out once or twice. But the bigger thing, can we please repost the live? Reposting the live does a ton for the live. So if we could do that, that would be awesome. And I would love you guys forever and ever. Guys, again, we are only looking for some debates. So please only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background. America loves racism, right? America loves racism. And I think more than anything, it showed when it came to the Super Bowl now. The thing that I absolutely love is that people were saying like it was the Bonita Bowl during Black History Month, which is fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. But with that being said, we're going to get into it. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Susan, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I'm going to take that as a no. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Real American, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, absolutely. I am a Trump supporter.
Okay, perfect. Well, Real American, before we go too far, quick question for you. Thank you for the cake. Do you know who I am?
I heard of you, yeah.
Really? That's surprising. Most people say no, and I don't fault them for it, but like, that's cool if you actually heard of me. Listen, Real American, would it be okay if I give you a quick introduction to not only who I am, but what this is?
Sure.
Perfect. One moment here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Okay.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. And listen, MAGA Trump supporters, I'm going to let you know from the get-go, I don't do all the yip-yapping in my chat. My chat is not for you. My chat is for my friends, the people that are here, and they're cool. You're not cool, but they're cool. So get in the box. I've already muted someone. I couldn't find you in order to send you a request because it disappeared before I could do so. But just FYI, if you are running your mouth in the chat, but afraid to get in the box like Real American here, then I will mute you. I will give you a platform to talk up on the panel, but you're not going to run your mouth in my chat. With that being said, Real American, you are a Trump supporter. So my premise is that America loves racism. Right. And I say that because of the fascist government. The Constitution is a tool to actually weaponize racism. Mass deportation is absolutely a tool of white supremacy and racism. Capitalism and racism is like that. And the patriarchal system, like, it upholds so many other things, but racism is one. But my question to you is, which point do you disagree with the most? Where do you want to start as far as where you think I'm wrong?
Okay, let's get the gloves on. I would say mass deportation. And, you know, I know a lot of people are saying, you know, brown people are getting deported, you know, and they're attacking them. But, the reason why that's happening is because we're next to Latin countries like Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, you know. And the only white country is Canada with majority of white people. That's on our border. So that's probably why, you know, a lot of brown people are getting deported the most. Hispanics, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you know, that's super interesting. The only issue that I have with that, right, is when you talk about these quote unquote brown countries, it's not the issue of like all of them coming in from these brown countries. The actual premise of like mass deportation, they are targeting them. But do you know, like, one of the major ways that we end up with undocumented immigrants in our country?
Yeah, by not keeping the border, the border safe.
You would think so, but no. Actually, one of the biggest ways is for people overstaying their visas, right? So people come into the country legally, and instead of actually, keeping their visas up to date or leaving once their visa has expired, they stay in the country. So that's like one of the largest ways of people coming into the country. But yet that's one of like the least focused on portions of deportation when it comes to this Trump administration. Like the issue that we have as well is that this Trump administration is actively using race as a base for deportation. Did you know that?
Why is that?
Well, it's because they want to target specifically Black and brown people, but they have gotten coverage from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled that ICE could actually racially profile people as far as stopping and detaining them. They just had to do it with one other qualifier. So they would say, it's based off of race and it could be like they hear someone with an accent. Someone could be speaking another language like Spanish, or someone could even just be, what up, Swan? Thank you for the gloves. Someone could be congregating in an area where known undocumented immigrants actually congregate, like, you know, a Home Depot parking lot or something like that. So like the Supreme Court has literally told ICE, like, yeah, you see someone, they're brown and they're talking a little different, go ahead and, you know, stop them. Say like, hey, you got your papers, which that's fucking wild.
Yeah, but like some of these, you know, some of them are like suspicious, you know, like.
How so?
Well, you know, they're following ICE agents and stuff. Don't you think that's a problem?
You're talking about people that are watching ICE agents. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about literally the people that ICE is actually detaining, right? The people that they are suspecting to be undocumented immigrant. So I'm not even talking about like, you know, people that's the watchers or whatever. It's just literally if they see someone and they think that person may be an undocumented immigrant, they have no proof, they have no probable cause, they have no suspicion. Again, like myself, I'm black, but you know, a lot of people will say, oh, you look Dominican or whatever, and I'm not. But if someone like me that looks like me was standing in a Home Depot parking lot, then that's enough reason for them to say, I want to see your papers, right? Not me doing anything, not me, actually causing any issues, but just me standing. And because you know what day laborers are, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so if I'm in an area where, you know, day laborers may be, like that's enough probable cause for them to actually stop me, even though I'm an American citizen. I'm not, I don't need papers and all this other stuff, but that's enough probable cause for ICE to say like, hey, I'm going to stop this person.
Do you know who Adam Francisco is?
Who's Adam Francisco?
Okay, so he's a Mexican immigrant, right? And he's been detained by ICE, right? And he showed them his passport, driver's ID, all that stuff, right? And, you know, they let him go.
Okay. Are you talking about the author, Adam Francisco?
Yeah, he's like MAGA, and then he goes to like liberal, protests or whatever.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
No, I'm just giving you an example of, you know, if they showed them their ID and stuff, you know, it wouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, does he have any proof of this? Like, where can did he, like, or did he just tell the story?
Yeah, I think he did.
He just told the story?
Well, yeah, but why would he lie about it, though?
Oh, because people lie. Have you ever heard of this word called clout?
Yeah.
You ever heard of Migos?
Migos?
Yeah.
Is that like a Spanish word?
Well, kind of. It's a play on Spanish.
No, never. No.
Mama. Anyway, they have this song called, I think it's Cardi B and Offset. They have this song called "Do Anything for Clout," right? And like some people will literally do anything for clout. Like take a look at Jake Lang's goofy ass, right? I mean, like he does anything. He got his ass whipped for being a Nazi.
Yeah, and he got
still like running around.
Stupid. Exactly,
but that's for clout, right? Like that's literally like, attention is the highest form of currency in the day and age that we live in, and like people do and say things for attention. But the point that I'm making is like him just telling the story, like it's super anecdotal. But even more so, like we have actual documented cases of literally the opposite. There was a case as far as a man in Florida, and this is like, oh, they are so emotional this morning. Holy smokes. Don't worry. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Well, don't you think both sides are emotional?
1 second here. No, I'm talking about like the weirdo Trump supporters that watch my live and they get upset and they can't debate me, so they do like the weird shit.
Well, it's both sides too.
No, it's not. It's literally not. Like no one goes to MAGA lives and just like randomly reports them for like no fucking reason.
No, it happens a lot.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Anyway, guys, if you could lock in for me, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things, because they have big feelings this morning. Super big feelings.
What about
big feelings.
what about the ones
That's fine.
that
Hold on,
attack?
I'm talking to my chat. They have really big feelings this morning, so let's make sure that we are protecting the live, so they don't, you know, have the ability to stop the show. We're good. Anyway, with that being said, question one of my favorite stories to tell is not stories, but one of the favorite cases to cite is a case that occurred down in Florida, right? And there was a Florida man that was stopped by ICE, and he was an American citizen. But while being stopped by ICE, they said, "Hey, let me see your proof of residency or papers or whatever." And he showed them his driver's license, and it's like, "Oh, this isn't real," right? So they detained him, and so then he provided them his birth certificate, and I was like, "Oh, this isn't real." Right. And so then he provided them with the actual medical records from the hospital where he was born in America. And they said, "Oh, this isn't real." Even though he was an American citizen, and they kept him detained for 4 days while being an American citizen. So like there's multiple cases like that. There's another case of that happened in Minnesota, where there was an older Asian man who was in his home, right, literally in his PJs, and they ended up like kicking in his door and grabbing him and then detaining him. And at no point did they say, "Oh, can we see your actual documentation?" They just kicked in the door, grabbed him, and took him, right? And then the issue with that is they kept him detained until his son showed up with the actual proof that he was an American citizen. So the point that I'm getting across is that even when some people may or may not say like, "Oh, they're not doing this," or "Oh, they're like blah, 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 blah," like that's not true.
Are you talking about the Ramos kid? What's his name?
Oh, no, that's a different situation. Okay. It was a really older gentleman. Like he was super old, and then his son had to actually take his documentation to show that he was an American citizen. And there's videos of him. ICE took him out. He only had on like his pajama pants. He didn't have on a shirt. He didn't have on his shoes. And he was walking out. It was snowing and cold. And they took him. They detained him. And then even after they detained him, and his son brought the proof showing that he was an American citizen. This is what he said. So I can't verify this, but this is what he said. He said they just said, "All right, you can go." Like no apologies, no like we were wrong. They just told him, "All right, you can leave."
Yeah, but he could have assaulted them. You don't know the full story though.
Yeah, we do know the full story. What do you refer to? 1 second. Hey, the husband cop, I'm gonna mute you. But you said the host is lying like usual. I'm sending you a request. Come up here and tell me what I'm lying about, bub. Come up here and tell me. So no, again, like this is all caught on video. He was sitting in his home watching TV, and then they kicked in the door, went and grabbed him and brought him out. So it wasn't an issue of like.
I know this guy. I know this guy.
What guy?
This guy, a husband. I seen him in a.
That's fine. I need you to focus for half a second on what I'm saying. So would you like to address that?
Yeah, I think it's BS, and CNN and all those fake news are just saying that, just to fit their narrative.
What are you talking about, CNN fake news? I've never mentioned CNN or quote unquote fake news. I'm talking about the actual, like this was caught not on like news. This was actual people recording in his neighborhood, but like we have the testimony from the person that was actually like,
because he didn't comply. He probably resisted.
So what assumption do you have to make that? Well, one, you don't know anything about the story. You haven't even looked it up. But like, why? What assumption do you have that he resisted? Because ICE never said that he resisted. So why are you saying that he resisted?
Well, he probably didn't comply. I'm saying you have to comply with ICE.
He was an American citizen. What did he need to comply with?
Well, if he has to show his ID and stuff.
They never told him to show his ID.
Oh, yeah. They just went into his house and just arrested him.
Literally, they did. But again, you don't know anything about the story. So where are you getting your actual premise as far as him not complying or anything? Like, serious question. And I'm not even like, I genuinely want to know, because I'm telling you this story in real time. You haven't, I'm positive you haven't taken the time to look it up.
Yeah, was he deported?
I'm sorry?
Was he deported?
No, did you even listen to the things that I said?
What's the big deal? What's the big deal?
Hey, I need you to, like, whatever default function you reverted to, like, flip that off and actually listen to the things that I'm saying and actually engage with the things that I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Did you listen to the story that I told you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you listen to the story that I told you, then what did I say at the end of the story about when he was detained?
Yeah, that they just went in and arrested him.
No, not that. That's the start. The end. What happened in conclusion?
Oh yeah, he was in custody for 4 days.
Okay, you're conflating stories and you're not listening. I'm just gonna move on. The husband cop. The husband cop. Are you there? Are you doing the weird stuff?
Are you crashing again?
No, I wasn't, but you seem like a weirdo that would do the weird stuff.
You sound like a weirdo that just cries. Only
you know what? Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and kick you too, because like you seem like someone that would actually report. Because you're a coward. You're a coward. You would report, and I know you. It's fine. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. They're all so weird, and they all get super sensitive because, like, I don't know why. Instead of actually engaging in a debate, the first thing they want to do is actually start being super weird. I don't know. Anyway, guys, just to make sure that we don't run into any issues, because we are still like dealing with the issues that they currently just set off, we're just going to hit a quick restart.
Hey, I didn't know that you didn't know the words or maybe the symbolism. You still were able to kind of get the beauty of the performance.
Yeah, and more importantly, just it seemed a very historical moment to include such a large South American countries and Puerto Rico. I feel like he earned it. A lot of people make it seem as if his album sales are that great and a lot of people love and listen to him, he'd gotten to that point in his status in his career, and this is the next step. Why not? Just because he speaks a different language, he should not. I don't want people to, I think people should not be able to discriminate against him based on the language that he speaks. So I thought it was very beautiful. I thought it was inclusive. I thought it was emotional. And I think we need to see something different than what we see every year.
Hey, Tiana. Hey, Callie. Hey, everybody coming in. Appreciate y'all. Good morning. Good morning. We're talking about the halftime show from Bad Bunny. There's been some debate as to because it was in Spanish, and we talked about that a little bit. That certain.
This a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey,
Step in if you dare.
welcome back, guys. If you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, keep knocking out the daily gift goal, send your daily heartbeat. They're in their feelings this morning. They are super sensitive this morning, guys. We gotta lock in because they got big fifis, guys.
Facts only if not get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
I'm the
test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Boom.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong
move, get cooked real quick.
Nope.
Cap, no shield. Nope. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Step in, don't you wanna?
You wanna sparring with Santana. Step in, you care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Guys, welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background, guys. only request that if you are a Trump supporter or if you disagree with something in the background, if you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 30,000 likes. Also, protect the live. Protect the live because the weirdos are being weird, right? They're being weird. The one thing that I've learned, right? Not gonna hold you, chat. The one thing that I've learned more than anything on all of my time being on this app is that nothing makes the weirdos more mad than a Black person talking about racism. The only thing that might come close is a Black person talking, or a Black people sharing Black joy. Like, those are the two things that make them so mad. And they'll do anything to stop. They'll do anything to stop Black people calling out racism, and they'll do anything in their power to infringe on Black joy. Like, those two things, it gets them so furious. And that's what we're seeing this morning. But you know what? I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna call it out. So again, America's racist. It loves racism, right? Because of the fascist government, the Constitution, mass deportation, capitalism, the patriarchy. All of these things are tools of white supremacy, of racism, and it proves for a fact that this country loves racism. So if you are someone that disagrees with anything on the background, or if you're a Trump supporter and you can actually have a debate, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Again, if you are friendly, please do not request up. We're not talking friendlies. We're not talking to friendlies. All right. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hey, Santana. Yes, I am a Trump supporter.
Okay. All right. Perfect. And you said you are a Trump supporter. So what do you disagree with on the background?
Yes, Santana, before you start, I just want to say I respect you as a person. I don't have anything against you. Maybe we disagree in certain policies, but I would like to have respectful debate with you.
Absolutely. I'm here. Listen, I'm at your energy. So if we can have a good conversation, I'm with it.
Of course. Thank you so much, Santana. So before we start,
also, you sound a little bit low. I don't know if there's any way like you could either turn it up or come closer to your mic or something. You sound just kind of low.
Is this good?
Yes, a little better. Absolutely.
Yeah, wait. Let me fix something if you have like 2 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. Guys, if you don't mind, again, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Also, guys, share the live like once or twice. That's awesome. But repost the live. That's super important. Reposting the live really helps. And last but not least, we are on our way to 100,000 followers on the main account. So make sure you hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're driving to 100,000 followers on the main account. This is the backup to the backup. We were supposed to be on that account today, but I didn't get to finish setting everything up with the backup to the backup. So we'll be on that tomorrow. So make sure you follow this account as well.
Yeah. Can you hear me right now, Santana?
That is like a million times better. I don't know what you did, but now it's perfect.
Yeah, because I had my headphones on.
Got it. All right.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, what can I call you?
You can call me Mo.
Mo? Okay.
Yeah, Mo. Okay.
Mo.
So Santana,
as a Trump supporter, I think that this country loves racism, and I know so because of all these things. Which point on the background do you disagree with the most that you think you can uphold? Also, I don't know if you're like near a TV or something, but there's some background noise.
Okay, can I like leave the live for 1 second and then rejoin?
You can request back up. I'll get you back up here.
Okay. Thank you so much, Santana.
Thank you. Guys, again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Liz K, you are in the request. I don't think that you're a Trump supporter. So if you are not a Trump supporter, go ahead and drop out. Like, make sure. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with the first parts.
Okay. You disagree with the fact that we have a fascist government?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay. Tell me why you believe that.
Well, I define fascism as power genetic ultranationalism. I don't think that's...
Have I talked to you about this?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I go on a lot of lives on about this issue.
I think I have talked to you about this, and you and I couldn't get out of the blocks. As a matter of fact, I know you were a recent guest, and now I remember you as far as this conversation. Yeah, I thought I did. Okay, no, pick another one.
Well, that's the topic I want to discuss. What?
Okay. No, I mean, you and I have already talked about this. I literally remember you now. Pick another one.
Do you just not want to talk to me about it? Is that it? Like,
no, we've already talked about it. What's the point of talking about it again?
I don't even remember our conversation.
That's fine. I do.
Okay, well, I mean, that's what I came up to discuss. I don't.
Okay. All right, I'll drop you down. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I'm going to pull you up here. Liz, are you a Trump supporter?
Of course
or
not.
Disagree
You
with
were
something
right.
on the background?
You said it right. Yes, I do.
Okay, you disagree with something on the background.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not mass deportation. Think about it. He's not deporting nowhere near as much as he's pulling in. They're buying warehouses.
Hey,
They're
Liz,
buying giant buildings.
Liz,
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate you coming up, but that's not what I mean if you disagree with it. The
Mass
premise of
deportation.
mass deportation.
It's mass incarceration.
Listen to me for a second. When I say
Okay.
mass deportation, I'm talking about the premise that the process of mass deportation is rooted in racism, and they're using mass deportation as a tool of white supremacy. I'm not disputing the fact. We know for a fact that they're actually using ICE to feed people into the private prison system and then ship them off the CCOT. Like that's not the point that I'm getting into.
No,
so do you disagree with the premise that mass deportation is a tool of white supremacy and it's used to uphold racism?
Deporting is, but at the same time, it's the incarceration that is causing even more, because when you incarcerate a person and then you cause them to have to basically, I'm incarcerating you, okay, that's going to cost the federal government X number of dollars. We're going to use that to go ahead and pay the wealthy people who are purchasing these warehouses and who are running.
I understand and I agree with that, but again, that's not disagreeing with what's on the background. Again, do you disagree with the fact that mass deportation is a tool of white supremacy and they're using it to uphold racism?
Not as much as if it had happened 200 years ago. The reason why is because they're deporting everybody, not just being racist over what's going on. They just want a pure white America. That's
Right.
what's bad about the situation.
Yes, they're
And that's
trying to get a white
everybody-
America because of
Anybody
and
of
they're
color.
using this as a tool to uphold white supremacy. Yes.
But they're not deporting them yet. They're basically holding on to them to make.
Right. I agree, Liz. I'm going to drop you down because again, I like you and I hear you and I'm not pushing back on what they're actually doing because I've talked about this, but that's not the prompt. So I appreciate you coming up and I'm going to drop you down. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And when I say disagree with something on the background, I mean the premise of what it's being said, not the wording or anything like that. And again, we have a fascist government that is looking to actually continue to harm people and uphold racism. The Constitution is one of the tools that they're using to continue to disenfranchise people. Mass deportation is a tool of white supremacy and it's being used to uphold racism. Racism and classism, and capitalism are neck and neck tied together, and the patriarchal system, while upholding many things, it absolutely upholds racism. So again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, Mike, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter because he's not right-wing enough. I did vote for Trump.
Disagree with something on the background?
Let's see. America loves racism.
These points right here. These points.
Okay. fascist government, the Constitution. What about the Constitution?
The Constitution is being used as. Did you just like swipe in and then just automatically hit the request button?
No, I was listening, but
you didn't hear what I just said like just a few minutes ago?
Well, I was in a different live, and then when you accepted me, it pulled me back in.
Oh, did you use the function to look for another live where there was had the people to come in?
No, like you can request and then like keep looking at different lives, and then if you accept my request, it pops up.
Okay, so when you originally scrolled into the live, what made you hit the request button?
The America Loves Racism part on the top.
Huh. Okay. All right. So the point that I'm stating is that the Constitution is being weaponized in order to continue to perpetuate racism, and even more so, the initial premise of the Constitution was only set to benefit wealthy white men. Everyone else outside of wealthy white men have had to be given their rights, and even more than that, their rights have continued to be impeded on and tried to be stripped away. You can take a look at the current Trump administration, who is challenging birthright citizenship. And so the point that I'm getting to is that they use the Constitution to continue to try to disenfranchise people and get it back to the original point. That's why they want to, quote unquote, make America great again.
Okay, when you say wealthy white men, I'm assuming you don't differentiate between like Jewish men and white men.
Talking about when the Constitution was written, and no, I don't want to talk about Jewish people. So if that's like what you're.
Oh, are you afraid? You're afraid to talk about that?
No, it's just, you know what it is, and I'm going to be 100% honest with you. You guys have made like this your entire personality, and it's weird that you guys just like obsess over Jewish people. And then even more so, it's weird that you guys don't differentiate like Israel, like the governmental system of Israel versus Jewish people, right? I absolutely, like I say this a million times over and over and over, Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. Israel is a terrorist state, and free Palestine until it's backwards. Like that's what I stand on. That's what I believe on. And I've told people on the left.
I didn't say anything about Israel. I'm talking about world Jewry.
Still speaking. I tell people on the left to be cautious of, like this started like months ago, maybe even close to a year ago, where people on the right started to call out Israel as well. But they were calling out Israel on the basis of like anti-Semitism, right? Not on the basis of like them committing genocide. I'm still speaking. Please stop interrupting me. So they were calling people out based off of the fact that they were just Jewish instead of like the genocide that Israel was actually committing in Palestine. And there were a lot of people that you were starting to hit that intersect where people on the left and people on the right were agreeing, but they were agreeing for different reasons. And so I was saying like, hey, be careful, because they're trying to actually take the premise of what's happening and use it for like hateful rhetoric. So the point that I'm making is now these, people like you, but people who specifically want to come up on like different TikTok lives and just like, oh, Jewish people. Like I have no interest in that. And also like Jewish people have nothing to do with shit on.
No, it's not that you have no interest. So, you know that you will get your account taken down if you talk about.
It's not about getting my account taken down. Mike, listen, seriously.
And no one's gonna
Mike, stop. Listen to me. The reason why I don't give a shit about talking about Jewish people is because it has nothing to do with my background. Like I literally create the background based off of things that I am interested in talking about and the way that I would like to actually have the conversation go. Now, if for some reason Jewish people naturally roll into the conversation about what I have in my background, fine, that's cool. But I refuse to allow someone to come up and just like dictate that they're going to talk about something that has nothing to do with on my background. So we can get into the Constitution and we can talk about that. But what I was saying, when the Constitution was created, it was created for rich white men that own land. I'm sorry, white men that own land. Everyone else, if you were not a white man that owned land with the creation of the Constitution, you had to be given rights. And so that's what I was talking about.
No, and I see what you're doing. Yeah, you're doing exactly what your Jewish masters will let you do.
Mike, stop fucking being weird. Either talk about the background or leave. Like what the fuck are you doing?
No,
like, you're being a fucking weirdo. No, listen.
How long do you think it would take for you to get
Mike,
back?
Mike, it wouldn't. And I'm telling you, if you don't want to talk about the background, I'm just going to move on because I don't care about your weirdo obsession. Like, go obsess on someone else live about that shit. Like, I really don't give a fuck. And I'm not talking about Jewish people because I don't give a fuck about talking about Jewish people. I'm talking about racism and I'm talking about black people shit. Like, that's what I'm dealing with, black people shit. So would you like to talk about the background or do you want to just leave?
About black people shit.
Okay, that's good. So go be weird somewhere else, Mike. I'm not going to do it. Like, I don't know. You guys are so obsessed and it's weird. And you need to get out of your mom's basement and stop being obsessed. Like, the fuck? Man. I just don't understand you people. Vivian, you're in the request. I know you don't mean to be in the request. Get out of here, Vivian. I'm just going to kick you. There's no way you mean to be in the request. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background?
Yeah, I disagree with something in the background.
Okay. Well, what do you disagree with?
So the patriarchy, is your stance that we should have a matriarchy?
My stance is that we need to completely dismantle the patriarchal system as a whole, because not only does it disenfranchise other intersex, it absolutely upholds racism. It is not a beneficial system for anyone that is not a white man, and it has continued to harm people and perpetuate harm in multiple ways. So I know that for a fact that this country uses the patriarchal system to continue to disenfranchise so many people.
Well, you didn't answer my question, though.
Sure. No, I'm not advocating for a matriarchy, which I think that would work better than a patriarchy. I'm just advocating for the dismantling of the patriarchal system.
So you don't think we should introduce women to be in charge?
Sure, I guess. I mean, that's not the premise of what I'm saying. I think it would be more beneficial than men being in charge. But the point of what I'm getting at is the patriarchal system as constructed is not beneficial to anyone except white men. And that's the focus of what I'm saying.
So how would women make it any better or less, less beneficial for white men?
Okay. So, like, I mean, that's not
because I don't really see that happening.
I want to make sure I'm being very clear when I say this, because again, like, I did have a point where I was advocating for women taking over as far as society, but that's not what this says.
That's a matriarchy.
This is literally, yeah, I know what a matriarchy is. I'm not stupid. I mean, if I wanted that on the background, then that would have been on the background. The point that I'm getting to is that the patriarchal system upholds racism, and we're dealing with racism, but I'll get into it. If that's what you want to talk about, that's fine. Let's get into it. But give me 2 seconds. I'm going to thank a couple of people. W's in the chat for Paul for the $5 donation, saying long-time listener, first-time donor. Paul, W's in the chat for you. I usually catch you on YouTube with Dean, and I always miss your handle. Haha. Well, I'm glad that you finally found me, Paul, and I'm happy that you're here. Thank you so much for your love. I really appreciate you. W's in chat for Heather. Heather sent a $5 donation saying daily hugs. You and your family have a beautiful day. Heather, thank you so much. And we absolutely will. I hope you're having an amazing day yourself. W's in the chat for Ali for the $2 donation saying, hi, this is Lotus Exceptions. Your stream has been a great distraction for me. I was attacked by a dog. Holy smokes, and got 13 stitches. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really, really sorry to hear that, Lotus. Hopefully you will, heal up and everything will be okay. I know that had to be like a traumatic experience. So hopefully you're on the mend. W's in the chat for Ali, and I'm sorry, Lotus, and W's in the chat for all of the donors, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Also, guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 125,000 likes. And if we could, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals in order to help get us push out to the FYP. All right. So you want to know why the matriarchal system, or more so, why would women be in a better position as far as having them in power versus having men in power? Is that accurate?
Correct, but I would like to know more why you would think women would be less beneficial towards white men or less racist if you would say so.
Yeah. And so again, the entire premise of me saying the patriarchal system needs to be dismantled is because I'm not absolving white women from having the benefits of the patriarchal system. While they may have received less benefits than white men, they are still white women, and that proximity to whiteness gives them more benefit than anyone else who falls within any of those other levels of intersectionality. But I think as a women in whole, right, women have higher EQs, right? They're more inept to being able to actually not only properly communicate things, but look at the bigger picture. When it comes to progression as a whole, they don't lead with emotion as far as like anger and like abuse and all this other stuff. And so having women in that position that men are currently in, while I do think there is still something to be said about specifically white women, because I mean, there's a huge separation of like white women and non-white women in multiple ways. You could talk about the difference between like feminism and womanism. I do think that the stability that women would bring to leadership, which has been proven, would be more beneficial than the self-centered views that white men have taken throughout the history of our country.
So you would want to put in black women? I'm confused, or women of minorities? Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like
I don't. It's
even
like
with
you're
the
trying
EQ,
to,
at some point, I would say
listen,
empathy
you're trying to,
would be
the reason why you
bad
can't
thing.
get what I'm saying is because you keep trying to pigeonhole me into the point that you think that I'm advocating for the matriarchy, in which I do agree that the matriarchy would be better. My point was never to say, let women do it instead of men doing it. My point was the patriarchal system disenfranchises multiple intersects, and specifically it upholds racism. That's why I'm not sitting here saying put in the matriarchy, because then again, we know the difference. Do you know the difference between feminism and womanism?
You can tell me. I mean, I can kind of take a guess, but I don't have a clear understanding.
Sure.
I would say.
Take a shot in the dark, and then
I mean, I would say feminism is the equality of women's rights and what they can do, and then womanism would be what a woman is. I don't know, like
no. So feminism was the premise that was based off of like women empowerment and, you know, equality for women and all of these other things. But the point of feminism was more so that colonized, for a lack of better words, by white women that centered themselves in their issues versus centering the issues of women. And so there was a second wave of a movement that was created called womanism, which focused on non-white women and the empowerment, uplifting, and equality of non-white women. So when you talk about feminism versus womanism, like that's something that you have to be aware of. And again, that's why I'm not advocating for a matriarchal system when I'm talking about racism with the patriarchal system. Like it's completely separate, but you just want to talk about women versus men leading. And I guess, cool. Can you give me any type of benefit that that having men in power lead to? Because again, like men have been in power, specifically white men have been in power, and we see the overwhelming disenfranchise of non-white people because of men being in power.
I wouldn't say it would be an overwhelming benefit of men being in power. I just think it's a result of what happened and what will happen in the future, regardless, unless we start pushing women into power, like using men. Like, I just think it's like, regardless, men are going to succumb to power because that's how they are. And that's how
you mean men are going to succumb to power? I'm so confused.
They're just more natural leaders, I would say. I mean, I just think that it happened that way for a reason. It's not like it was
again,
pushed
you're not making sense. I'm trying to understand.
I'm not making sense.
No. And let me tell you why I'm saying you're not making sense. You're not making sense because like white men already sit at the top of the patriarchal system. And you're saying that they're always going to find the top, or like, can you clarify? Maybe it's just me. I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything. I'm just saying I don't understand how you're trying to explain it.
I just mean that I don't think it's more. I think it's less of a system thing and more of a natural thing that men become.
It's not natural. because like the creation of race and racism is an actual thing. Like that's not natural. But then when you talk about the creation of race and racism, you have to talk about the patriarchal system. And another reason you know it's not natural is because if you want to talk about like nature, you can see the difference in society. Not society, in actual nature when it comes to like who leads in certain instances with different animals. So like just saying that it's natural, like that's not a thing.
I mean, you could say that there was, you know, Black people could have been disenfranchised by, you know, the past, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily affecting them in the same way that you would say it is affecting. Like you kind of bolster the effects, I would say, of what Black people have to go through in this country.
I'm bolstering the effects of what Black people have to go through. Me?
Yeah.
How so?
I mean, in regards to getting a job or going to college, or, you know, yeah, you're not going to have any less of a chance of getting a job at Speedway than me.
Yeah. So, but I guess you're still not like getting the question, because you said that I'm bolstering the actual, you know, whatever, but like you didn't tell me specifically how I was doing it. But do you think that like in America today that Black people and white people are treated as equals no matter the situation?
It depends on where in America, I would say. I mean, I would say in some spots, Black people would be treated better, especially around where I've lived. I mean, I've lived all over America. My dad was in the Army for 25 years. Okay, I've been a minority in places.
Help me understand that.
I mean, I've been to school where I was the only white person.
Sure, that's fine. How are Black people treated better depending on where they are in the country? What do you mean? Because when I say treated better, I mean like in the things that affect like our lives on a complete basis. I'm talking about like the education system. I'm talking about like the financial system. I'm talking about like the healthcare system. All of those things are like the things that I'm referring to.
Yeah. So I can give an example of my cousin. You know, he just had more opportunities for, say, scholarships or, you know, money to go his way during college applications simply based on his race.
Yeah, again, like you're giving me this example of your cousin, which is super anecdotal. And not only is it super anecdotal, but like when you take a look at the education system and the way that Black people are disenfranchised through the education system, access to resources, the overwhelming process as far as like changing standardized testing to disenfranchise Black people. Like you're saying this, but like literally all the empirical data that we have says the complete opposite of you. So can you help me understand any empirical data that you have that actually proves that Black people not even have a leg up? I even saying that like, oh, Black people benefit more than white people in this situation throughout our society. Like that's a large task for anyone. Can you like just tell me one situation where Black people are as a whole, as a system, treated as equals as white people?
Treated as equal, not better.
Yeah, you don't even have to find better, because I'm telling you there's no better, but like I'm trying
I mean, I would definitely say jobs and in college, also, like it. I mean, there's no difference if I were to apply to Speedway.
Literally a difference
versus my friend who's Black.
There's literally a difference. Do you know who's the most educated group within our country?
Yeah, Asian American women.
No.
Yes.
No.
If you want to go by attainment, yes.
No.
Yeah, by educational attainment.
Which group attains the most college degrees?
Asian women have the most amount.
It's Black women. Where are you getting your information from? Tell me.
I can look it up.
Go ahead and look it up. I want you to prove that for me.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Nerber, like any census.
Sure, that's fine. Go get some proof because I have the proof that it's black women.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's fine. So go grab the proof.
It's from a misconstrued study from Barack Obama.
That is. Sure.
Or from Michelle Obama.
That's fine. Sure. Go ahead and grab your proof. I'm going to thank a couple of people and then we can go from there. Okay. All right. Perfect. W's in the chat for Norma. Norma sent a $20 donation saying love for the perfectly non-triggerable balanced debater on the internet. Listen, I try not to get into it because I really genuinely want to have something of a genuine debate, genuine conversation. Sometimes it's not attainable, but I do try. So W's in the chat for Norma. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse. What up, Cousin Jesse? Who sent a $2 donation, Santana. This dude is babbling. Yeah, they tend to do that, but you know, what are you gonna do? W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. W's in chat for Matthew. Say snack. What is it? So today I have a protein bar and we got a beef stick. Protein. Trying to make sure we get more protein in our diet and help create more balance, especially if I'm going to keep doing this. Got to focus on my health because these people will drive me up the wall. W's in chat for Matthew. Also, last but not least, guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. If you 1.5 thousand of us hanging out, if you look up at the top, if you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are driving towards 100,000 followers and we are super close, but I need your help. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, you're not following me, hit that follow button. If you see a gray heart, that means that you have not sent your daily heart meat. Send your daily heart meat. It's only $1. It'll boost the live. So make sure we're doing that. All right. Did you have the confirmation as far as information where you said Asian women are the most educated in our country?
Hold on, my computer's loading up.
Still loading?
I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean,
yeah, that's fine. It's just
I want black women. Black
women attain the
fastest.
Secondary.
They're the fastest.
It's not the fastest. They literally are one of the lowest acceptance into college, but then obtain college degrees at the highest percentage. And even that they lead in post education degrees as well. So secondary degrees. So
do you know what attainment means? It means who has
graduate.
No, who has the most degrees based on their group, which is Asian women.
Okay.
If you want to go on
saying that, no, stop saying that until you can substantiate it. So like you don't get to say that anymore until you substantiate it. As a matter of fact, if your computer's still loading, I'm going to place you on mute for a few minutes. I'll get someone else in here. You just let me know when you have that information. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to do this. Hey, Adorna.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Adorna, you want this one?
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, you can finish up this part if you want.
Yeah, well, let me do this really quick. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $5 donation said, how'd that Super Bowl sandwich turn out, Santana? It turned out fucking amazing. I made a video. I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up posting the video, but like I made a video and the sandwich was fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Amanda. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, Santana speaks for you. YouTube, you can send a super chat. Guys, we got Adorna up here and this shit is about to get good. Make sure you guys are showing Adorna some love. Give her a follow. She is absolutely amazing. Let's get her coins up immediately. And mods, can we get her pay links running in the poll in the bio? Please show Adorna some love. Adorna, you can take it wherever you want. Like I'm literally just gonna sit back and give you the floor. So you got it.
Thanks, appreciate that. I mean, well, so many things that brainwashed, how accurate, stated were incorrect. You there, brainwashed?
I'm here, I'm listening.
Yeah, even in regards to what you were stating, I mean, just going back a little bit, about men and being natural leaders, right? If that was the case, we wouldn't see that firms with women CEOs have better stock price performance, right? We wouldn't see that firms with more women in senior leadership are more profitable. We wouldn't see that people themselves clearly believe that women are more competent, because when studies such as the one that Harvard did, where they look at, I think it was 19 leadership performance areas, and they looked at 360 performance reviews throughout the year where people are just rating the performance of their peers and their leaders, that women outperformed men in 17 of the 19 areas. And although women outperformed men, when you ask people, though, who should be the leader, they say men, even though women outperform men in all of these leadership qualities.
I think maybe you misunderstood me. I don't mean to say that men are better leaders.
Well, you said
I just
natural
think that
leaders.
I never said better. I think that they are more
said natural. I'm not sure where you're getting the word better. You said they're natural.
Well, you're bringing up statistics that women are better at. So
well, yes, if men were natural leaders, they would probably be doing better at it.
Well, I don't think that's true. I mean, I
Really?
just think...
Wait, hold on. So you don't think that if something is natural to you, that you would perform at a higher level than someone else where it's not natural?
Well, I think men are more risk takers too. I mean, I think that men could be more drawn to being a leader, but maybe not as good. I mean, I don't get your point. Maybe
what makes you think that
some women can be better leaders. That doesn't mean that men aren't more drawn to being a leader.
Okay, what makes you think that men are more drawn to being a leader?
I mean, it could be society things, honestly. But
it's probably not, considering the fact that, for example, when we look at studies by like McKinsey and Company, which is a analyst research firm, they do a study every year called Women in the Workplace. And what they've shown is that, and this is the case for every year, but in 2024, the last study that they've put out so far, that for every 100 white men that are promoted into management, only 80 women are promoted and only 56 Black women are promoted. So it's not that, as a matter of fact, men are more likely to be promoted even when they don't ask for a promotion. So it has nothing to do with them naturally being a leader or wanting the role, et cetera. It's people's biases.
well, even if men aren't more drawn to leaders, maybe people are drawn to men as a leader, like naturally, like.
Yeah, that's called bias. That's a bias. That has nothing to do with whether they are naturally leaders nor whether they are better at leadership. This just has to do with, well, misogyny. You understand that, right?
I mean, we could say that, but like if we...
what else could it be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if you believe the system is so flawed that everything in the world is based on, 150 years ago what happened, then
the things that I just named for you just now were in the 2020s, all of the studies. I'm not sure what you're talking about 150 years ago. We're talking about today.
Well, when did this system get set up?
Yeah, the system probably, not even probably, way longer than 150 years ago. But we're not talking about when it was set up. I'm not sure why you'd be talking about that. We're talking about current occurrences.
Correct.
Well, it's kind of, you'd be oblivious.
When was the Constitution written?
When was the Constitution written? 1700s. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and we're still using it currently, right? I don't hear anyone going. Excuse me.
I don't know the exact date. No.
Yeah, but we still currently use it. So its origin point is not necessarily what we're talking about, right? We're talking about the impacts currently of the thing that's still ongoing.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but like Santana said earlier, he thinks the Constitution is, made for rich white landowners. So should we change it, right?
Yeah, sure.
I said the Constitution was created for rich white men.
So we should change
everyone else. No, listen, don't try to bastardize what I said. The Constitution was created for white men that own land. Everyone else after that had to be given their rights. That's what I said.
Yeah, just the idea being, yes, and we should also change patriarchy. But yes, the idea being that that's just incorrect in regards to men just being natural leaders. And
I have your source, by the way.
Yeah, sure. Additionally, just moving on from that, when you're speaking about Black people having more opportunity for scholarships, that's also untrue.
It is an anecdotal experience, but I've had multiple people tell me about it.
I'm sure. How many people do you think you know? There are reports that show that the average person.
There's people online as well that talk about this.
Please let Adorna finish. Stop stepping over her when she speaks.
Thanks. The average person knows about 600 people. Even if every single person that you knew said it, there's over 300 million people in the United States.
Yeah, there's this thing called the internet.
I know there's this thing called the internet. How many people do you think that you encounter? How many people on the internet have you encountered that have told you about their college scholarship experience? Go ahead and let me know on this thing called the internet.
It's actually a pretty big topic that's discussed.
Wonderful.
Online.
So can you tell me how many people you think on this thing called the internet have talked to you about their college scholarship application?
To me personally, yes, I don't know, probably a dozen, but have posted about it. Probably
sure. How many posts do you think you've read about it? A million?
Probably millions of posts about it.
I didn't ask how many million posts there are. I'm asking how many posts you've read about.
How many posts have I seen about unfair college applications towards white people? Probably thousands.
Thousands? You think you've seen thousands?
Seen thousands. I haven't read thousands.
You haven't read them.
Have I seen?
So how do you, if you haven't read them, what? Are you okay? How do you know that they're what they're saying, or even that they're accurate, or that they make any sense at all?
Do you know what an overview is?
You just said you hadn't read them. Do you know what reading is?
Well, you said, have I seen them?
No, I asked, did you read? You said I haven't read them. Those were your words. But separate apart from that, it's just factually untrue. We don't even have to go based on that. There's stats on this. Right, there's stats. So white people are most likely to get scholarships in places like Louisiana, for example, where they have something called TOPS, which is scholarships based on merit-based scholarships. The person that's in charge of the state commissioner for higher education, Kim Hunter-Reid, her name is, she stated that you cannot deny the connection between family income and TOPS. And overwhelmingly, most of the people that receive scholarships are white people. And not only that, but for those scholarships, about 331 million per year go to the top students, the white students, and only 41 million go towards GEO grants, which wouldn't usually help marginalized groups.
Does that account for, the ratio of white people versus?
Yes, it does. In addition to that, when we look at, for example, things like legacy students, which are students that get into colleges because of their wealth or because of family connection to the institution, in places like Harvard, for example, 70% of legacy students are white.
Okay, let me read my...
all that you're going to show is that there are more Asian students or more white students or more other students.
Here's the census overview from...
Yes, sure. There are more of those people that get into college. There's no need to read it. We know that more of them get into school. So more of them are getting into school.
Santana was disagreeing with me.
There are more of them in school to begin with.
No, I'm talking specifically about attainment of bachelor's degree or higher.
Well, yes, because there are way less Black people in school.
Well, so I'm right. She's agreeing with me.
Wait. Listen to what you keep trying. No, hold on, nothing. You keep trying to bastardize the points that I'm making, and you're not going to do that. The point that I made is that Black women are the most educated group, meaning at the percentage that they attain degrees versus the acceptance rates. And when you compare those two, they obtain degrees at the highest rate versus the actual acceptance rate. That's correct. The point.
Yes, that's true.
Well, that's not the point I was making.
That's literally the point that I've been making with everything that I said. That's Black women get into college at a lower rate than these other groups, yet they attain their degree at a higher rate. That's the point that I've been making.
That's not a correct metric for who's the most educated.
If you project that out, if all things are equal, then based off of the attainment rate, and you have the same amount of acceptance, then what does that do to the overall projection of all the rates? And I'm not just saying like
you can use data sheets to expand. Doesn't mean it's going to be correct.
What? Are you what? Yes. So if they were accepted at the same rate, if they attain degrees at a higher rate in comparison to their acceptance, then if the acceptance were the same, they would be obtaining more degrees.
So we could say based on data, but that doesn't reflect real life
what
situations.
Should we base it on instead?
Who knows, if we accepted more Black women, maybe more of them would fail or more of them wouldn't attain it.
That's literally not how data works. Exactly.
Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
you could say that AI is going to expand infinitely.
Sure.
That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
I need you to stop for a second. Do you know what forecasting is?
I literally just said, if you expanded the data sheet, yes, it'll say.
I just need you to answer the question. Do you know what forecasting is?
I just explained to you what it is.
Okay. So if you know what forecasting is, and we have a current data set, and we have quantifiable information with the current data set, can we not project the changes if you actually include
simply a projection
piece? Exactly. So, and when you're talking about the actual, like the reason why I brought up the fact that it's the acceptance rate versus the achieval rate is because they're not equal. Like the actual numbers as far as being accepted is not equal. But you can still reference the rate of achieval between the two different groups.
Okay, but my point is you can go on that metric, but there's two different metrics you can go off of. You can go based on the simple amount of attainment that a certain group has, and Asian women are the highest. I don't know why you keep on trying to deny that, but it's true. There's any census you look up, Asian women have more attainment than
let's
Black
break this
women.
down. Let's break this down. Right?
Asian women have 56% attainment. Black women have 28%.
Hey, brainwash, stop. Listen to me. Barney style, I got you. Let's say that you and I are apple pickers. Both of us, me and you, right? We pick apples.
Mm-hmm.
And you are given 10 trees with 10 apples each, and you come back with 40 apples, right?
Yeah.
And I'm given 2 trees with 3 apples each, and I come back with 5 apples. Did you actually come back with more apples than me?
I get what you're saying, but
no. Answer the question. I need you to walk through this.
You came back with more apples proportionate to the amount of apples on the tree.
So then, why are you being disingenuous?
Because I'm saying if you project that on a larger scale, maybe you got lazy with all the trees and you didn't pick them.
If it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. But based off of data and based off of projections, you can make a forecast that you would be comfortable with accepting. Yes, there would be an actual margin of error, which you would give an increase or a decrease for. Like that's how you do forecasting and projections. But the point still being made, if all things were equal and you project those out, Black women would run laps around Asian women. And when you look at the
rate, that's not the case.
That's why brainwash. That's why I keep talking about the rate, because that's not the case. All things are not equal. So you cannot say that all things are equal, but you can look at the rate. That's the point. You can look at the rate.
Yeah, I mean, this is not even that difficult to understand. If we were doing a foot race, let's say we were racing for a mile, and you got like a half a mile head start, but then I finished like a fraction of a second behind you, then we can clearly infer that if we started at the same time, I would have blown you out the water. Does that make sense or not?
Yes, but
wonderful. So shut the hell up. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. Hold on a second. Right. The idea here being, it's okay to just say that's true. Right. I know you feel as though you have to stick up for the point that you're making, but you want to just like try to make sense. What's being stated is at the current rate, this is the case. So clearly, if it was even, right? What would happen is that more attainment would happen. If we started at the same time, then I would have won the race because I won, like I came in a fraction behind you when you got a half a mile head start. This is not rocket science here.
No, and I wish you guys would listen to me too, because I actually agreed that if you use that metric, you are correct. But if you are going solely based on who has the most educational attainment currently,
that's not the question, though. We're not asking who has the most.
That wasn't question. Wait, that wasn't. I never made that point. Like literally, I never made that point. I never made that point.
I swear that's what you asked me.
I never made that point. I have never made that point ever when talking about this. I have never made that point because I understand the difference. If I'm sitting here trying to explain to you the difference over and over and over, and I keep jumping up and down on it, why would I make the point? And then like I've never said that ever. That like
I just think it demeans Asian women.
So honestly. Brainwashed. I mean, the idea here just being that on both of the statements that you made in regards to women and in regards to Black women and men, like men being natural leaders, in regards to Black people just getting these advantages that you're talking about, both of these statements have just not been true. Or do you understand that?
I mean, if we use our eyes, they very well are true.
Sure, if we use our eyes in what way?
I mean, if you live in your house and sit in your house all day, you may not see it, but if you're out moving around.
Yeah, quick question. You do understand that your limited circle, right, is not going to be the experience of millions of people. Yes, the limited circle in regards to. States. Hi, are you okay? Are you okay? So is 1350? Coincidence. But it's 1350 states. Yeah, that does not matter. It doesn't matter how many states you've lived in. The numbers say otherwise. The numbers say otherwise. Do you understand that?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but numbers can, lead to a false.
Sure. What if someone said, what if it is 1800 and you have a white person that lives in a town and they're like, there are no slaves here in my town. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of free Black people. I don't think slavery is happening. I have a whole town here. There are no slaves, a lot of free Black people walking around. Do you think that it would have made sense for them to go, well, I've lived in several towns and I didn't see any slaves. So there's no slavery happening. It's 1800.
Well, you're saying numbers don't lie, but I could say,
what I'm asking you is, can you address what I just
committing crimes? Can you just say that's just racist?
Not him trying to fucking.
Yeah. So the problem here is that white.
The problem here is that you guys can pick what
brainwash. Please stop speaking over Adorna.
Yes. Could you act as though you have some home training? Some home training, please, if you could. Thanks.
Called fluent conversation.
If you can have some, no, it's not. It's called being rude. It's called your mom didn't do her job. If you could have some home training, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, can you address what I just stated? Because it's parallel to what you said. What you see in your limited scope of experience does not necessarily reflect what's happening on a wider scope within the country or in the world.
Yeah.
Can you acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that. Can you acknowledge that numbers can lie? Like I said, disproportionately Black men are, supposedly committing all these crimes, but you guys would just say it's cops being racist, right? Or the system oppressing them.
Yeah, that's because numbers refute what you're saying. For example, the fact that if you could control yourself, some self-control. Thanks. Yeah, if you would, if you don't take into account that, for example, in 2023, white Black people made up 61% of exonerations and overall make up 54% of exonerations. If you don't utilize the fact that usually the numbers that you're going off of are based on arrests, not convictions. If you don't utilize the fact that Black people are less likely to get parole, if you don't utilize the fact that in places like Wisconsin, white people are 75% more likely to get their charges dropped, dismissed, or reduced. Sure, if you don't look at any of the facts, what you're saying is true.
Yeah, have you looked at the facts of why they're getting those exonerations?
What does exoneration mean?
You're basically acquitted. I mean,
no. What does exoneration mean?
You're exonerated of all charges.
What does that mean?
Your charges are not being held against you.
Why? What is the reason?
it could be wrongdoing, or it could be other things like law changing, specifically
a law
around
changing. A law changing does not. Yeah, a law changing does not get you exonerated. Exonerations
that is
mean
completely untrue, man.
Yeah, exonerations. No, that's not what gets you exonerated. You clearly don't know what an exoneration is.
You
An
can
exoneration means
No,
law changing
My
does
friend
not mean.
has.
No, it doesn't.
My friend did in Ohio. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey.
Can you look up what exoneration means? Go ahead and look up what exoneration means.
1 second, Adorna. Hey, brainwashed. 2 things. 1, no one gives a shit about the anecdotal experience that you're sharing with your friend in Ohio. Like, either cite empirical data, cite actual facts and information, and where we can verify this, or stop saying, my friend, my friend, my friend. No one cares about your friend, my friend. Number 2, if you keep talking over Adorna, gonna fucking kick you.
Okay, just kick me, you fucking retard.
Oh yeah, fine.
You said what? Not him. Oh,
slur to run.
Yeah, he absolutely slurred to run.
Mad.
The funny thing is, like, he's been in. Oh, he ran on his own. Don't worry, I blocked him. He didn't even get it out, but like, he ran on his own. The funny thing is, he has literally been in my request every fucking day. Because he wanted to get up here so bad. And he got up here. Not only did he get up here, but he wanted to debate something that wasn't even the topic. And fun fact, I'm a mod for some of the other people whose boxes he sit in every single day. And I know he can't hear me now because I blocked him, but I plan on blocking him from those people's lives as well. Today, I'm gonna make sure I block him out of all those lives. So he's not even gonna have access to get up on those other panels that he tries to get up on. So there's that.
Just to be clear, exonerations mean that they've now found you to not be guilty, right? So generally, for example, if someone was put on, let's say, unaliving row, or just imprisoned because they were accused of doing a grape or an unaliving, and then now, let's say 20 years later, the DNA testing has found, wow, they're actually the person that didn't do it, then they'd be exonerated, right? So the point is that Black people are exonerated at a far higher rate than anyone else. Like, we're more likely to be guilty. Now, does that mean that there are millions of exonerations? No, because we know how hard it is to get your case seen. But similar to what we were saying before, if we were to be able to look at all the cases, what you would find is that Black people are way more likely to have actually been innocent.
Absolutely. Adorna, sorry for not being able to actually get through that. That guy sucked, but thank you so much for coming up. I saw you in the box, and because I was going to bring somebody else up to fill the time while he did what he did, but I saw you and I was like, oh, change gears.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll hop down.
Thank you so much. You as well. Guys, W's in the chat for Adorna. Fucking W's in the chat for Adorna. Also, W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse for the $2 donation, saying, Cuzzo, why are you mad? Why are you and TikTok Adorna arguing with this MFer who would have failed intro to statistics 101? I doubt he went to and graduated from college. He probably went to Everett's College. Don't diss Everett's College. Don't put them down by saying he went there. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse. W's in the chat for Trisha. Thank you so much for the $6.99 donation, saying, guess it's so casual about racism and misogyny. Guess it's so casual about the racist and misogynistic agenda, it hurts. He refused to learn as the host takes him to school. That's because they have no interest in actually learning. They just want to continue to talk about the points that they're talking about. Like, that's what it is. W's in chat for Domo for the $2 super chat to say, thank you for blocking this dude. He's so irritating. Yeah, he sucked. Like, that was the first time I've had him up. I've seen him in the request a million times. I've seen him all over. Like, that's why I realized, he wanted to debate. But yeah, I'm going to make sure I block him from everywhere. Like, I'm petty. I'm hella petty. I will be blocking him from everywhere else. But W's in the chat for the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, guys, please tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, 1.5 thousand people hanging out here. Make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that follow button. We are trying to drive to 100,000 followers. It looks like we only have 55 new followers on this live. I know out of 1.5 thousand people, there's no way that there's only 55 people that were not following me. So hit that follow button right there. Hit that follow button. Going through the box, it looks like a lot of people may have cycled out, but we're going to keep going.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to join.
Oh, no worries. I'll drop you down. Hey guys, take a look down at the bottom. If you see the word, if you see the pink and blue person, you're good. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. But if you see the gray person, that means you are in the request and you're here to debate. We are only looking for some debates. If you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. America loves racism. And the reason why I say that is because of the fascist government that's currently in place. They use the Constitution as a tool to uphold white supremacy and racism. Mass deportation, they do the same. Capitalism and racism is intertwined. And the patriarchal system needs to be completely dismantled because not only does it perpetuate racism, but it perpetuates harm in so many other ways. So again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I think it's just Dylan or just something. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. I don't know if this person's gonna load. Hi, Texas Cowboy. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with something on the background, sir.
Okay, perfect. What do you disagree with?
So you had stated that basically everything is set up for white supremacy, and that you're against that, and feel that everything is being held to that. And if I'm understanding you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I would like to learn. Racism is basically limiting all of that race. Am I correct?
No. No, racism is a system that still exists today. It's the perpetuation of harming non-white people in a multitude of ways. And it continues to actually other people for the upliftment of white people and white supremacy. So it persists in ways throughout like the educational system, through the healthcare system, through multiple avenues. And it's something that exists with people actively doing it or people passively doing it. You don't have to actively, do the racist thing to engage in racism. It's just the system that's set up to benefit white people and other non-white people.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. Now, my stance, and maybe I do agree with you, my stance is that everybody, in my opinion, everybody has the same opportunities. Now, it's dependent on how those opportunities are taken. So one point that you made with the gentleman you were speaking to just a moment ago is that Black people don't have the same opportunities, or some Black people, I shouldn't say all, some Black people don't have the same opportunities to be able to improve. But in all actuality, they do. It's just how they take those opportunities. The option is there, but unfortunately, not all, but some people like to use a crutch, in my opinion, where that they say, oh, I'm being limited. And that's not true. Everybody has the same standards now that they can be able to improve.
So let me, let's test that for a second. Do you know what redlining is?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Redlining is a practice of like segregating certain areas to not allow loans for Black or brown people based off of race versus based off of qualifications. And so redlining historically has been things like you can have a black person and a white person apply for like a home loan. And even though they have like the same credit score, even though they have like the same work history, they have the same deposit, like all things equal, the loan would be given to the person that's white instead of the person that's black, just based off of the race, not based off of anything tangible, but just based off the race.
Okay.
So with me telling you about redlining, when do you think the last time like major banks were sued for redlining?
Probably the 2000s would be my guess.
2000 what?
Early 2000s would be my opinion.
So
probably like
2003, 2004, what?
Probably around 2001, 2002, sir.
Okay, no. 2024, 2025. Major banks such as Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Navy Federal Credit Union, all of those banks have been successfully sued for redlining, engaging in those racist practices. So like the ideal that everyone has the same access, it's just who is or is not taking advantage of said access is absolutely incorrect. I mean, because of the factors that still persist today. What do you know? What do you know about the infant mortality rate of like black children versus white children?
I don't know the numbers. I mean, I can look it up, but
not the numbers. Just what do you know about it?
It is going to be much higher for black children than white children, and the reason why is something that you stated, and I agree with you, and that healthcare for black Americans is much poorer than for white people.
No, it's not necessarily just about healthcare being much poorer for black people versus white people. It's literally medical racism, where the level of care drops. Did you know that studies were completed and it shows that for white babies, no matter what race the doctor is, they have the same level of survival. But for black babies, unless they are being taken care of by a black doctor, any other doctor, their rate of survival drops. You teacup for a second.
I'm sorry. What was that? Could you repeat that for me one more time, please?
Sure. White babies with the infant mortality rate. White babies, the survival rate of white babies completely stay the same no matter what the race is of the doctor that's taking care of them. But with black babies, the rate of survival drops for any other race of the doctor taking care of them, except for black doctors.
I would believe that, yes, sir.
So, like, that's another thing that we can point to. So we can, talk about the larger level of like, black people being disenfranchised through like financial means and growing with like home ownership and things like that. Or we can talk about the fact that like black babies just don't even get a fair chance at life, coming out of the womb the same way that white babies do. So like the idea that it's just about like, everything is equal and who's going to take advantage, that's completely not true. And yes, Laura said mothers too. I didn't even get to that. Like women, the mortality rate for childbirth for women, black women, is the survival rating is much lower than white women. And it's not even about like finances. You can take a look at people like Serena Williams, who is a billionaire, or Beyonce, who who's a billionaire, who literally almost lost their lives in childbirth. And that's all connected to medical racism.
The thing that I was going to point out, and I had the information up when you were speaking to the gentleman just a moment ago, but I lost it. I need to pull up the name again, but it was an article that I've been reading, and I actually read a book about this. Was the first Black women Supreme Court justice, and how
Jessa Brown.
Thank you, sir. And how she came from segregation, basically dealt with the racism, but she overcame that. She was able to improve, and now she's now a Black, the first Black woman Supreme Court justice. So as far as that, that's what I'm saying, where everybody has an opportunity. It's how they're taking that opportunity.
So wait, so are you saying the success of some Black people is indicative of the ability for success for all Black people?
For the majority, yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, how about this? Do you think that there were any successful Black people during slavery, like that lived in the United States, where chattel slavery was existing, and they were using Black people and even like breeding Black people? Do you think that like there were successful Black people during that time?
A small portion, yes.
Okay. Yeah, there were actually ultra wealthy Black people at that time. But did that mean that all Black people, including those Black people that were literal slaves, that they could have been wealthy?
If they had taken the same opportunities that were given and improved
what
on
opportunities could the slaves who were in literal slavery have taken to become wealthy?
So as far as that, to answer that question, sir, it's going to be that how did the Underground Railroad start?
What does the Underground Railroad have to do with these slaves? And listen, these slaves that were in slavery being wealthy?
So to answer your question, sir, the Underground Railroad started to where those people that were in the North that were allowing, as you had just stated, the rich, ultra rich, I believe is what you stated, Black men to be able to assist them and get them into areas where they could be able to improve themselves, to learn, to get education, to get knowledge, so that then they could take that knowledge and then be able to start earning on their own, and be able to break free of that.
You're right. You know what? You're right, Texas Cowboy. All the Black slaves should have just all hopped in and taken the Underground Railroad to freedom, and then used the ability to educate themselves, and all became millionaires. Holy smokes, you're right. Hey, question for you. Underground Railroad. Why was it the Underground Railroad?
Can I ask a question?
Why wasn't it? No. I need you to lock in for me. Why wasn't it just
I'm
like
locking in.
called
I'm trying to be polite.
Sure, that's fine. Why wasn't it just called like the Freedom Path, right? Why was it like the Underground Railroad? What was that about?
Because unfortunately at that time, as you have stated now, white power would not allow it, because they thought that Blacks and slaves were less people.
Black people, yeah.
Basically, well, it wasn't only just Black people, because Indians were considered.
Please don't say the I word. That's a slur. It's indigenous people, or even you could say Native Americans, but it's indigenous people. Don't say the I word unless you're talking about actual people from India.
Okay, I apologize. That's what in my area, that's what they're called. But you are correct in that. And can I just ask one thing? Because I'm trying to.
No. I need you to like finish locking in on the question. Why was
before we go to that? I want to get.
No, we're not. It's not before we go. Like we're already there, and you keep like not answering the question directly. And I just want you to answer the question. Why was it the Underground Railroad instead of like just the Freedom Path or something?
I did answer it, sir.
You didn't. You literally didn't.
I said I can restate it. I stated that, as you had stated, the white power basically would not allow it, and they were holding them under to where it was basically they were less people. They were considered basically less than dirt.
That's not it. It was the Underground Railroad because literally you had to do it in secrecy. You had to escape slavery in secrecy, and slaves just couldn't escape on their own. They literally had to be led to freedom based off of a network that was created and a system that was allowed to free, or that was created to free slaves at a certain point, certain time, all this other stuff. It wasn't just the ability to just say, hey, I'm tired of this slavery shit and I'm leaving, right? So like that's the premise. So and even when people did like try to free themselves from slavery, of course we could talk about the slave patrol, but literally Black people were hunted down and either killed or brought right back into slavery. So it's not like there's something that you could just escape from with no issue. Like literally they fought a whole fucking civil war to be able to keep Black people from being able to be free. And then even the premise that, oh, Black people, they should just educate themselves and all this other stuff. Like it was illegal for Black people to know how to read. Like it was literally illegal. Like there was actual punishment that could go all the way up to death if Black people showed that they had the ability to read at that time. So like the entire premise that, oh, slaves could have just freed themselves and they could have actually, taken the Underground Railroad and then become someone like, Mary Ellis Pleasant or, Madam C.J. Walker or anything like that. Like that's a huge slap in the face to the Black people that lived and died in slavery. Like that's a huge slap in the face. And for you to sit here and say that, that's just hubris. Like I've never in my life, and you are, trying to be polite or whatever, but I had never in my life, ever in my life, ever in my life heard like that much caucasity ever. Like that is wild.
First of all, I'd like to clarify something, if I may, because you're sitting here saying that I'm saying Black people. I'm not saying Black people. I'm saying everybody. White people, indigenous people.
What about white
Chinese people?
What about white people? We're talking about slavery.
White people have been in slavery.
There's a difference between indentured servitude and actual chattel slavery. Stop playing these games. We're not talking about people who willfully entered into slavery to pay off debts and were able to be freed afterwards. We're talking about people that were put into slavery based off of the phenotypical characteristics that they have, and then made to stay in slavery their entire life with no possibility of exiting. And then if they had children, their children were born into slavery. Like we're not talking about indentured servitude.
Okay. Just because slavery here was mainly
we're talking about America. Don't play games with me around the country. We're talking about around the world. Like you're sitting here talking about that Black people today can actually just do anything that anybody wants to do. And I'm sitting here like, not only did I give you the like the higher levels as far as the way that Black people are being disenfranchised when you talk about the redlining, I gave you like the basic levels as well as like Black babies just being able to survive out of the womb. And then I had to throw all the way back because for some reason you think that, oh, you just need to do better because Ketanji Jackson Brown is doing good. And I'm sitting here telling you that just because one Black person is able to achieve something does not mean that all Black people are able to achieve the same thing. If that was the case, then there would have been more Black women that have been on the Supreme Court prior to Ketanji Jackson Brown. Like literally, if the point that you're making is true, Ketanji Jackson Brown, who was appointed under Joseph Robinette Biden, would not have been the first Black woman that was on the Supreme Court. There would have been multiple Black women on the Supreme Court prior to her.
Okay, but we're still to the point where I agree and I understand what you're saying, sir, but I'm not. It seems like you want to tear somebody down instead of having a discussion. Because
you think I'm tearing you down?
No, sir. No,
I'm not tearing down then.
Any point that's not your point.
You mean anything that's just like not verifiably true?
No, that's not about Black Americans, basically.
I'm talking about racism and how it persists today in America.
Racism is, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. I apologize. I'll wait until you get done.
I'm talking about racism and how it persists in America. Like talking about other countries doesn't actually do anything for me, and talking about like bigotry or xenophobia or whatever, like that doesn't do anything for me. We're literally talking about racism in America today.
Okay, but racism isn't just limited unless it's changed in the United States. Racism is not limited just to Black people now. 100% of the major one is Black people, but there is more racism in United States than just Black people. And that's what I'm saying is that
can white people experience racism?
Yes.
How?
By the same way that a Black person could be. Now,
How?
Is it going to happen?
No. Be specific. How?
How? Being limited on opportunities. I actually pulled up when y'all were talking about the educational thing and how you were giving the example that Black women have the most attainable. And I did find an article that actually stated what you were saying, that it was 67% received a bachelor's degree, 37% received a doctoral, but 71% of Asians actually graduated, and 63% of whites. But yet
that's literally not true, and that's honestly not the point that we're making. That's not true, and that's not the point that we're making. The point that's fine. I need you to lock in what I said. Tell me how white people can experience racism.
I was just doing that because
you're literally not. You were trying to talk about the actual point that we made earlier about Black women obtaining college degrees and postgraduate degrees. I want you to tell me specifically how white people can experience racism.
So basically, a white female not being able
white
to get
woman, not female, woman. Female isn't exclusive to humans. It could be a female like donkey. It could be a female sloth. It could be a female turtle. That's why we don't say female, because that's super dehumanizing, because it's not exclusive to humans. So you can say a woman. But again, white women, what about white women?
So as far as you're saying, how can it be a racism? By them not being included or given the opportunities as far as a non-private scholarship, is that not racism?
Give me any type of empirical data that proves that white women are not given scholarships based off of them being white. I don't know what the fuck is happening today. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse for the $1 donation, saying TikTok is Auntie Adorna. Yeah. TT, absolutely. W's in the chat for Megan for the $3 donation, saying in addition to the higher infant mortality rates, people of color are consistently shown to have higher ACE scores. Not even mention the generational trauma handed down. Have these people ever opened a book? They haven't, and they also don't really care, because it's not about understanding how these things affect non-white people. It's just about finding coverage and protection to prove that these things don't exist. That's what it's really about. Let's not get it twisted. There's no case where they're trying to fix the problem. It's all about saying the problem isn't real. So that's what it is. Anyway, W's in the chat for the donors, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 1.6 thousand of us hanging out here, guys. We're almost at 200,000 likes. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. We are driving towards 100,000 followers. And for some reason, we only got 83 followers on this live. I know there's way more than 83 people who have not followed me yet that's watching. If you enjoy the live, if you enjoy the debates, if you just hey, this guy has a punchable face and I want to, a picture punch in his face, hit that follow button so you can see my face. Turn on notifications when you know, so you know when I go live. And also, like, hey, follow the backup to the backup. We were supposed to be on there today, but we're on the main today because I didn't finish getting everything set up here. So make sure you follow that because we'll be on there tomorrow. Texas Cowboy, every once in a while you have to swipe back into the app. If you don't, then it will kick you out. So just come back in every few moments while you're trying to get your stuff, and then you can swipe back out.
Are you done talking, sir? I pulled up the information.
Okay.
So
I can't hear you while you're out of the app, so you have to remember it or write it down and then come back and tell me.
Sorry about that. I didn't know that.
Yep.
So the NCES, the National Center for Educational Statistics, states that on the average, non-private scholarships, 92.1%.
Wait. Hold on. You're reading off the actual thing or whatever. Can you tell me what study or article or whatever? What's the title of the study or the article or whatever you're looking at?
It's on ChatGPT, and I did a search for what race gets more scholarships and findings for the scholarships.
I'm going to ask you to hold on for one moment, okay?
Sure.
Okay. AI is kicking everyone's ass today. And when I say today, I don't mean specifically February 9th. I mean like in the time and age that we're in. So putting it in AI is not only harmful and dangerous for multiple reasons. And now I'm talking to you, Texas Cowboy.
I'm listening.
It's dangerous because one, depending on how you word whatever you're saying, it's going to tune the information for confirmation bias, not necessarily to be able to find verifiable sources. It's going to actually just give you certain things. And also AI is often wrong about multiple things. One of my favorite things to call out about it being wrong is that apparently AI doesn't have the ability to properly give information about sports history, right? That's one of my favorite things is that like they can't actually like tell you who won like NBA championships in like the 1980s. And that's super interesting. But even more so, they cite sources and links that either don't work or outdated or whatever the case may be. But the bigger issue with putting stuff in like AI and then relying on the information that it's giving you is that you haven't actually taken the time to verify your source, right? And so just because it tells you a source doesn't mean the source is completely viable. And so I always recommend that people read their articles or studies or whatever and verify the information that's being given versus just saying, well, this is what I found on ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever. So with that being said, I would love for you to not read off like what you see there, but I'm willing to accept your source, but I want the actual source. I don't want to know what, you know, your AI said. I want you to give me the website and the name of the study so I can pull it up and look at it myself.
Okay, let me click on the link and be able to, I can put it in the chat for you.
That's fine. While you do that, Steve Mack, you've already been muted. Steve Mack, I can't send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it, Bub. Literally come up here and tell me about it. W's in the chat for Keith, who sent a $2 donation. Congratulations to your Seahawks. They're not my Seahawks. I'm a Carolina Panther fan, but they are in Seattle and I'm in the state of Washington. So W's in the chat for the Hawks. I know like the entire state of Washington has been on fire and so excited about the Super Bowl. So like, yeah, W's in the chat for Keith. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the donuts. Can we knock the donuts out? Please, please, please. I see you drop something in the comments, but can you just tell me what's the title of the study? That's all I need. Like, I have the information as far as like where it's listed. I just need the title so I can get to it.
It says the title is Indicator 22, Financial Aid. It was the 2015-2016 study.
Indicator 22?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was the 2015-2016 study?
That is correct, sir.
So 10 years ago. Okay, cool, got it. All right. We'll still look at your source. Just a moment.
And I appreciate you doing it this way than to just put somebody down.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm definitely willing to look at your source. Okay, now I have it up in front of me here, Indicator 22, Financial Aid. Just to verify, at the top it says among full-time, four-year undergrad students, 88% of Black students, 87% of American Indigenous / Alaskan Native students, and 82% of Hispanic students received grants in 2015-2016. These percentages were higher than the percentages for white, 74%, and Asian and 66% students. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so based off of the study, can you tell me how this is racism that's perpetuated on white people by like in 2015, 2016, Black students and Indigenous students being able to get a different form of financial aid or grants at a higher clip than white students?
In my opinion, that proves
no,
it
not your
right.
opinion. Tell me what this actual data, where it says that this is done not off of merit or success or anything, but it's done off of solely the race.
Well, since it's broke down into race, wouldn't that state that it's by race?
It's literally stating that like this is the attainment rate of like these different races, but it's not saying that, oh, they're giving these things because of racism. I mean, it talks about, says here, to qualify for the Pell Grant, a student must demonstrate financial need. Federal loans, on the other hand, are available for all students regardless of financial aid. So they're talking about the Pell Grant and federal aid. And so applying for this, students have to have an actual financial need in order to be granted this. So if the white students come from a household, which we understand the wealth gap for white people and non-white people in America is like massive. And so white families have more means and resources if they have the financial capability in order to pay for college, then they are not given these Pell Grants versus anyone who does not have the financial capability. So this study, while talking about the access of financial aid for non-white people, highlights the fact that the actual the wealth gap within the country is not only massive, but it talks about, like I literally said, the actual education system is geared towards racism, because if you don't have the financial means, then you don't have the ability to actually obtain a college degree. And so this is literally sitting here saying these people, this is the only benefit these people are receiving who don't have the financial means. It's not saying that anyone is giving anything because they're white or Black or Indigenous. It's just saying that like this is based off of financial capability. So yeah, just because they break it down into race doesn't mean this is about racism.
Okay, so the way I look at it, and again, I could be wrong, but when somebody makes an assumption, as far as you have the, as your word stated, you have the means to be able to do something, and because as you just stated a moment ago, that white people in most instances have a higher means to be able to do that, that automatically will disqualify them because they are stating that they have a not as much need as someone else, like the indigenous people or the Black people that don't have as much of a option to be able to do that. But in my reading and understanding and life experience, I guess, not everybody has the ability to be able to do that. And just because they might have parents or opportunities that could have gave them something, they doesn't mean they take those opportunities. So
yeah, I hear you, but like you're conflating your quote unquote personal your personal thoughts or personal feelings and some type of anecdotal stories or whatever, and you're conflating it with empirical data, right? And so this isn't like based off of assumptions. This isn't based off of like what friends think or whatever the case may be. But this is solely based off of people giving verifiable information, including their financial records, right? So this has nothing to do with people saying, oh, you do or you don't. It's literally like, this is the standard. If you fall below the standard, then you get the loan. If you fall above the standard, then you don't get the loan, right? And even if you like your source, and this is why it's so important to not only look at your source, right? Because one, citing a source that's 10 years old is like mind blowing. Like that's not even something like this source, even though we're talking about it right now, it's not viable today because it's 10 years old. But two, even if you look at the source, if you scroll down and you read it a little bit more, like this section that's under the chart, among full-time students, full-year undergrad students who receive grants from any source in 2015, 2016, the only measurable difference between racial/ethnic groups in an average annual amount grant aid received were between Asian students and students of all other groups. Asian students received a higher average annual amount of aid, 13,840, than did students who were of two or more races, 11,940. White, 11,420, Black, 11,390, Hispanic, 11,090, and Indigenous, 10,750, Pacific Islander, 10,280. With respect to the Pell Grants, Asian students receive higher average annual amounts of aid, 5,030, than Hispanic students, 4,860, and white students, 4,610. Students who are Black receive $4,900. Hispanic and two or more races receive 4,830, also receive higher average annual amounts of Pell Grants than white students. Along full-time students, they receive loans from any sources in 2015 and 2016. White students received a higher average annual amount of loans and aid, 11,830, than Black, which was 10,890, Asian, 10,700, Hispanic, 10,207 in aid. In addition, Black students receive average higher annual amount to loans than Hispanic students, and Indigenous students receive lower average annual amounts of loan, which is 9,000 than any other racial/ethnic group, including Pacific Islanders, which was 12,280. This entire thing that I just read out talks about how the only benefit that switches from white people being able to receive at a higher rate is when it's based off of financial means. Any and everything else, white students are sitting at the top as being able to get that type of academic aid. So again, like literally you sitting here saying that white people are being discriminated or they're experiencing racism because of like financial aid, that's just absolutely wrong. It's literally talking about the wealth gap and the disparity of races when it comes to who holds money and who has capabilities. Like this source literally doesn't prove what you're saying, and it proves even more so that racism persists, and racism also persists within the education system. And it's 10 years old.
As far as the first point, I concede to you, you are correct, sir. and I apologize. But as far as that, it doesn't matter how old a source is.
It does.
If racism is racism.
No. Do you know why? Do you know why it matters how old it is?
No, sir. Because you stated there is.
If you're saying you don't, would you like to know why it matters how old it is?
Can I finish my statement real quick? And then, yes, sir, I would.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Racism is racism. It doesn't matter when it happens or when it didn't happen. You stated that whites can't be
white people.
White people cannot be have racism done to them. It doesn't exist. If that article had stated that, which you have proven me wrong, and I appreciate that, then racism would be proven and it would negate. I can't speak right now.
Negate. You're good. Negate.
Thank you. Negate that statement. But you just proved me wrong, and so it doesn't, and you're correct.
Well, so let me tell you why it does matter, right?
Okay.
Because while we are talking about racism as a whole, we can look at the historical and empirical data throughout the history of racism to point that out. But if you're trying to actually talk about any type of data and you're trying to like give a viable source, you would want to look at the most updated information. I understand your point as far as like, if you can prove that racism occurred in any instance, then, it existed and then, there's a thing. But the overall point that I'm trying to get across is not specific to like just this one source. I'm saying in general, you want to have the most accurate and up-to-date information, and providing something that's over 10 years old is not necessarily viable in most cases. And that's the point that I'm trying to get across.
And you're 100% correct, sir.
Yeah. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then I want to kind of round this up and see if we can get on the same page. W's in chat for Kelly for the $5 donation, and for a nice drink for being awesome. Keep going. Your voice is needed. You're teaching so many and making sure that the ancestors are truly proud. Kelly, thank you so much for that $5 donation. W's in the chat for Elliot for the $5 donation. Sorry for the accidental request. Thank you for standing up so fiercely for the trans community. Hate that I feel, hate can feel so loud sometimes, but your support is a reminder that we're loved and not alone. And thank you. Listen, Elliot, you never, ever, 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 ever have to say thank you for me for standing up, not only for the trans community, but for any marginalized community, because one, like literally that's what privilege is supposed to be used for, to amplify the voices of those people that are marginalized and put yourself in the line of fire to protect them. And so me using my voice to uplift any marginalized community is what I have an obligation to do. So never thank me for that. But I'm just happy that you and any other marginalized community trust me with doing that. So thank you for the love and support, Elliot. I truly mean that. W's in chat for Marie for the $5 donation. I have the utmost disdain for my casserole cousins who refuse to see reality. And as an educator, I absolutely exist in our sector. And as an educator, it absolutely exists in our sector. This dude, no white people do not experience racism, period. W's in chat for Shakira for the $10 super chat to say, Chat GTP doesn't even know Trump is currently president half of the time. Much love, Santana, much love. And W's in chat for Rad for the $1.99 super chat to say the ERA is the law of the land, President Biden. I guess, I'm not sure where you're trying to get off with that one, but sure. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, I need you guys to be like more active, more comments, more tapping, all this other stuff, because I would really love to push this like up to 2,000 people in live. And so if you guys like do the things, then it'll draw more people in. I would love to get us over 2,000 people and get more people into debate as well. All right. So Texas Cowboy, like I want to like round this off because like I think the premise that you have, because we haven't even talked about what race is, what racism, you know, is, and how it persists, and like who created it. But I think the point that I really just want to get across is that, like, you actually saying that, oh, white people can experience racism, when like literally that's not how the system works, right? I mean, people who are non-white cannot co-opt the system in order to weaponize it against white people. And since they can't do that, then they can't actually engage in racism, right? They can engage in bigotry, and xenophobia, and different things, but they cannot actually engage in racism, because the actual structure, system, and how racism was created and how it persists today, like it literally, like, that's not how it works.
Okay. I mean, that's your opinion, and
that's not my opinion. That's like actual facts. You again, you still haven't given me one verifiable piece of evidence of white people experiencing racism. Also, what is race?
What do you mean by that? Like, what's the definition of race?
No, just what is race?
I couldn't be able to answer that with that the way. I apologize.
You don't know what race is?
Well, I mean, I know what a race is, but as far as what you're trying to get out of it, I'm not sure. A race is a group of people of the same nationality that are born in and have beliefs and do things certain ways, just like Italians, different things like that.
Okay, no. Race isn't exclusive to nationality. So like that's wrong. What is racism?
The limiting of rights given to a individual under law.
No, that's not racism. Who created race?
Total God.
No. Like the actual structure as we know it.
Here in the U.S., the
around the world,
the founding fathers here over the world.
You think the founding fathers created race?
For here?
No. Like you didn't get any of those things right. Right. And even more so, like, not only did you not get those things right, but you're sitting here trying to perpetuate the idea that white people can experience racism when you don't actually know anything about, like, the basis.
I've not once tried to push that white people are racist. You asked me a question if I felt that white people could have racism done on it, and I answered yes. But I'm not stating that, oh yes, it happens all the time, or it happens even anytime regular. I think it's happened, but that doesn't mean that it's a common thing. And
the point that you were trying to hammer in on is that, like, you disagreed with the things that I was saying, and even more so, you were trying to state that, like, literally you said it, you think that white people can experience racism, and more so, like, you think that, like, your whole point was it's about people taking advantage of opportunities, and it's not about being limited. And like, racism is literally one of the, like, largest limiting factors. And I've been giving you information on how racism exists in those limiting factors. We talked about like redlining. We talked about the infant mortality rate. I even, like, talked to you about, like, the educational system, and that's where you're talking about. But again, like, you're trying to perpetuate a myth that, like, oh, if you grab those straps on your boots and you tug hard enough, anybody can do it. Like, that's what you said about Ketanji Jackson Brown. But I'm literally sitting here explaining that, like, the way that our society is structured, it is structured to disenfranchise anyone that is not white. And, like, there's empirical data that points to each and every one of those factors. If you had to guess, just wild guess, shot in the dark. How much money do you think our country in recent history has lost out on due to racism?
Due to racism, probably $2 to $3 trillion.
More.
$10 trillion.
More.
I'm not sure then. I would
$16 trillion. Citibank Group completed a comprehensive study and said that the United States of America has lost out on $16 trillion with a T due to racism. This country would rather participate in racism than actually make money. But that's the point that I'm trying to get across to you, is that not only are there systems that are in place to continue to disenfranchise non-white people, but given a choice of engaging in capitalism or racism, people would rather engage in racism because capitalism is just a tool to uphold racism. Like literally, the actual reason that race was created was intertwined with capitalism. It was created by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes de Zurara, who was a chronicler for, chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator, right? And he actually said that when coming into contact with Black people, that they were animalistic, they were hypersexual, and they needed to be civilized. And so he used that as justification to engage in chattel slavery. And he went to the Catholic Church to get 2 Pepper Bowls published, which gave the permission to all of these other countries to engage in racism. Like literally prior to Gomes de Zurara, no one categorized people based off of race. And then after that, the racial categories have persisted. And even if you look at the racial categories within the United States, white people, specifically the white race, has changed over time, multiple times, to try to bolster the numbers that are people that are classified as white. That's why you saw at a certain point that Italian people were not listed as white, but now, surprise, surprise, Italian people are white. Like literally, it's the trying to ensure that the white race still exists, and even more so in America, trying to uphold whiteness. So like all of these things are geared towards perpetuating white supremacy and keeping people separated in order to make sure that, you know, the patriarchal system is still intact. Like, again, the things that you said don't add up. They don't add up because like there's actual empirical data that proves you wrong. And guys, just FYI, it looks like gifts have been restricted for a while. I don't know why, but we are appealing it. If not, it'll just be 10 minutes. So just an FYI for anyone who's like, oh, we can't gift. Yeah, I know. Anyway, would you like to respond to what I said?
I appreciate you giving me that information. You've clarified some things for me, and I now am more clear on the statement. I still agree a lot more to your side, but I still, and this might just be my stubbornness, my hard-headedness Italian side, but I think it can happen to where everybody has advantages.
Sure. I mean, that's fine, but can you give me one example of how it actually persists en masse instead of an individual example? Because you saying that one Black person was able to be successful does not negate the ton of empirical data that we have showing that Black people are overwhelmingly disenfranchised. I literally just gave you the study saying that the country has missed out on $16 trillion because the country would rather be racist. Like, so right. Can you give me anything that proves that like all things are equal? Question for you. What's the need? Why was there a need for affirmative action?
Why was there a need for affirmative action? Because as far as that, please correct me, but from my understanding, what I've read from books from Martin Luther King and stuff, affirmative action was to keep control of the Black Americans so that movement couldn't be moved up and improve that. And I'm guessing not, because your face is looks like you're about to beat the hell out of me.
Where'd you read that?
It was in a JFK book.
Give me the title. I want to find this.
JFK.
What's the title?
JFK.
The book is just titled JFK.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said Martin Luther King Jr. said affirmative action was used to keep black people.
Well, no, not Martin Luther King, but I was using that example.
No, you just said that Martin Luther King Jr. said that affirmative action was used to keep black people from advancing.
If I did, I didn't mean to say that. I was using that as an example. I think.
How is that an example? If it would have to be real, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how is that an example then? Like, if it's real, then give me the actual. Like, I want to pull this up, and that's why you said in the JFK. You said Martin Luther King. This was said in the JFK book about Martin Luther King Jr.
As far
That's
as
what
that,
you just said, right?
Right. And I was meaning in the Martin Luther King era. And as far as that, I'm not being clear.
Wait, so are you saying that in the JFK book that JFK said that affirmative action was used in the era prior to like the Civil Rights Act being passed in order to actually like stop black people from achieving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 1 second. I just want to verify one thing.
Sure.
Okay. So oh my God. Like, you're just wrong. You're wrong all over. Like, the reason why you're wrong is like the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964. The executive order for affirmative action, Executive Order 10925, was introduced in 1961, and it was literally introduced by JFK. So why would JFK introduce affirmative action if he thought affirmative action kept black people from being able to achieve?
You're correct.
Okay. Can we go back to the original question? The original question was like, why was affirmative action needed? Actually, take a moment just to think about it. I want to say a couple of thank yous, and then I want you to tell me, why do you think affirmative action was created and why it was needed? W's in the chat for Becca for the $1 donation. And please don't go type that into chat GTP, because apparently it's leading you in the wrong direction. I want you to use your noodle, like your noggin. W's in the chat for Becca for the $1 donation, saying, love your work. Just want to let you know her name is Ketanji Brown Jackson. I always fuck that up. I'm so bad with names and I always mix that up, but thank you for letting me know. W's in chat for Tabitha for the $5 donation, saying white people can't even experience racism. Even discrimination is a stretch. It's like saying someone with a microphone is being silenced because someone's boss is in the crowd. Yeah. That was in chat for Angie for the $2 donation, saying 20-year-old. 20 years ago, I bought my house. After the purchase was complete, I found out that a black couple had a higher bid. The realtor took the bid, which was lower, but we were white. Yeah, like literally, they do that. I'm telling you, like Angie, they will miss out on money in order to be racist. That was in chat for Rad for the $1.99 super chat to say the ERA, if published, ends the bans on based on sex. Okay, again, I'm literally confused as far as like your last two super chats as far as like why you sent them, and even more so like what it has to do to any part of the conversation that we've had. But sure. W's in the chat for the donors, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. And also W's in the chat for Mad Scramble for the $5 donation, saying the guest should compare Ketanji Brown Jackson and Brett Kavanaugh. White men can be successful with mediocrity, but I've never seen a Black woman fail upward. That's true. Like literally, white men specifically are the only ones that have the ability to fail upward, and it happens all the time. Like literally happens all the time. W's in the chat. All right, Texas Cowboy, do you have an answer for me about like why affirmative action was created and why it was needed?
So affirmative action, in my words, is it was created to try to equalize opportunities and to be able to give more rights to women and other races so that they could be able to get the same opportunities as other people.
Okay. So if affirmative action was once installed because there was a lack of opportunities based off of different intersexes, specifically race, and it created a quota system in order to have inclusion, wouldn't that speak to the fact that people were not giving access to opportunities solely based off of like immutable characteristics?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be a problem, right?
100%.
Okay. Why has there been such a focus on DEIA?
Because DEIA that's the same thing as DEI, correct?
Mm-mm.
I don't know what DEIA is then.
Tell me what you think DEI is.
DEI is trying to make everything equal or have limits on it. The way that I understood it is like DEI would be saying that something is too much of one thing, so we're going to limit that so that way we don't have as much of that one thing. So, for example, you have a tree and it grows apples and oranges, but 75% of the tree is apples and 25% is oranges. You want it to be equal, so you limit the amount of apples so that DI would then create that.
No. What does the E stand for? What up, Fee? Does the E stand for equal?
Equality, I thought.
No. Go look it up real quick. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $2 donation said, hadn't occurred to now that some places the job hadn't occurred until now that in some places the job of real estate agent is to filter out the wrong people. That's absolutely true, Benjamin. Absolutely true. W's in chat for Benjamin. W's in chat for Alicia, who sent a $20 donation saying, as a Chaka, I'm gonna mess this up. I'm gonna mess this up. I do it every time. As a Chaka Okala, one day someone's gonna have to come up and teach me how to properly say it. I'm so sorry. Thank you for correcting to native. Absolutely. Like I try to make sure that no one ever engages in erasure here in my space, and even more so, we don't use like harmful terminology. And so understanding the difference between indigenous and even if you like say Native American, and stand away from the I word unless you're talking about specifically people from India. Like I try to make sure that we always do that. So thank you so much for the $20 donation. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up 300,000 likes. Also, guys, hit that follow button. If you see follow up at the top, you're not following me, hit that follow button. We are driving to 100,000 followers, and I need your participation to get to 100,000 followers. On this live, it looks like we have 117 followers. It would be awesome if we can get somewhere like 500 new followers for this entire live. Texas Cowboy, were you able to find out at least what the E stands for?
Yes, I saw it in your chat. It was equity.
Yeah.
And I looked at
the difference between equality and equity.
Yes, I was about to say, I looked that up, and it says for fairness, equality would be to be equal, but just because you're equal doesn't mean that it's fair.
Where'd you look that up at?
Online.
Online where? Did you use ChatGPT?
No, sir, I used the internet.
What internet? Did you use DuckDuckGo?
No, just a browser.
Which browser?
And put in...
Did you use Bing, Ask Jeeves? Which one?
It's Safari.
Sure. Equity is about everyone having the same level of access, not about someone having more or it being equal. A great example. I love that there's like this basic picture that explains equity, right? And there's three people who are trying to look over a fence to see like a baseball game, right? And one person is, 5 foot even. I'm sorry, the fence is like 6 feet, right? And one person is 5 foot even. The other person is like 6'1", and then the other person is like 7 feet, right? And equality would be giving them all a box that's the same height. Well, even though you give them all a box that's the same height, everyone's still not going to be able to see because everyone isn't the same height, even though the box is the same height. Equity would be giving them the boxes that connect with their height, so all of them can see at the same level. Like that's a very simple picture and depiction of the difference between equality and equity. Did you hear any of that, Texas?
Yes, sir. I heard all of it.
Okay. We got so far away. The reason why I said DEI isn't the same as DEIA is because DEI is bastardized. DEIA is the actual terminology because it's about accessibility. If you leave out that A, then you are forgetting about people with disabilities, which we don't want to leave out people with disabilities because actually DEIA overwhelmingly benefits multiple groups, including like women, veterans, and even people with disabilities. So we never want to leave out the A. DEI has an etymology. Question for you. Did you know before the term DEI, they used the term CRT, critical race theory?
I heard that, but I do not know it.
Yep. So before DEI, there was critical race theory, CRT, but did you know before CRT, there was the term BLM, Black Lives Matter?
I mean, I know that from Colin Kaepernick and that information, but before that, no, sir.
Yeah, cool. So before they used the term CRT, they used the term BLM for Black Lives Matter. But did you know before they used the term BLM, they used the term thug?
Yes.
And before they used the term thug, they used the term boy. And before they used the term boy, they used the term the N-word. And so when I say DEI has an etymology, it's literally the changing of the word because they want to call Black people the N-word, but they don't want to say it in public because they don't want the negative backlash that occurs with calling someone the N-word. So they call them DEI. That's why they talk about like, oh, Kamala Harris was a DEI candidate. That's why they say black pilots are, you know, DEI pilots, but they never use that term DEI talking about like, you know, a white woman or anyone else. It's literally just them wanting to say the N-word without being able to say the N-word because of the impact of the N-word. So when I say that no, DEI is not the same as DEIA, it's because one, it's DEIA and not forgetting the accessibility, but also two, the weaponization of that term and the bastardization of that term is something that's been perpetuated by like this current right-wing administration. It's not a hell of a stretch, DJ. It's an actual thing. Like, prove me wrong, Bub. Anyway, that's why I say it's different.
Okay.
So the original point that I was going all the way back to is the reason why there was a need for affirmative action, the reason why there was a need for DEIA is because throughout the history of our country, there has literally been a system that was set and geared towards white men. And if you were not a white man, then you were given less in multiple areas, including opportunities. And if that system did not persist, then yes, I would completely agree with you and say like, oh, everyone has the same opportunities and they just have to actually do the thing and execute the thing. But literally the system that currently persists makes sure that if you are not a white man, that you do not have the same ability as everyone else.
Do you mind answering one more thing and then I'll drop out?
Maybe because like, you know, black people labor isn't free. So depending on what that thing is, if you want to hit the pay links, right? Santana speaks for you. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I might answer.
I was going to do that, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say like, because black people labor isn't free, but hit me with your question.
And it wouldn't be a labor, it's clarification because you seem like you're a very knowledgeable person. And I'm trying to see things from both sides. You're stating that, so you said, why can I only name one person if with the when I said the Supreme Court justice, but there's been more opportunities, but very, very small, probably not even 1%. Why do you think there is that available if there's all racism though? How are those, in your opinion, in facts, how does that happen?
The persistence of racism and the persistence of the patriarchal system does not exclude people being able to achieve in the spite of the face of, right? So just because there are systems that are put in place that makes it harder for everyone to be able to achieve certain things does not mean that someone can't break through that level of difficulty. So like the point that I'm getting to is just because one person can do this does not mean that everyone has the same ability to do that, because situations and circumstances are different, right? Ketanji Jackson Brown, did I say it right? Is it Ketanji Jackson Brown or Ketanji? Hold on, let me make sure I got this one right, because I keep mixing them. Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was afforded certain situations that other people on a normal basis, other black women, other black people, other non-white people were not afforded, but she was able to take advantage when those opportunities were presented to her, unlike other people who didn't have those opportunities. So I do think there is something to be said for her and people that achieve in spite of the face of like, being disenfranchised, but just because they are able to achieve while facing these issues does not mean that like everyone can do it. Just left. He just left. I didn't kick him. He just left. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 400,000 likes. Also, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, Will. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Will, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Okay, I don't think Will meant to request, so we're gonna drop Will down. Guys, again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Benjamin for the $2 donation, saying, I like the metaphor of the can in front of the class. The student is in front row and can make a shot easier. Not impossible from the back, but much harder. I like that too. I've never seen that one as well, but I absolutely like that. W's in the chat for Benjamin. Let's see here. Oh, that person left. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. The premise that I have is that America loves racism. It's simple. It's simple. America loves racism, and it is proven through the fascist government that we currently exist in. The Constitution is absolutely used as a tool for racism. Mass deportation is absolutely something that is used to uphold white supremacy. Capitalism and racism completely intertwined. And last but not least, the patriarchy. The patriarchy absolutely upholds racism. Red Hulk. RDC Hulk or whatever. I'm gonna mute you. Get in the box, coward. You said it's a joke. You're too much of a coward to get up here. I sent you a request. Get in the box. Get in the box. Stop being a coward. You guys love being thumb thugs, right? No one cares about you yip yapping in the chat if you can't get in the box and say it with your chest. You're a whole coward, and no one cares about your comments at all. At all. Hi, America First. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I disagree with mass deportation. I disagree with you saying that that is a racist thing, I guess.
Tool of white supremacy. Okay, cool. Tell me why you say that.
Well, pretty much I believe that it is good for Americans to support mass deportation because it shows that you have to get into this country legally. Mm-hmm. And honestly, I don't get why any American would be against that. I really don't.
Okay. Yeah. So the reason why Americans would be against mass deportation is because of the way that it has been done by this Trump administration, which is overwhelmingly negatively impacting not only undocumented immigrants, but Americans as a whole. And like literally Americans are being murdered, like shot in the face in broad daylight. And so the actions that are being engaged in are infringing on like infringing on human rights and also constitutional rights. At the same time, it's costing a shit ton of money without yielding effective results. So like, that's why, Americans would be like, nah, I don't fuck with that.
Okay, so is it the fact that you don't support it because it's how Trump administration running, or you don't support mass deportation as a whole, no matter if a Democrat or Republican is running it?
Yeah, so personally, I don't support it as a whole, no matter who's doing it. But legally and like reasonably understand, I don't support it because of the way the Trump administration is currently running it versus how it has been done in the past because of those infringements that I just spoke of.
Yes, sir. So I'd say, so if people came into this country illegally, you see the security problem that we probably would have if we just let anyone in or allow them to enter the country illegally and not deport them, You see the security problem with that, right?
No, I mean, as far as like understanding the actual risk that is that persists as far as like crime and things like that. I mean, I guess I would understand if undocumented immigrants committed more crime than or on average than like American citizens.
I heard that argument before. That argument, I'm sorry for interrupting, but that argument right there, I've heard it a lot. Honestly.
No, I'm not making that argument. I'm saying when I would agree with you. I'm saying like I would agree with you if one of these two things were true.
Yeah, but like why would we want to wait?
Listen to the whole sentence. Listen to the whole sentence. You have no idea where I'm going with this. I'm saying I would agree with you if one of these two things were true. If one, undocumented immigrants were committing more crime on average than American citizens, then I would be like, hell yeah, get them out, because like they're coming in here and they're bringing all the crime, and that's not happening. Or two, if they were actually deporting violent criminals with the deportation process they're currently engaging in, only 3 to 5% of the people that they are deporting are violent criminals. So like those two things like completely fly in the face of us targeting criminals coming into the country committing crime.
Yes, sir. I'd say that I wouldn't want to wait until that they are a majority committing the crimes in this country. I think we should deport them. Like, I think we should stick with it because, in my opinion, slap in the face to immigrants who have to wait 5 to 10 years to 15 years to actually get their citizenship, just for us to allow people to come here and be able to get all the benefits that people who actually had to work to get here. See, the thing is, I support immigration, but I do not support illegal immigration. So, and I know you heard that a lot with conservatives, Republicans, but my argument is I do believe that it should be easier for people to become citizens, because I do support immigration. But I believe it should be, I believe the Republicans are making it harder on people to become actual citizens, I think it should be
I was just about to say, like, literally, like the people that you support, like Trump, they're literally doing the opposite of what you're saying. They're not trying to.
Yeah, that's why I support 50. That's why I support like I wouldn't say 50% of what he supports, because I don't support him fully. I support certain policies, and then that's why
you can't sit here and say like, oh, like this is what I want, but then like support someone who's doing like not what you want. Again, I didn't even get to finish the sentence. You gotta let me finish a couple of these sentences.
Yes, sir.
The thing that I'm saying is it flies in the face that like Donald Trump isn't just targeting the undocumented immigrants. Like there's no focus on undocumented immigrants. There's a massive focus on decreasing legal immigration. Like that's the thing that he was overwhelmingly successful in his first administration, is slowing legal immigration, thank you for the cake, into the United States. And that's something that he's also been super successful in this term. And you see him targeting people like pricing out people ability to claim asylum, which is a legal process, right? So like he's completely going against even your stance as far as like, I believe in legal immigration. The Trump administration, they don't.
Well, yeah, I can see why that's exactly why I'm kind of shying away from him further and further. But I honestly do believe mass deportation is something like, and as a whole, no matter who's running it, I believe that it should be enforced, because there's laws to get into the country, stuff that you have to do to get into the country. And I understand that, it could be harder. Democrats said they was going to make it easier, but pretty much what they did was, let millions in the country without the actual like workaround that you have to go through. You have to actually go through a whole process, and they just let a lot of people into the country, and they didn't go through the exact process that people who have to wait 10 to 15 years to actually become a citizen.
Well, and you definitely shouldn't have to wait 10 to 15 years, but
yeah, and I think that's absolutely absurd.
Democrats actually worked on a piece of legislation to address like immigration and also the border. Joe Biden was elected and sworn in. He was sworn in January of 2021. And in February of 2021, they started working on a bipartisan piece of legislation, the Langford bill, in order to address the southern border, immigration, all of these other things. And Donald Trump reached out to his cronies in office and told them to actually shoot down this piece of legislation because he wanted to be able to run on immigration. And even though it was a Republican-led bill and there were a lot of victories in that bill for the Republican Party, they still shot it down because Donald Trump said, if we win office, if we win power in office, then we can create a truly Republican-based piece of legislation that addresses the border and also addresses the actual immigration. And they won. And since then, over a year later, there's been no mention or no piece of legislation put forward to address the border or immigration.
Yes, sir. I got a question for you. What would you do? How do you think we should go about it when actually enforcing deportation in general? How would you go about it? How do you think we should go about it?
I don't.
You don't think so
we
at
should
all?
do mass amnesty. Can you give me one benefit of mass deportation?
Well, I can give you what I think. I believe that it's safety. Says it for safety reasons.
I'm sorry. 1 second. Guys, you can stop spamming check his bio. I don't do that. I have no interest in checking his bio. I have like mods and people that look into those types of things. And so if it's something super important, then they'll get it to me. But I'm not going to sit up here and go through people pages or bios or stuff. So you don't have to spam that. My mods will check it out if it's something that's, you know, wild or whatever. Anyway, tell me one benefit of mass deportation that does not circulate around like an intangible benefit, like culture or whatever.
Well, I'd say that, like I said before, it was I think personally safety reasons and people, and I heard a lot of people make this argument that, you know, well, more American citizens commit more crimes than undocumented, you know. And I agree with that, but I would say, why we don't want to wait until that actually becomes a tanking, like, how would you put it in a sentence? Give me a sec. Like, we don't want that to rise, like more immigrants committing more and more crimes, because they do commit crimes. It's not a majority of the crimes that the Americans commit, but I understand that. And I tell people, I understand that, but we don't want to wait until to that pretty much reverses, you know?
Okay.
And that's my point.
But yeah, but like what I'm saying is, do you have like one tangible benefit of mass deportation? Because the reason why I take the opposite end of the spectrum as far as like mass amnesty is because I can like give you multiple benefits of mass amnesty, and even more so, I can give you multiple negatives of mass deportation. So can you give me like one actual tangible positive for mass deportation?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I really couldn't. And it was just that's my only thing that I can pretty much my only argument that I can bring to the table right there.
Okay. I'm gonna lay this out for you because I have you ever thought about mass amnesty?
Can you clarify that?
Yeah. I'll dig into that. Give me 2 seconds. Let me say a couple of thank yous, and then I will cover that with you. W's in the chat for Valerie. Valerie sent a $20 donation saying because fuck that guy for making you do all of that and then leaving. Exactly. He made me do all of that work and then said that he was gonna hit the pay links because Black people labor isn't free, and yet he never hit the pay links. And yeah, W's in the chat for Valerie. Thank you so much for the 20. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $5 donation saying Republican President Ronald Reagan granted legal status for nearly 3 million undocumented immigrants. I was literally, you stole my thunder, Benjamin. 3 million undocumented immigrants who resided in the United States since before 1982. This bipartisan legislation included employer sanctions for hiring undocumented workers. So even conservatives liked it. Exactly. Like that was a whole thing. W's in the chat for Benjamin. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 400,000 likes. Also, make sure you hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are driving to 100,000 followers. And it's only 132 people who have followed me on this live. I know for a fact that there's more than 132 people watching right now that do not follow me. So hit that follow button. If you like the live, if you want to see me again, click that follow button. Or even if you think like this guy is ridiculous, he has a stupid punchable face, cool, hit that follow button so you can see it, and you can hate watch or whatever. I don't care. All right. Mass amnesty. Mass amnesty would be the practice of giving undocumented immigrants who are currently in the country the ability, pathway to citizenship, and even more so, it would give us the ability to properly vet people to verify who they are. We can get an accurate count of undocumented immigrants in the country because there's like a big estimation as far as like how many undocumented immigrants are or are not currently in the country. And it allows us to properly integrate them into our society. With integrating them into our society, then they can actually, it would do things like positively impact the workforce, right? I mean, you would see, even though undocumented immigrants pay a large amount of federal taxes, it would increase the undocumented immigrants, or increase the people that are paying federal and state level taxes. And it would also eliminate the ability for companies or people to hire undocumented immigrants under the table, right? Because the biggest reason why they're able to hire undocumented immigrants under the table and pay them less is because they have the threat of deportation. If you eliminate that, then there's no way they can lowball them or, you know, say, oh, I'm going to hire undocumented immigrants instead of American citizens because I can pay them, you know, cheaper costs. They can't do that if they, you know, that threat no longer persists. Even with mass amnesty, it's more cheaper than mass deportation. Right now, we're spending about $98 billion yearly for this mass deportation. It would be a lot cheaper. And if we could actually do mass amnesty, the only people that wouldn't want to partake in mass amnesty is like the bad people, right? They would have something to hide and they would actually say, like, I don't want to come forward and get legal status because they're hiding from something. And so like then our efforts as far as like sending ICE out and trying to deport those people, not only would they be easier, they would be more focused, and even more so, like it would have the public support needed in order to do it. So like mass amnesty versus mass deportation is such a huge positive, because if you go mass deportation, you're going to negatively impact like the economy. You're going to negatively impact the society, the people that have been integrated into our country for years and years and years. And it's just so many different things. Did you know that like undocumented immigrants over the last 30 years has added $1.4 trillion towards debt reduction of our national deficit?
I did not know that.
Yeah, like there was a comprehensive study that was just completed by the Cato Institution for the last 30 years, and talking about like all these overwhelming benefits that undocumented immigrants and immigration as a whole has contributed. The point that I'm just getting across is like, if we go through the process of mass deportation, it's going to hurt us in so many different ways. Also, one last nugget I'll give you. Did you know the policies that the Trump administration is implementing, the way that they're trying to do things? Did you know there's already been a test case of that in Florida?
No, sir. Can you clarify more?
Yeah, Florida went through a lot of the same things as far as trying to eliminate undocumented immigrants from their state under Ron DeSantis. And what we actually saw was like a complete massive spike in inflation. Economically speaking, things were hurting. Like there was no one that was there to actually, get the food off of the farms and everything. So there were literally farms where food was just sitting there rotten. And it was just like, it was an overwhelmingly negative experience, so much so that Florida had to back off of their like mass deportation policies that they were trying to implement within the state. So like literally this has been done in recent history and shown to be overwhelmingly ineffective. But also, I mean, there's just so many negatives that come from mass deportation. Even if you just want to talk about the amount of money that America has to spend to do it versus like what benefits we get, like none of it makes sense.
So it was, what was the word again? Mass
amnesty. And to Benjamin's point, it's been done in our country one time before, and it was literally done by Ronald Reagan, who a lot of Republicans say like is the greatest Republican president ever. Like this was a bipartisan thing that was done between the Republicans and the Democrats. And like a lot of people not only loved it, but a lot of people benefited from it. So like, it's not something that's foreign, and it's not even something that like, oh, this is a Democrat thing. Like literally conservatives are the ones that championed this last time.
Well, I mean, that sounds like I'm gonna be honest, a way better way to go about it, honestly.
Yeah.
It do sound, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you just because I disagree on some things, but I'm gonna say that to me, that actually sounds way better and it should be enforced a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, I just think like a lot of people get caught up in a lot of like misconceptions. And like the one like caveat that I try to give people who believe that we should be going after like criminals and all this other stuff, like legitimately think about it. If you've been in the country and you've been here for like 10 years and you're offered legal status, would you just say no?
Sir, repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
If you've been in the country for 10 years as an undocumented immigrant, and you've been living your life and, working, and you somehow got a home, and, you got like kids that are in school, and you're part of your community, and someone says like, hey, you no longer have to be undocumented now, we're going to give you legal status. Would you just say no?
I would agree. I would take that.
Why would you say no though?
Why would I say no?
Yeah. What would be a reason for someone to say no?
I'm not actually sure. Like someone just, I've been a citizen for 10 years, I guess. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And then someone's offering me legal.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the most simplest take ever. If you become a citizen.
But see, then those people that refuse it, they're refusing it for a reason. Like there's a nefarious reason behind it, right? And so if there's a nefarious reason behind it, then those are the people that we want anyway. Like if we have that, then like there would be no pushback from the left as far as saying like, because the one thing that we can all agree on, whether you agree on mass deportation or not, like we don't want people who are in the country who have like bad intentions that are trying to actively harm people. We want them out of the country. Like
that's why I think ICE should be operated a little bit more better. I'd say we get somebody new to underpower to actually operate it a little bit more better. Because honestly, it's I don't agree with some of the things that they do, but the whole gist of the thing of them, what they supposed to represent, because it wasn't ICE like pretty much built how would you put this? Sorry. Is built for domestic terrorists and stuff like that. That's what they were built here for.
Yeah, ICE was originally created under Bush, and it was based in xenophobia, right? They say that it was targeting terrorists, but really they was just targeting brown people who were Muslims and who wore hijabs or whatever. Like it was a whole thing. But even more so, like the way that it's shifted from like the last couple of administrations to this current administration, that's the big problem, right? This current administration has strayed away from things that were done, like they expanded expedited removal, where it was like, expedited removal, put a focus on like undocumented immigrants that had been in the country for, I think it was like 2 weeks. Yeah. And they expanded it to like 2 years. And they also targeted the areas around the border. So again, they could focus on getting those people that had just got in the country, getting them out. And that's why they were so successful, where Donald Trump is focusing on the interior of the country. But then also they've been given coverage by like the Supreme Court to racially profile people. They've been told by like internal memos that they don't need warrants to enter people's premises anymore, which is fucking wild because of the, they're literally saying, hey, you can infringe on the Constitution, which is supposed to be like the law of the land, and what people on the right tout, like, sticking to the Constitution. But they're telling like these people, you no longer have to actually adhere to the Constitution. You can just enter people's premises. And so like the change of ICE under like this administration versus the change or how they have acted in the past, while I disagree with mass deportation, period, like I understand it. I mean, like I'm, intellectually honest. So while I may disagree with it, I understand the enforcement of it. But what I don't understand and which I can't get behind is like violating people's human rights or people's constitutional rights.
Yes, sir. I understand that. And the reason I'd say that no matter who's in charge, honestly, I think it's I think it's mostly that we have a problem with the government not actually caring for its people. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like the government, because the reason it's a lot of stuff why I have I agree with some policies that I agree with is because America isn't focused on its people at all. It's focused on foreign governments and all of this, and allowing. I kind of see the racism that they are doing, targeting certain people, the ICE and stuff. I see that, and then don't agree with it. Honestly, I believe we shouldn't target anyone because of their skin color. I'm not gonna lie, I'm African American myself. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want to be targeted at all based on my skin color. And I think that's the biggest problem we have with our government right there is we don't have anybody actually in charge who actually cares for the American people or people. We are an immigrant country. I'm not gonna lie, we allow people to come in and become a citizen. We're the only place that you can actually become an actual American citizen, you know, have your kids, and then they can become actual citizens of the country, be able to vote and all of that, do all of this extra stuff, which is why I think it should be easier for people to be able to become a citizen. And I don't get why the mass amnesty, is that how you pronounce it, sir?
Yeah, mass amnesty, absolutely.
That right there, I'm interested in that, actually. I will be doing some more research out there, this conversation on that. Yeah, because that one actually, how you put it, actually made a lot of sense, you know?
Yeah, and which, like, I think, and this is the thing that I tell a lot of people when it comes to like the left and the right, because a lot of people think that it's like, you know, fucking sports or whatever, like it's your side versus my side. The crazy thing about this is a lot of times, no matter which side of the aisle we land on, we want to see like Americans live a better life, right? But then the issue comes in as far as like what people decide, like their, you know, there's certain beliefs or whatever, and should those beliefs be perpetuated on others versus just being able to practice those beliefs. Like one great example that I love to tell people about is like when people talk about pro-life or pro-life or pro-choice, people think that like pro-choice means that, oh, everyone gets abortions. But the pro-choice stance is just saying like people have their own right to make their own decision. It's not saying that they like personally align with abortions. They just think that like people should be able to, you know, make their own decisions, which is a huge difference as far as like saying, this is what I believe in. I might talk about what I believe in, and I might say, you know, hey, this is what I think, but I'm not going to force you to believe in what I believe in. But, you know, at other times it's just like, well, I believe in this. And so since I believe in this, everyone needs to be restricted to this. Like those are like two different things.
Yeah, I understand that. You know, you actually put it way better than some other people that I actually debate. Me and you had a conversation way before a couple weeks ago. And how we was in Parker's live or Dean's live. You actually you explain stuff a little bit better than most people that I debate.
I think it's just different. And honestly, if I'm gonna be honest, it's because I'm almost 40. You know, I've lived a lot of life compared to a lot of people here. And he's also like, I grew up in the South. And so like being around and talking to Republicans isn't foreign to me. Like, it's just, you know, like how I live life. So I completely understand it. And I again, the premise that I truly believe in is that, and as Americans, we have more in common than we have apart. I think there's a lot of propaganda that has been used to divide people, and then also like misinformation, disinformation, and also fear. Like those things have been weaponized in order to like keep people from looking for accurate information, cause like a bunch of distrust, and even more so like being told like someone is taking something from you, that's why you can't do this, or someone is going to harm you and that's why you need to, you know, be proactive or whatever. Like the perpetuation of misinformation, disinformation, and fear has really gripped our country for like the last, I wouldn't even say like the last 20 years, I would say since 9/11. Like, I think that that's been like a massive push, and it started at the 9/11, and it's been like overwhelmingly ratcheted up within like the last 10 years.
Yes, sir. I just wish there was a party where both, like, you know, it kind of unites citizens together. You know, I really wish, because I feel like the Republican and Democrat Party has did nothing but years, but just divide people.
Well,
you
listen,
know,
if you want to keep it funky, because even though I may vote Democrat, I'm not a Democrat, right? I'm a leftist, and that's only because like I believe in progression, and not only do I believe in progression, I think that like the two-party system is set up to balance power back and forth between the two, right? Yeah. There was a great analogy that was used by one of my friends, Solid, who talked, I don't know if you like wrestling, but I fucking love wrestling, but he talked about like heels and faces, right? Do you know anything about wrestling?
Just a tiny bit, not too much.
Okay, so in wrestling, the heels are the bad guy, and then the faces are the good guy, right? And it's choreographed to like, you know, go back and forth or whatever. But a lot of the time they put the title on the heels, the bad guys, right? Because if you had it on the good guys, the faces, for too long, then it becomes stale. But you can create a better story as far as like the good guys fighting adversity and failing and failing and failing, and then finally getting to the top of the mountain and winning the championship, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the same premise as far as like the Democrats and the Republicans. And when the Republicans are in power, like they can do the fucked up shit they want to do, but the Democrats, they can raise money based off of the fact like, hey, send me your money. We're going to take these guys down. If you guys send us your money, we're going to like do the thing. And like, that's a whole thing. And so like the two-party system is fucked because like, there's no way in hell that two parties can properly represent the diversity that we have throughout our entire country. Like if we could ever make it to ranked choice voting, like that would be so beneficial to our country. Like having the ability to actually, you know, stack people and all this other stuff based off of like, you know, individual beliefs and all this stuff. Like even that's when people try to vote like third party, like the Green Party, that's so fucking stupid. But ranked choice voting would actually be super beneficial.
That sounds interesting because so far what I've seen with Democrats and Republicans, because I've actually went to a couple of rallies on both sides actually just to try to talk to some people and get people's side because I'm trying to get more into politics myself. And I kind of want to do something crazy and run for mayor of my town and try to get a little experience into politics, you know. Yeah. And I've gotten pretty much views on both sides, and it's so much aggression on both sides that you can see the division, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of that's manufactured. If like again, if I'm gonna keep it funky with you, there's so many people that profit off of division, and that's why you see so many people that actually perpetuate division. Because because of the actual like the way that have you ever heard the term if it bleeds it leads?
No, sir.
So that's a term that's used in like news and media or whatever, and basically saying like that if it's something that is like attention grabbing, bloody or whatever, then that's going to be like the first story that they talk about at the top of the news or whatever. Right. It's literally just saying like this thing is so it grabs so much attention that we're going to push it forward ahead of everything else. And that's what the divisiveness is in this country today. Right. People understand that like there's so many people that know that they can capitalize and make money off of divisiveness. And so that's why you have a lot of people that say and do things that they don't truly believe, but they just want to make a dollar.
See how you're putting all of this is actually making a lot of sense. You know, I will follow you because you actually kind of want to hear more of your debates on different people's point of views and stuff. See what type of like different people that come in with different views and see how they argue. See how because it's really interesting. And yeah, I see how like where you coming from. It's making a lot of sense, and I want to learn more from you.
Yeah, no. Listen, you're welcome. But I would be remiss if I didn't keep it all the way funky with you, especially because I feel like we've had a really good conversation and I've enjoyed it. But I got to keep it funky, right? I have a question, and this is just based off of what the people were spamming in the chat, and one of my mods did reach out to me, but I told him like you have been good faith. Actually, you've been the best debate that I've had all day. Hell, you've been the best debate that I've had in like at least a week easy. Where like it wasn't contentious and it was like real challenging of ideas and pushing back and forth. So like I appreciate you for that.
Yes, sir.
But that bio.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the bio is. I mean, I'm positive you know the America First thing. Yeah, it's a party I run. Well, kind of something that I'm kind of somewhat agreeing with some of the stuff they saying. Like, you know, okay, so the bio that I understand that. I see where people are coming at me like that. I'm not a
Nazi.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. It's just that. So I have got called anti-Semitic a lot based on me just agreeing with, you know who James Fishback is, governor running for Florida and stuff, and stuff that he's running.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
I've got called anti-Semitic a lot, so I just start feeding into it and trolling people by putting that in my bio. Yeah, well, so they
one thing that I will say though is like putting the 88, even if it is a troll, like I get it, but like you know. Perpetuation of like, especially as a black man, perpetuating being a Nazi like that's super fucking harmful. Even more so, like if you're serious about wanting to like run for politics in the future, you should probably really think about not only taking that out of your bio, but like being more intentional with the things that you do and say. I mean, you sound like a really intelligent young man, and you could have a hell of a future in front of you, but you don't want to do things today that would actually stifle your future. And again, I'm gonna keep it funky with you because I would be a shitty person if I didn't. Black people don't get the grace.
Yes, sir.
We don't get the same grace as others. And so things that may, kind of bite us in the ass in the moment tend to live with us throughout the years versus, a young white man can do something that's kind of fucked up in the moment and he might get backlash, for days or weeks or whatever, but at some point they're going to be able to move on. So just, even if it is a troll, like, just be careful, especially if like this is something that you are truly interested in. I just would hate to see you limit it based off of like giving somebody the middle finger. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I understand. It's the reason why I'm gonna just, you don't mind if I give you like a quick statement on why I agree with that? Yeah, it's pretty much why I agree with the party is because they're America, America first. They've proven that, hey, we are pretty much trying to put America first and not foreign governments. So
listen, if I'm a listen, you said that you're gonna come back and listen and learn. I hope you do. Did you know America First is absolutely based in racism?
Yeah, I've done the research on it. Yeah.
Oh, and so you know about the KKK and the perpetuation of
America
First?
I've done the research on it.
Oh my God, bro, they're not talking about us. They're literally not talking about us when they say America First. Like I get what you're saying, but they're not thinking about us.
Yeah,
that's the fucked up part. Because, and I've even said this in the past, like, America First should be like a nonpartisan issue. Like, again, we should want Americans to live happy, healthy, safe lives. But then there's just certain people who say that, and they're not talking about like all Americans. They're just talking about this specific group of Americans, which is like, that's what the fuck,
Yes, sir. And I understand that. I understand that. Yeah, that's why I try to be kind of open-minded with people. Yeah, but that 88, that's just a troll. People kept on giving me a title because I disagree with supporting Israel completely.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. My grandma used to always tell me, it's not what they call you, it's what you answer to. And so, like, hell, someone could call you apparently I'm a racist, right? People tell me now, just because I talk about like racism and I talk about like how Black people are being negatively impacted, apparently I'm a fucking racist, but like, I don't respond to that because it's stupid. And just the whole point, like, who gives a shit what people are calling you? Like, live up to being the best person that you can be. Fuck them.
Yes, sir. Because recently when I got into politics, I've started getting a lot of backlash on my like, not even before I had that in my bio, because like I told you, I go out and I interview people, ask people of their I want to get both sides of views, but I kind of got it kind of got into like a scuffle at left because I guess they assumed that I was there to pretty much protest against what they was protesting against. And these two dudes, they kind of beat me up a little bit because I was by myself, and that's why I'm kind of going anti-left a little bit, because they was wearing masks and stuff. I don't know. They was just there, and I was just there to ask questions, and it kind of went left really fast, I'd say, and then so it's kind of hard to support people like that and looking to like actually like support them. And I'm like, all right, bro, I wasn't even here. I was here in actually good faith to actually see what's your side. Cause I'd like to post some of the videos that I got. Cause I got like 3-hour long videos that I'm gonna like start posting clips on my TikTok of interviews. Yeah. So I kind of got beat up when I was just there to ask questions, and they was like, get out my face. And then they threw something at me, and then one person came up at me, and then multiple people started. And then police came in. It was a lot. So it was, don't know who the guys were because they were wearing masks. So it was.
Okay. Well, so I'll say this, you said you're going to give me a follow. I hope you do. I hope you stick around and you learn more and all this other stuff. I would love, again, especially as a young Black man, if you are being genuine, then I more than welcome you into our community and how we do things. But one thing that I will say is that, like, again, that 88 got to go. Right? That 88 got to go. And then we got to.
I removed that because that was just a troll thing. I'm not actually that, but it's just some of the ideas, not with that, but with the name and stuff of my profile, that type of stuff I kind of somewhat agree with. But I'm interested in learning more. I gave you a follow earlier.
Okay.
So I will be,
Well, listen, if you're truly interested, hang around, make those changes. You can come back up at some point. I mean, if you have any other ideas that you want to like kick around and we can challenge that and we can move it forward. Like I said, I think that there's a huge opportunity, especially if you are genuine in the things that you're saying. I think that like leaning into, anything right wing is absolutely not the fucking way to go. And even with being, on the left side of the wing, I don't agree with Democrats. I think Democrats are weak. I think that they are happy with like a status quo and all this other stuff. Again, I think that we need a further push to the left. And I think if the Democratic Party ever wanted to be successful, then they need to go further left and do things that like help everyday Americans. They need to provide universal health care. There needs to be like a public option for higher education, like so many other things. And the only reason that I vote Democrat is because of harm reduction. As a black man, like harm reduction is how I go. But anyway,
Yes,
I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. But like you remove those things, you're welcome to be a part of the community. We can talk more. I would love to challenge your ideas in the future and hopefully, get you to look at things a little bit different.
Yes, sir. It was nice talking with you.
Likewise. Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
For people questioning the bio or like why I chose to continue to have him up here or whatever, first and foremost, like I said, I'm not interested. I'm not one of those type of people that goes and like searches people bios or their like follower lists or reposts or whatever like that. I have no interest in doing that. And then also having conversations, I say this all the time, I match energy, right? And so if someone's coming to perpetuate harm or to like openly do the fucked up shit, then I'm going to shut it down each and every time. And like him saying that, it's a troll, we'll see. Hopefully he genuinely means that. And hopefully he learned from that. And then, we can move forward and all this other stuff. But just, yeah, like that's the whole thing. And that's why we continue to do so. And we'll see what happens. We'll absolutely see what happens. If he
How
ever
are you,
makes
Santana?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I actually talked to you earlier. I'm Mo, and I have to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mo,
sorry for the inconvenience.
No. You're good. You're good. Can you give me like 2 seconds to say thank you to a couple of people and then we can get into it?
Of course. I'll be more than happy.
Perfect. Debbie's in the chat for the coin guy. What up? Who sent a $19.99 super chat to say massive W to Santana for seeing the bio, but allowing the guest to explain and staying level-headed. This is part of the reason why we love you so much. Thank you. I mean, again, if it would have been a case of like, if I would have gotten red flags earlier, or if I would have even sensed that like he was being disingenuous, or like people come up and they try to do the weird shit. Like I will stop them from doing the weird shit. And I never got that. That's the only reason I gave him any type of grace to continue the conversation. But W's in the chat. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Andrea for the $3 donation saying, love you. I love you more. Thank you for the money gun. I love you so much more. Thank you so much for the $3 donation. W's in the chat for Michael for the $5 donation. Texas Cowboy 091 chat. Texas Cowboy 091 did send a $5 donation, said as I promised. Okay, you're right. He actually did send that donation like he promised for the labor. So W's in the chat for him. He lived up to it. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $5. W's in the chat for Anna for the $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, truly appreciate all you do. Ooh, yeah. You know what? I saw that. And I've been looking into that as well, Anna. I've been looking into that as well. So yeah, I think that's a thing, but I'm going to check it out. Thank you so much for the $5 donation and that. Holy fuck, guys. Holy shit. Massive W's in the chat for Jason Z852. Holy fuck. Jason, massive W's in the chat for Jason for the $150 donation. What the fuck? Jason sent a $150 donation saying, damn it, I didn't read the second part. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll keep the rest of the message to myself. Rest of the message to myself. But thank you so much. That is fucking insane. I'm so sorry. I saw the first part and I saw like that, and I'm so sorry, but holy fuck, thank you so much. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you for the love, the kindness, and those amazing words. And absolutely, holy shit, thank you so much. W's in the chat for you. And guys, fucking W's in the chat for Irene. What up, Irene? Irene sent a $10 donation saying, love that debate. Thank you for working to change minds instead of just kicking. I've lived in NYC and love ranked choice voting. I know, right? I'm so jealous you guys get to do that. I was unsure about it, but it really makes the system much better and more fair. It encourages voters to get away from, get way more informed, strengthens the whole system. Like it literally does. Ranked choice voting is fucking based. W's in chat for Irene. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Hit that follow button. We are driving to 100,000 followers. 2.1 thousand of us in here. If you're not following me, hey, thank you for the galaxy. If you're not following me, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. All right, Mo. Welcome back. I can't remember where our conversation was. So which topic did you wanted to actually engage in?
Yeah. Santana, quick question. Mm-hmm. So I do support Donald Trump, okay? But if we can debate on his foreign policies, I can do that. If you want, we can debate on the mass deportation. And we can debate on so many things, whatever you like. But I don't see foreign policy included in the box. So I don't know if you want to include it.
What foreign policy are you talking about specifically?
Like in general, the way he acts. Because okay. I think I have a different point of view, different perspective.
Sure, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
Hey, Farah, we're not going to do things that way. Faru, I'm sorry. Guys, what we will not do is perpetuate harm towards anyone just because they have opposite position of us. So just like we don't engage in like homophobia or anything, to speak to, I'm sorry, I'm talking to the chat. Homophobic to people, homophobia to people who may be opposition or any ableism towards people that are opposition. We're not going to dehumanize people based off of like their accent or whatever the case may be. Like that is so fucked up, and we don't do that here. So stop it in the chat, or like my mods, I know they saw it and they will check it. You will be muted if you continue to do that, or you will be, kicked out. Like we don't do the fucked up shit here in the chat. Like that's not us. I say that I have the best chat on TikTok because I mean it. And since I have the best chat on TikTok, I hold you guys to a higher standard than any other chat. So lock the fuck in, chat. All right, sorry.
Thank you so much, Santana. Just to make things clear, I'm from the Middle East, but I was born in the USA. Okay, yeah. My mother is from the United States, and my father is from the Middle East, and I live.
No, you're good. Yeah. You don't have to explain yourself. I just wanted to make sure that like that's not happening in the chat. Anyway, go ahead. What were you saying?
Thank you so much. So yeah. So, Santana, the main reason why I do support Donald Trump is because of my understanding of the political situation for these past 5 decades, okay? After long research and long analysis, I came up to a conclusion that we live around predators, okay? And in order... Yeah.
Yes, we do, including Donald Trump.
Yeah, you're right. And where was I? Yeah, we live around predators, and in order to live around predators, we need to be predators ourselves. Yeah, I will explain to you. I swear, it seemed like confusing for a bit, but I will explain to you. Okay. So I'm coming. So yeah, after this, we all know that politics is the most unmoral and most disgusting thing that was created or ever done by human being. Am I right?
No. Not politics. I mean, like, slavery was pretty fucked up.
I don't know about slavery.
Colonization is really fucked up.
Yeah, this is
like, I don't know if I can agree with that one.
This is all includes in politics.
Okay. I guess if you're putting that all under one accord, then sure.
Yeah, this is politics. So
religion is kind of fucked too.
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you where I'm trying to come from. Okay. So after my exposure, as I told you, I lived in the Middle East. Okay, so we were exposed to the foreign governments and the foreign policy from the United States, Israel, the Europeans. So we were really exposed, and I really saw what was happening in real life. Okay, so what I was saying is, after all of this, I concluded that we cannot mix humanity with politics. Okay, this is something impossible to do. Because if we are here demanding United States or Trump to take ethical actions in regards of his foreign policies, then I think we as a country, we will get harmed, because other countries, they are taking unethical actions and they will have the lead on the United States. I think that's my point of view. Now, am I with it? No, but is this the best thing to do to protect our community and our country? Yes, because it doesn't make sense to ask the United States to be ethical, while other countries like China, all the countries from Saudi Arabia, every countries take unethical actions. So my point of view is that if we take ethical actions and other countries will still behave in a way unethically, they will have a lead on us and they will be in power. So this is my point of view.
Okay, so just to make sure I have this correct, your premise is that just because there's no ethics and morals in politics, and the fact that international politics is an eat or be eaten situation.
Yeah, that's right. That's very right.
Yeah, you support someone who is absolutely reprehensive under the guise of thinking that he is a international political shark. Is that accurate?
Can you say it again? I didn't really understand what you said.
You basically think that he's a strong immoral leader that could actually outclass the other immoral leaders around the world.
Yes, that's true. It doesn't mean I like him personally. It doesn't. I like him as a politician. Okay, because in order to compete with other unmoral politicians, you need to have an unmoral leader. That's my point of view. I'm really happy to hear your point of view and see like the contradictions. You know what I mean? That's my point. That's my point of view that I got from my exposure in wars. Like myself, my school got bombed like twice when I was 5 years old. Okay, so I was really exposed to it, and that's my point of view.
Yeah. So I would say this, right? While I completely disagree with the premise that we need to have someone like him who is just as who would perpetuate as much violence or whatever the case may be. Like, I disagree with that premise on its face. Like, even taking a look at what Donald Trump is about and what he's done and how he's actually implementing things, not only in his current administration, but in the past, he's shown that he's an ineffective leader, and not just with international policy, right? Okay. He's an ineffective leader domestically. And so the question that I always have for people is like, what's the line of demarcation? Where do you sit here and say like, oh, him being like an asshole that's going to out asshole other assholes, like this doesn't benefit us because not only is he just being an asshole, but he's causing American jobs. He's causing American healthcare. He's devaluing the United States dollar. He's, causing trade wars and breaking allyships across the globe. Like, there has to be some type of point where you sit here and say, well, maybe the fact that, he can out asshole the assholes isn't necessarily a good thing if he's fucking up everything else around us.
Now, I get what you're saying, but in regards of the domestic policies, I'm not very informed, okay, or educated about them. What I really know is about the mass deportation and ICE. And
let me throw this one at you then. Donald Trump has changed the direction of the United States as far as U.S. aid. Do you know what we use U.S. aid for?
USA?
U.S. aid.
U.S. aid, like do you mean about the federal aids, or what do you mean?
Yeah, USAID, it's the organization where the United States would actually do outreach programs and different things for other countries.
Okay. For example, can you give me an example that?
Yeah, example was the United States would actually sponsor like PBS or Sesame Street in Middle Eastern countries.
Okay.
Like they would actually pay for Sesame Street to be broadcasted in those countries.
Okay, he stopped them?
Yeah, like that, or even like other countries that have like low vaccination rates that would provide like vaccines for countries that couldn't afford them. And so they can, help root out common things that we've abolished within the United States. Yeah. And then that would be something that's spread. Like, do you know the reason why those types of things are so important?
Why?
Because it's soft power. Soft power is the implementation and spread and the influence of, the United States and the rhetoric and ideology without having to use the stick, which the stick is the military force. Like it's getting things done and actually, perpetuating the American exceptionalism or whatever without having to like force it on people. It's literally, I hate to be, so blatant, but it's like brainwashing other countries into believing like America is good, right? Okay. Yeah. And so Donald Trump cut off U.S. aid, eliminating a large majority of our soft power on the global stage. Do you know who stepped up and filled that vacuum?
No, I'm not informed about this.
China. China literally stepped in and filled that power vacuum for soft power that the United States had left, right? And so they started stepping in and working with other countries as far as like vaccinations, and started like at one point there was like, hey, we'll take the lead as far as negotiations for Ukraine and Russia to stop the war in Ukraine. Like China literally stepped up and said, hey, we're gonna take all of these things and we're gonna be the world leaders. We're gonna be the ones that's helping the world. And they didn't do that out of like the kindness of their hearts. They did that out of the ability to spread the Chinese empire or whatever through soft power, which is ultimately overwhelmingly beneficial, right? Because there's a saying, you catch more flies with honey than salt, which isn't true. You catch more flies with shit. But anyway, like having that, it's easier to, and again, I hate saying it like this, but it's fucking truth. It's easier to indoctrinate someone if you can actually have them believing that you're doing something that benefits them and that's, kind for them versus like forcing them into that thing.
Yeah. So I do agree with you. Donald Trump shouldn't retrieve from giving aids to these Middle Eastern country.
Well, no, it's not just Middle Eastern countries. Like I was just giving that as an example,
general,
but
in general,
he limited the soft power, but like that's just one thing. Like there's multiple things as well.
But like here, yeah, you can continue.
Well, let me throw. There's two other quick things, and I'll run through those really quick. Of course. One thing that he did was he alienated our partnership with Canada so much that Canada has now created alliances with China. Right. And so Canada is now actually it has reduced tariffs on China and is looking to actually do more trade back and forth with China. And they also did a deal with Mexico where they cut out the United States as a whole. And they use a waterway to transfer stuff back and forth from China and Mexico instead of bringing it through the U.S. where, like we would get, cut on it and taxes and all this other stuff. And so like he's alienated our partners to push us to other directions. And then last but not least, like he's hurt us domestically and internationally at the same time, right? When he started the trade war with the trade war with China, China was the biggest importer of American soybeans. And in Q3 of 2025, China bought like no soybeans. And so American farmers were overwhelmingly negatively impacted. And so what China did was turn around and made a deal with Argentina to import soybeans. And so they didn't have to come back to the U.S. and continue to import soybeans or rely on the U.S. anymore. They found another partner. But at the same time, Donald Trump gave Argentina $40 billion to prop up their government. And so not only did they were able to stay afloat, but also like they took away business from Americans.
There's a sound, yeah. There was a sound. I couldn't hear you. Yeah, I can.
Oh, yeah. I was saying that he propped up Argentina by giving them 40 billion, and Argentina got that deal with China. So like it was a win-win for them. While like it created more alliance between China and Argentina, while also hurting the American people. Like it was just massively negatively impacting.
Okay. So you're right about the soft power. Okay. Again, I'm gonna say it. We shouldn't retrieve from these medical aids or wherever because.
Hey, David, you got
Is there an
echo? Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm gonna pass it to you in just a moment after you finish that. But check your echo. Sorry, go ahead and finish.
Yeah, as I said, it wasn't a good idea to retrieve from this soft power situation because, as you said, it's very important. It's another way of approach than hard power. Okay. But in regards of how hard power, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on, okay? For example, when Trump took the presidency in 2024, he was president in 2024, yes?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. No, he wasn't. No, Biden was president from 2021 until January 2025. What am I talking about? No, it's Biden.
He was like the election ended in 2024. That's what I was saying. So.
Oh yeah. He got elected in 2024. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So the day that he took the office, I'm talking internationally based on foreign policies. Okay, the Middle Eastern map changed. Okay, for example, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, and Iraq. They were all countries influenced and supported and controlled by China, Russia, and Iran. When Donald Trump took the office in November 27, 2024, the Secretary General, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, was assassinated. He's the Secretary General of Hezbollah, if you're aware of Hezbollah, the Lebanese militia. Okay. And these militias were supported by Iran and they literally controlled Lebanon. So it was a coordinated assassination between the CIA and the IDF. And when they assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, they appointed a Lebanese president who studied in NDU, National Defense University. Okay. So now the US, under Trump administration, they have full access on a country as Lebanon that shares strategic borders with Israel. And that's a good thing for USA. It doesn't mean I support Israel. I think that's a good thing for the United States. And after that, in Syria, let's go to Syria.
Wait. So just to make sure I have this correct, you're saying that your thought process is that the balance of power shifted in the Middle East because Donald Trump was elected.
Because he took the right decisions and knew how to use his power in the Middle East.
What decisions did he make with just being elected? I mean, like he didn't have any power.
He gave military orders to conduct these operations.
He couldn't give any military orders if he didn't have power. You said that this happened in 2024. He didn't take power until January 2025.
Sorry, in 2025. Sorry, November 27, 2025. I was wrong in my dates.
Okay.
Wait, Hassan,
go ahead, David. I'm gonna give it to you for a moment.
Yeah, can I continue, please?
Well, no. Let David hop in there for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I got here a little late, but I just want to make sure I understand prior to because I wanted to make a quick correction because Hassan Nasrallah, he mentioned the general of Hezbollah.
General Security of Hezbollah.
Yes.
Secretary General.
He was taken out in Beirut, September of 2024, correct?
No.
No?
November 27. Let me check.
Hold on. Yeah, September 27, 2024.
September 24. Yes. Sorry, I got my information wrong.
Yeah, that wasn't Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
But just so just so I understand, you like Donald Trump because you believe that we should conduct our foreign policy with an iron fist. Iron fist, sorry.
With what? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But that is to prevent what?
But because this is the political situation, you know what I mean? Everyone, every countries, every government, they're acting in a unmoral, unethical way. So you cannot ask from your government to act in an ethical way, because that will give the lead to the other countries. I'm not with this political situation. It doesn't mean that I'm with controlling the world with the iron fist, but this is the situation and we need to act by it. You know what I mean? Like, we don't, face the reality. That's what I'm trying to say. It's unhuman. I don't like it. I don't support it. And when I hear the news or when I hear the Trump policies, I get mad sometimes. But when I think about them in a political perspective, I justify them in a political way. That's my point of view. If you have like any other point of view, I would be more than happy to hear your opinion.
So, well, I think that you're operating from like a realist perspective of international relations, and I believe that there's like not just a kernel of truth, but there's a lot of truth to that. A lot of the countries do operate within their self-interest, even if it's in violation of IOs, right? Like the established norms. Those things don't really matter. We saw it in the case of Russia when they decided to invade Ukraine, recently with the United States when they decided to take out Venezuela. But when we act out in this way, to me, it kind of fogs up the idea of what we're trying to get to. It feels as if we're getting closer and closer to that point where the water boils over the pot and you make a huge mess and it's a tragedy. That to me is instability. That to me is insecurity. You want some level of predictability in international relations. You want to build, you want to further diplomatic relations with those countries, even if they are adversaries. Because now that Venezuela has been taking over, for example, which is an instance of foreign policy ruling over the world with an iron fist, that level of unpredictability is not only going to have our adversaries on edge, but it's going to have our allies on edge. It's going to make them question our actions. It's going to make them question our honesty. And that's not something you want. You want to bring the world to some dream reality of peace and tranquility. Just rising tensions doesn't do that. It does the opposite. It drags us away further from that goal, you know?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, you can talk.
I was just going to say, like, not only do I completely agree with David, I think, like, combining those things, right? The alienation of, like, other countries, their sovereignty.
What's the alienation?
Meaning, what's a better way of saying besides alienating them?
Consider it like a disconnect, but it's more significant than that, because they believe that they might no longer align with you and your goals.
I got a violation warning.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta kick you.
No, this is a good combo. I never talk about foreign policy, man.
I don't know what he got it for. Holy shit. All right. Hey, if you have another account, come back on the other account. I'll get you back up here. I don't know what that was about. Holy fuck.
Yeah. I was going to mention.
You have to come on another account and I can get you up here. Sorry, go ahead, David.
Yeah. I was going to mention how we're like destroying our relationships with Canada and the EU. Greenland was the first thing that came to mind when you said alienation.
Yep.
And that's true.
That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah. And I like that you mentioned the power vacuum. And USAID as well as UNRWA. I believe when we pulled out from the civil rights org, right? UNRWA funding was also shut down when Trump. It was it was a long time. It was like a year ago. So that's not even a long time, but so much stuff has happened. It feels like a long time ago.
It's been 1 million years in this last year, David.
Exactly.
Yeah. What are you up to?
No, I just got back from class. Literally talking about Middle Eastern politics. We were covering Sadat and like what followed the Third Arab-Israeli War. We ended up on his inevitable unaliving, and I just thought like this like perfectly fell into that. Where was the guy from? The guest?
He said, I forgot which Middle Eastern country he was from. But he was born here in the U.S. And his mom was an American citizen. His dad was from the Middle East. But I forgot where he said.
Oh, well, that's a legal immigrant in the eyes of Trump.
Yeah.
He's legal. One of them is legal. One of the parents is legal. Okay.
What up, Dan?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just came up really quick because I'm getting filtered in the chat, which lends credence to what I think the person got flagged for. Because if TikTok's filtering in the chat, then maybe that's why he got flagged. I believe they said they heard and then repeated alien nation rather than alienation. And alienation is getting filtered in chat. So, and now that I think about it, I probably shouldn't be saying it. If
you're ready to get flagged.
I was just about to say, Dan, I might have to drop you down. I was just going to say, text it to me. But
I don't know why I didn't think about that. That makes more sense. All right. That's all.
all right. I appreciate you, Dan.
Have a good one, everybody.
Have a good one.
Guys, follow Santana, follow David. Bye.
Amen. Follow Dan. Send him $1 million.
Athena, you missed it. He's already gone now. Like I just saw your message, you missed it. David, what's going on? Are you hanging out or are you going to skedaddle?
I was going to ask you. It's fully up to you. It's like an hour before I go to the gym, so I was wondering if you'd be down.
Right. You know.
All right, man.
It was international politics, and so that's why it was right up your alley. I thought that you would have like super enjoyed that one, but you left right when I was about to send you it, and then you just got. I know. Sorry, I was talking to Athena. Okay, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I see 2 people in the request. I don't think they mean to be in the request. I'm going to check anyway. Oh, this person is gone.
Oh my God, Reuters is a paywall now?
Yeah, they do. I saw that.
That's tragic. What? Ghislaine Maxwell was in a closed-door deposition today? Well, I'm so confused.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, she appeared by video link from prison and invoked her Fifth Amendment right, refusing to answer substantive questions in a closed deposition before the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee today.
Hey, Santana, I was going to let you know, man, I'm muted for some reason in the chat. I don't know why. Maybe it was an accident. I'm not really sure what I did. I said let him cook when you were talking to the guy with the 88 in his name, and then I just I'm not sure.
All right, I'll unmute you, but watch out because
appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Again, I won't be able to help you.
Sorry,
Right,
man.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Just Alpha. What up, Just Alpha? Who sent a $5 super chat? Say hello, Santana. Hello, chat. I don't have much time. I'm currently in Dallas waiting for my flight to South Carolina for basic training. Are you going to Jackson? Not Fort Jackson. Yeah. W's in the chat, Just Alpha. Have a safe flight. Enjoy my home state and enjoy Columbia. W's in the chat for Robert for the $5 donation saying go Hawks. See you at the parade Wednesday. I don't know if I might go to the parade. I don't know. But Seahawks did win. W's in the chat. Guys, again, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. We got David hanging out here, guys. And if you don't know David, he is fucking awesome. So make sure you give him a follow. Give him a follow. I promise you, has some of the best content and debates. And also he fills the gaps in between the debates, the best that I've ever seen. So make sure you guys are showing him some love. Can we please immediately get him over 1,000 coins? Like there's 2.2 thousand of us here.
Goodness.
Exactly. Get him over 1,000 coins. Also, mods, can we please go ahead and grab his pay links and get him running in the poll in the bio? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And the point is that America loves racism, right? It's a fact. And when I say that because the government, right, we currently have a fascist government. They use the Constitution as a tool to perpetuate racism. Mass deportation is a tool of white supremacy and it upholds racism. Capitalism and racism, they're like this. They're intertwined. And last but not least, the patriarchal system. While the patriarchal system perpetuates harms on so many different groups, it absolutely perpetuates harms on, it absolutely perpetuates racism. So if you disagree with any of those things on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. While we're waiting, one thing that I did want to cover with people, and we didn't get to this earlier while we were talking about the Super Bowl yesterday, right?
Amen.
And, right. Something that I saw people were losing their shit over a couple of different things. And one thing that I saw people losing their shit over, which I was like, got it. People were losing their shit that Coco Jones actually sung Lift Every Voice, which is known as the Black National Anthem, right? And so people were really, they were super mad that Lift Every Voice was sung, which, like, a couple weird things about that. One, Lift Every Voice is always sung, including with the national anthem. So, like, that's not a new thing. But also, two, like the fact that people have a issue with singing Lift Every Voice, while it literally highlights not only America, but it highlights like Black people's role in America because of how it was written and how it continues to, uphold the Black contribution to America. It was super interesting. And I personally found it offensive that they would say it, because Lift Every Voice was actually written by one of my fraternity brothers. So there's that. Salcall, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Salcall, are you a Trump supporter? Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. Yeah, sorry, let me see about this person. No, Swan, absolutely not. Mac, are you
I'm
a
so
Trump
sorry.
supporter or disagree? Okay.
No, I don't know why I'm in the queue at all. I'm so sorry.
Okay. No worries, I'll drop you down.
You have to deport them right now.
But the actual premise of like saying that you don't want America to be, that's what, like, the whole idea that you didn't want Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl when he is a Grammy winner and one of the biggest superstars in the world. Yep. If you ever wanted to highlight like American exceptionalism, like being able to come from a position where you're at the bottom and you make it to the highest levels throughout all of these different things, like that's the American success story that you should be highlighting. But instead they want to disenfranchise and say like, oh, he's not American, because they don't understand that Puerto Rico is a part of America, and even more so because he didn't do the Super Bowl in English versus him doing it in Spanish.
I think this is the first disagreement ever. I think they know he's from Puerto Rico, but this is
they
in
just
line.
don't know Puerto Rico's in the U.S.
And here's the thing. Well, I feel like average MAGA probably doesn't, but people like Benny Johnson, people like Tim Pool, people like all these huge pundits, they know Puerto Rico's a U.S. territory. But just like every other issue that they have with a minority singing the Black National Anthem, which like is the name given to that song, and Benito performing at the Super Bowl, it doesn't represent the America they want. It represents what America is. And his final closing message, where he mentions all the countries from the bottom of South America through Central all the way up to Canada, they don't like that. They don't want the unity across all the continents. They don't want these things. And you see it in Benny Johnson's tweet. He says, he said, worst of all, no songs you can ever sing along to, because no songs were in our language.
Yep.
Our language. It's not talking about America, just us, just the Republican voters. It's fucking stupid.
Hey, just Michelle, I sent you an invite. Accept that invite. Get up here. Nana, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Nana, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? All right, I think that might have been an accident. I'm gonna drop you down. Nana, Michelle, I sent you an invite. Get up here. You said, oh, it's because you're perpetuating racism. It's so interesting that like when Black people, like when we start calling out racism and we talk about like the way that we're being harmed, like all of a sudden we're being racist, and all of a sudden like you guys have a problem. Like it's super weird that that's when like things come up when we're actually sitting here calling it out. That's when like it's us being one way or the other. Oh, I think that person isn't here. Like I always find that like super interesting. Yeah, W's in the chat for Elite Gunner for the $5 donation, saying keep cooking. Glad you're doing good this week. And did you see the Trump review on Halftime Show? Yep, I was just going to talk about that.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I guess he wanted to watch it to review it while being against it. Sheesh, exactly. W's in the chat for Kelsey for the $1 donation, saying the two different halftime shows remind me of white people saying They want their own fountain. Want their own fountains. Yeah, but like also, shit wasn't good. Man, shit was so bad. It was so bad.
It was so bad.
W's in the chat for Joe, who's in a $4 donation. Saying, OMG, my two favorite liberals together. It must be my birthday. W's in the chat, Joe. Guys, again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link to in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat. Take care of David. Guys, show David some love. He's up here, and we want to not only show David some love, but we want to get him some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box because we are looking for some debates. Get in the box. Don't be cowards. Don't be cowards. Say it with your chest. David, really quick before I say anything else, do you have any thank yous? Has anyone,
I always forget that. I have to get off the app because I'm on my phone.
Oh, good.
Let me see. Hold on.
Yep. While he does that, one other thing that I wanted to mention, I don't know if you guys have saw this, but the two people that were the loudest and had the biggest issues with Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl were Jake and Logan Paul. And I'm going to talk about that in half a second. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Not a Trump supporter, but I disagree with something. Yeah.
Okay. What do you disagree with?
Wouldn't you? And respectfully, because I actually really like you, dude. You're actually someone I respect. You speak facts, but wouldn't you say that you gain from people like, you get what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't you like?
You're kind of breaking up.
Parker, like.
Wait, you're kind of breaking up.
Oh man, I'll come back. My signal's bad. Hey, I'll get back on, but.
Okay, you can come back up.
Me?
Yeah, just hit the. Yeah, I mean, I can hear you now. It was cutting out for a second.
Okay, I say this respectfully too. Like, I don't want to offend anyone, but wouldn't you say like that you gain from people having a difference of opinion than you? Like I don't even know where I'm going with this, but like in a way, like it's more like not just America loves, but like people need it, right? Not really, but like I don't want it. But
so
like,
I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying because that's something that I told the young man that I was speaking with earlier. That certain people like perpetuate divisiveness because it's financially beneficial for them, right? And saying that like, it's that one.
And I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you in general.
No, I get it. And like the point that I always try to get across, and I say this all the time, like that's why, like for me here on my platform, I don't just platform just anyone, right? I don't just say, oh, if you're a op, get in a box, and then I'll sit and talk to each and every person. Like there are situations where like I'm sitting up here just talking to my chat, and there's people in the request that either I know for a fact are going to perpetuate harm, and so I refuse to actually platform them. There's people that I've just permaban just because I've seen them around other spaces, and I refuse to actually allow my chat to indulge in any of that. And there's also people that if I found out that like they're disingenuous and there's no point of actually talking to them, I'll just kick them, right? So my entire thing is, while I do think that like debate is healthy, I think it's necessary in order to call out the contradictions and opinions and to be able to like challenge people's schools of thought. I am not someone that will ever sit here and say like, I think that, just having someone up for shock value is important. One thing that certain people may or may not do or whatever is like clip farming. Like that's a really big thing that happens with people debating and all this other stuff. And if I get a clip, I get a clip, but I'm not going to sit here and let people say like wild and fucked up shit just so I can get a clip. Like if they say it, they say it. But I'm not going to like perpetuate harm or like separation just for any type of views or money or anything like that. That's not what I'm about.
I just wanted to make a...
I appreciate that.
Hold on. I want to make a quick observation because I don't think Santana or anybody is profiting from the opposition party at the current moment. I think it's a model that's like predestined to fail. because this isn't merely a disagreement based on like preferred fiscal policy. It's on whether or not we should invade other countries, whether or not we should be okay with violations of the Constitution. Like these things aren't, I personally don't know for how long I'm going to do this. I really just did this to try and influence people to go vote blue or vote against a fascistic individual. But I don't think the money is good enough. And I'm saying this from my position right now. Who knows? Maybe when I get the Ben Shapiro $7 trillion check, maybe I'll change my mind and I'll start telling people to go fight like hell or they're going to lose their country on January 6th. But this is not sustainable because inevitably the temperature will continue to rise until we all burn together. So I don't think anybody's going to profit from the current division in America, at least not in a good way.
Yeah, and I'll say like everybody knows.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that.
I'm always down for a good grift. As a matter of fact, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio.
Man,
Santana
that's so
speaks for
great.
you. But like, I do think that there is there's a line. Thank you for the galaxy. There's a line where like understanding that compromising your morals and what you believe in is not worth any dollar amount. That's why, like, even I've had people send money and like, hey, can I come up and debate with you, or can I come up and debate against you, and send money to do that? And I'm like, if you specifically sent me money thinking that you're gonna actually use that to get up here, I'll send you your money back, because like that's not what I'm about. Like I believe in integrity as far as the things that I'm saying, the things that I'm doing. And so while like I do understand the premise that like people thrive off conflict and they thrive off being divisive, but like I think that we can call that out. We can properly address and contradict and push back on the misinformation and disinformation without perpetuating harm on other people. And that's what I care more. I care about correcting misinformation and disinformation and challenging school of thought way more than I care about making monies. I like the monies. I like the guys, send me the donations. I'll take all the Cash App, PayPal, Venmos, but I won't take any of them if that means I have to compromise my morals or perpetuate harm. Like I can't do that.
Yeah, and at the end, I'm kind of proving your point. Like when I say something like that, like America loves racism, right? Like, but I just wanted to come up here and just talk about that for a second. I don't really have anything. So I agree with everything you guys talk about and how you treat people and stuff. Like everyone has a difference of opinion, and just the way you guys respect like most people, right? Some people it's very hard to, but
yeah, I was about to say.
For the most part, you just debate, and I think that's the most important thing. That's how you find the issue and you fix it. So. Yeah. Anyways, you guys have a wonderful day. Thanks for having me up here, and thank you guys for what you do.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Thank you, liberal.
One thing that I think it is super important to call out, and I say this all the time, and like I can't speak for what else anyone would do on their platform or in their spaces. But I don't run things here the way that other people run things in their spaces. And like even earlier when I was calling out, like I don't do check his bio, check his followers list, check his repos. Like I don't engage in any of that. It's pretty easy to sniff out if someone's a piece of shit or if they're like genuine, at least for me. And so I don't have to go the extra mile to figure out if they're a piece of shit. If they're a piece of shit, they're going to just expose themselves like really fast. And so as soon as they do that, got them. So
let me see. Hold on. Did the mic quality improve?
A little bit, but then you just cut out.
Hold on. How about now?
You sound lower.
Lower? Okay. Wait. Let me try and fix this. I've connected my fucking phone mic. I was about to say, wait, did I sound far away when I pulled? Like, does it sound like the audio?
No, I don't know why you decided to change your mic. You were good before.
Okay. Well,
I'd have pardoned.
I paid $300 for this. Might as well, right? Fucking use the DJI mics. Whatever. But I was about to say, I don't have the powers like you do. I have to vet these people because I've been targeted by the gripers. What can I say? I'm politically persecuted, guys.
I can believe it. Hi, Big Vicky. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I don't know. I think I would say so. I think one of my main thing would probably be
you
like.
Would say so as far as being a Trump supporter or disagreeing with something on the background?
I don't know. You'll have to kind of like, what I'm basically trying to say is like, I just feel like Black people did what they needed to do when it came time to kind of like voting. Black men, I don't know, but Black women just did what they needed to do when it came to voting. So now that all this stuff is kind of happening, I just don't feel like it's any of like our business. Like we did what we needed to do. Why should we like care? For example, yesterday, Coco sang the Black national anthem and all we got was Black, backlash. And I just feel like it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. No, so that's something interesting. And I was having this conversation with someone, and like, I don't disagree in totality with your point, but this is the harm, right? The harm is we're not special, we're just next, right? And while I completely understand, and you're right, overwhelmingly Black women did the damn thing. Black men are often the weak link, right? Like that's the fucked up part. Black women often have to carry so much of the load and they do all the things, and then Black men will let them down. But when it comes to Black people as a whole, overwhelmingly, we voted against fascism, right? But when you talk about like just sitting back and saying, hey, this isn't our fight, I think it would be it would be harmful to us for us to be to do that. I do think there is a sense of like ensuring that if and when we do step in, that we get like those guarantees that the white people or whoever else, they're not just going to leave us high and dry like we've seen in the past. I think that there's absolutely should be a real show that people outside of Black people are willing to put their lives on the line and actually die for this before we put our bodies in the line of fire. And so I'm not advocating for anyone to go out and do anything, but I am saying at some point that like we will have to step in and help fight what's happening, because if we sit back for too long, then we're not special, we're just next. And like Vicky, have you ever heard the poem First They Came For?
No, what is that?
So it's one of my favorite poems. Poems. I'm gonna read this off really quick. First they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not Jew. Then they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. And the reason why I love that so much is it's a constant reminder that just because harm is being done to people around you, people that aren't you, that doesn't mean that you're excluded. And if you don't step up to help fight that harm, then at some point it's going to come to your doorstep and it's going to be on you. And then if you allow everyone else around you to be affected by that harm, then you're not going to be enough to stop that harm when it comes to you, and there's not going to be any support. So like, I get what you're saying overall, as far as like, Black people, this isn't our fight. I agree to an extent. I think we still got a lot more time to sit back and say like, hey, white people, show us that you mean this shit. Show us that you absolutely mean that you're going to actually stand up and put your lives on the line and prove it. And then once they actually prove it, then we got to have that conversation again.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just feel like they've been coming for Black people for years, and it's still going on today. As we saw in the last, a lot of Black men get killed left and right, and we've had some protests. There's a lot of people that don't step up for us. For example, a lot of Mexicans around that time did not step up for us. And now it started, Mexican people, sorry about that. They did not step up for us. And now it's like it's happening to them and they want us to step out and do all this. I mean, what happens when we're in that spotlight? Nobody has anything to say.
Yeah, no, again, and that's why I'm saying I don't completely disagree with you. And even more so, I'm not even going to say that I'm pushing back on your premise. I'm just saying that at a certain point, we can't sit on the sidelines anymore. At a certain point, we can't just say, well, we did our part. Like, I'm not saying the time is now, but I am saying at some point, the only way that we're going to be able to actually truly fight fascism is by everyone who wants to fight fascism fighting together. I'm not saying today is that time, but I am saying that time will come, and it's going to be like up to you to make a decision if you're willing to do that or not. And for me, if there has been enough of a bridge built by people that aren't Black in the dedication and actually showing day in and day out, even when like the lights aren't bright, even when no one's paying attention, they have to keep doing it. And if they can do it when there's no accolade, if they can do it where no one's marching and chanting and there's no No Kings rally or all this other shit, if you're just doing it without the praise, like if they can do that, then they can earn my trust and I'll be willing to stand shoulder and shoulder. But until then, I'm going to hold off. I'm just saying, I'm not going to say, no, I'm not going to do this forever, because if I do, then one day, like it's going to affect me and my kids and the people that I care about. So like, I have to at some point, just not now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, chat, it's a super interesting conversation to have. And I think it's something that a lot of people may not understand the gravity of, and even more so, I'll never push back on Black people who stand up and saying like, this isn't our fight. Like I'll never do that. But one day I know for a fact, if those requirements are met, then one day for sure, I'm going to be like, all right, guys, we got to fucking do it.
Listen. I just want to say one thing with regards to that. 77% of Black men voted for Kamala Harris. So hold on, listen. They did not do bad, right? That's pretty. It's a 5% drop off since 2016, I believe, but this isn't like a switch like the Latino men, okay? It's not like everybody fucking else. Black people have shown out for the Democratic Party for decades. So everybody else has to pick up the slack, essentially.
Yeah, and I think like that conversation will happen someday. It's just not the conversation today. General, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, I'm actually a friendly, but I just wanted to say one thing. You said something about the Black National Anthem.
Disagree with anything on the background?
No, but the Black National Anthem you were saying,
Perfect. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, like I love you so much, I appreciate you so much. But guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. If you're friendly, you can put it in the chat. I read the chat a lot. If I see it, I will read it out. If it's important, you can get it to one of my mods, and my mods may get it to me. But if there's something that you want said or a question specifically you want to ensure that it's read or answered, you can send a donation to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, and I will read that out. But please respect the boundaries of the live. The Brit, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? The Brit, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I think that was an accident.
Most likely. Yeah. Are you having trouble finding debate guests or whatever?
No. We've actually had some really good debates today, and we usually get some really good debates. So,
God damn it.
Overall, not bad.
I pray for a day where there is like one debate a week, because everybody's abandoned the Trump party. But
yeah, so for me though, like, and the reason why I position what I say is not like, oh, only request up if you're opposition. Because I think there's a lot of nuance in some of the things on the background. And so you can have a disagreement without supporting Trump. And so that's what I look forward to as well. King David, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with something in the background.
Okay, perfect. Is there any way you can come a little closer to your mic? You sound kind of far away.
Yeah. How's that?
No, better, absolutely. What do you disagree with on the background?
Well, not all of America is racist. I was born in the South. You know, that's very racist. Alabama back in the 60s and 70s, very racist. But my family, being Christian, didn't believe in that. And I was raised not to be. In fact, a very kind lady named, I call her Mama Ruth, regardless of her color, she raised me. And I have brothers of color. They call me brother. I just disagree that all of America is racist. Not all. I would have told you that in the chat, but TikTok cut me off because I'm backing Michelle Obama for president. So
okay. Yeah, a couple of things. Right. One, like I don't say all of America is racist. I said America loves racism, which like is a fact. But two, the tokenization is wild. The one thing that I want to call out is like proximity to blackness does not mean that you are not racist, right? Understanding, like even you mentioned being a Christian, like Christianity was absolutely a tool used for perpetuating racism and white supremacy and upholding slavery. Have you ever heard of the Slave Bible?
No, I haven't.
So the Slave Bible was a Bible that slave owners used. They took certain passages, took chapters and verses and all the stuff out of the Bible in order to actually tell slaves like, hey, with Christianity, with God, like God wants you to be a slave and you need to be a good slave. And it says it here in the Bible. And if you're not actually following what it's saying in this Bible, then you're disobeying the will of God. And so like Christians literally use Christianity and the Bible to weaponize that against, black people and slaves, right?
Not this Christian. Not this Christian. Matter of fact, I love black women. They're beautiful.
Yeah, we're not going to do that one. That's a wild statement.
It's a true statement. It's truth. To me, it's truth. But yeah, now they're here.
Hold on one second, King David, if you don't mind. Chat, haven't done it all day. Think that we might need to do it. I got a tingle in my spidey sense. I feel like this may be the time. We'll see how it goes. Kick fund. Bounty on his head, King David. You guys, if you, depending on how this conversation goes, if you want to get King David up out the paint, then you know what to do. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio, $100 kick fund, and we'll go from there. King David, please don't talk about black women like that. Just because, again, proximity to blackness does not absolve you from racism. Do you know who Thomas Jefferson is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what did Thomas Jefferson do when it came to the black women that he enslaved?
Oh, he had sex with them, had children with them, actually.
Yeah, hold on a second. Mike Clark, cry harder, snowflake. Get up here and tell me about it. Yeah, no, he absolutely like raped and had sex with his black women slaves and had babies. Like so much so that like certain black people today can track their lineage to Thomas Jefferson. So the point that I'm making is like, just because you like physically find black women attractive, you're willing to have sex with them or whatever, if you're willing to like hang out with them or be around them, like again, none of that absolves you from racism.
No, it doesn't. And I apologize. I meant no disrespect. I didn't mean to offend you.
You didn't offend me. I'm just telling you, like, what you're saying is just wrong. And when you, like, the way that you talk about women, like, you don't want to do that. That's kind of grody.
Okay, understood. I wasn't trying for that, but
no, yeah. I mean, I get that you weren't trying, and you seem like an older gentleman yourself, but like, understanding and like I always say, if you know better, you do better, and like, just the whole premise behind, objectifying women, period. Like, definitely don't want to do that.
No, you don't. But how do you speak about a woman without objectifying? Just by calling her a woman, you've objectified.
Wait, what? Wait, so you think the only way that you can actually talk about women or engage in like praising women is by objectifying them?
No.
Oh, that goes.
All right, let's talk about. Never mind. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor. What are you saying? I'm trying to understand you. You got the floor.
Understand. I've been married twice. My second wife passed away. She was a nurse. But both of my wives were white women. But I've had black girlfriends.
Okay.
I may have some blended children in the world.
Blended? What's blended? What does that mean? What is blended?
I mean, what the fuck? Well, I would like to call them mixed. That sounds like a bag of nuts. No.
Yeah, like mix is super dehumanizing, right? I've just never, holy shit, I've never heard someone say blended. I've heard a lot of shit, but not blend. You mean you might have some biracial children?
Yes. Blended.
No, blended is not biracial. Blended how? What are we talking about? What are we doing? That's wild.
White and black blended together in one towel. That's what I mean.
You mean biracial?
Yes.
So why do you keep saying blended if I'm telling you it's biracial?
Well, because you call it biracial, I think of it a different way. I don't like to conform. You have your opinion, I have mine. Okay, but I don't believe women should be looked at down.
What was the point of you bringing that up? Because like I thought you were going somewhere when you talked about like the fact that your two wives were white and then you've like dated or whatever with black women. Like, what's the point that you were trying to make?
Well, the point is, I don't believe I'm racist.
Because he dated black women. This guy's got Biden brain. Holy shit.
I try not to be. I do my best to look other than racist.
How?
That one's hard to explain. I wouldn't even know the words to explain that.
Well, if you're sitting here saying that you basically you engage in being anti-racist, right? Then you should be able to say how you perpetuate that, right?
They created you, created me. We're all children of God. That's the way I believe.
But Santana, he doesn't have to tell you he's not racist because God isn't racist. Amen, everybody.
Woo! Who the hell are you, dude?
Oh, my bad, David.
David.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
That's David. That's David.
But yeah.
I was in the chat for Amanda. Amanda sent $5. Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. I haven't heard someone say blended since my racist auntie died. I was hoping that term died with her. W's in the chat for adding $5 to the bounty. Guys, kick fee or kick fund. If you want King David gone, you can Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links to link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. We have $5 to the $100 kick pool if you want him out of here.
David can be King David without the help. Bye.
What? What'd you say? Look at Jeebus.
He's gone. Oh my God, they got him.
He got kicked without the fun. Holy shit. All right.
What was that?
Got you up out of here.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. I don't know what was happening.
Wow.
Holy fuck. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. It kind of looks like the box is getting clear. Hi, Aaron. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, absolutely fucking not. My son pressed buttons. I'm sorry.
All right, no worries. I'll drop it.
Take care. Bye.
What does it say? This is how you create racism. That's Urban Oracle. Come up here and tell me about it, Bub. Hold on. Like, there's no way you can believe it. I'm not going to mute you because, or that's how you create racism. Come up here and tell me. I'm not going to mute you because, you look like a black woman, but even more so, like, I see you follow me. I want to know what you're talking about. Come and clarify that one for me because what the fuck? The fuck?
Kathy said he went looking for his moonshot.
Had to. Guys, tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get likes up to 600,000 likes. Also, take a look at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. We are on our way to 100,000 followers. So hit that follow button. And yeah, we got 214 followers on the stream. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. This is what I'm thinking, guys. This is what I'm thinking. This box is kind of dry right now. And I got a little bit more time. Restart? Would you guys come back if we hit a restart? Or have you guys had enough today? Have you guys had enough today, or would you come back? Yes? Okay, all right. YouTube, I'm gonna find someone for you guys to watch for a second. I'm gonna hit like a super quick restart and you guys come back.
I'm going to be nice up here because Zach needs to speak and Doc wants to get to Zach, but he was full of shit from the very beginning. What I have a problem with is this whole, you know what, she was this on Palestine when we're being disingenuous about it. I'm going to be nice because Doc wants me to be nice until he's the only person up here that can say Aaron and get me together. All right. The problem that I have is that people use that as a crutch to not vote for the black woman with all the misogyny war talking about her way to the top, effed her way to the top, all of that nonsense. So at the end of the day, every single person that was able-bodied, whether I was offshore, onshore, under the shore, should have made sure that we were not where we are today. Thanks for coming to my Tina Talk.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but
I've told Aaron to stop before. She does not listen to me. So, but this is the thing. This is the thing, though. Because Strawberry, what state are you in?
I'm in Minnesota.
Okay, so how long were you on vacation?
I was on vacation for a few months. That's why I'm saying it was a little bit complicated, and I was going from place to place.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's the comfort of, I know that I'm going to be on vacation, and I know it's going to be for a few months. First and foremost, let's discuss the financial comfort one has to be in to go on vacation for a few months. I don't even want to hang out there too long, but I'm just saying that is a privilege that is not afforded to many, especially in today's fucking economy. Secondarily, you were aware that you were going to be on vacation for a few months, and you didn't care enough about doing your civic duty. That's all we care about. I don't care if you are going to vote for Trump. There are people who I support Donald Trump, but I didn't vote because I was this, that, and the third. People can have their fucking reasonings. I'm saying that you came up, you gave this reason as to why you felt that she was evil, because this whole lesser of two evils concept, that's how we got here. And then your rationale for how she was evil was bullshit. And that's the thing, that's the problem. It's not that, oh, we're just coming at you because we feel like you are some type of closeted Trump supporter. You could possibly.
This a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey,
step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know yourself or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether left or right, or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak,
I'll sink your boat.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Go.
Step in if you dare. You care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana. Step in, if you care. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana.
Hey.
Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It's not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
You wanna sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome back. Welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana. 101 debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. Guys, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. If you are here and you have not sent your daily heart me yet, go ahead and send it. It's only one coin. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live. It'll push us out to the FYP. And also hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are a Trump supporter, disagree with something on the background, or a combination?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. I disagree with the mass deportations.
Okay. All right. Why do you disagree with mass deportation?
All right. So I'm guessing you're against mass deportations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I feel like, so let's start back in the 30s, right? America.
No, let's absolutely not start back in the 30s. Give me a premise today why you disagree with mass deportation.
Like, even Obama, he said, when you come to this country illegally, you're still a criminal. That doesn't change.
That's not what he said, but it keep going.
At the end of the day,
but he didn't say that. He said, he said, while we welcome immigrants, we don't have the capacity to actually take on undocumented people.
Exactly.
Like, that's what he said. So, that's
Santana,
literally not it.
How come it's not a problem if other countries do it? But for example, if I went to Canada, Santana, they would deport me, correct?
Do you want to be Canada?
But it's every other country.
Do you want to be Canada?
So basically,
wait, answer that question directly, Jay. Do you want to be Canada?
It's national security. Look what happened in 2001.
Jay,
you don't 2001.
Jay, do you want to be Canada?
I want to have a safe country like every other.
So no,
country.
you don't want to be Canada. Cool. Also, September 11th, the people that actually committed those travesties of September the 11th, did they come into the country illegal?
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Well,
they absolutely did not. They were in the country legally.
Well, this is why ISIS created to scan every tribe.
But what you're saying is wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
Look, Santana. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that, for example, if someone wanted to come to your house, wouldn't you want to know who they are first and make sure they have no
difference between your house and the country? It's absolutely a difference.
So you would want basically someone like Epstein come in our country without any proper vetting.
We have Epstein was American. What are you talking about? Like, we literally. You're talking about importing crime when we already have the crime here. Like, we already got the fucking crime already here. We don't need to import the crime.
So do you feel bad for Jocelyn on your way? What about all those innocent kids and women, police officers who lost their lives to illegal aliens? How about you talk to their families and see how they feel? How about you talk to their families?
Okay, that's fine. You guys don't care about that.
How's it
fine? You literally don't care about that.
Nope. So what do you mean it's fine?
Okay, Jay, let me answer your question.
Okay.
When it comes to anyone losing their lives, I don't agree with anyone losing their lives.
Okay,
I'm still answering your question.
Okay.
But you can't sit here and say that you have an issue with undocumented immigrants killing Americans if you're not saying that you have an issue with Americans killing Americans, and even more so with ICE officials killing Americans. Like, if you're not standing up and screaming at the top of your lungs that, like, what ICE is doing is fucking wrong, then you're being a hypocrite.
I mean, they deported David, so I mean,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the 3 people that ICE has killed.
Okay, but guess
in the line
what?
of duty. Do you have a problem with that? Do you
they were impeding and harassing law enforcement.
They literally weren't, and even if they were, that did not equivalent.
So you think running over law enforcement
did not come to the point of them needing to be murdered? And again, who's Keith Porter Jr.?
This black guy that got killed by ICE.
What was he doing to impede anything?
I haven't really looked into that case, so I won't make my opinion on that.
Keith Porter Jr. was a black man that got murdered by an off-duty ICE agent because it was New Year's Eve, and he did something that a lot of Americans do. He was shooting off his weapon to celebrate.
Whoa, that's not okay then. That's not okay.
Hey, Jay, stop interrupting me. Like I said, Keith Porter Jr. was a black man who was celebrating New Year's Eve and shooting off his weapon, like many Americans do, to celebrate bringing in the new year. An off-duty ICE agent who has no authority over American citizens, not a police officer, instead of actually calling the police, decided that he was going to investigate what was happening and went out and ended up murdering Keith Porter Jr. as an off-duty ICE agent, not an off-duty police officer, not even someone who was in the line of fire, just a civilian murdering another civilian. And the government, United States government, DHS, has covered up the information and not released the information about the agent that murdered him.
Well, look, you said many Americans do that. Do you do that, Santana?
Yes, I've literally done that before.
And in front of a neighborhood?
Who said it was in front of a neighborhood?
That's illegal, Santana.
Who said it was in front of a neighborhood?
We can report you for that. Why do you do that?
Jay, answer the question. Who said it was in front of a neighborhood?
I mean, I don't think you live in the country. You probably live in
we're not talking about me. I'm talking about Keith Porter Jr.
Well, maybe
you don't know anything about my situation.
Jay,
I need you to lock the fuck in. Like, seriously, I need you to lock the fuck in.
Hey,
I need.
Okay, fine. Don't kick me, please. I'm sorry.
Stop talking over me. Keith Porter Jr. was murdered by an off-duty ICE agent who has no authority over American citizens, and even more than that, took matters into his own hands. And the United States government has covered that up since that happened. Jay, are you telling me that you have no issue with them doing that?
Well, first off, firearms is a really dangerous weapon to use, and I don't think you should be shooting it in front of New Year's, even though you might be trained. What about if it could hit anything, an animal?
Answer the question directly.
Am I okay with them? Well,
Are you okay with the United States government covering up the murder of a United States citizen?
Well, I mean, if he was found guilty, then no, I don't got a problem.
What are you talking about, found guilty? That's not the question. Answer the question directly. Stop adding extra shit in. Okay. Stop making up imaginary things. Are you okay with the United States government covering up the murder of an American citizen?
Well, if they were covering up, you wouldn't have known. So no,
they're covering up because they have not released the information about the ICE agent, and there have been no charges brought forth to the ICE agent that murdered Keith Porter.
Well, I just think, it's sad that he lost his life, but at the end of the day, consequences will always come back to you. So no, I don't.
So you're good with the United States government covering up the murder of an American citizen, and even more so, you're good with citizens murdering citizens with no repercussions?
Well, obviously not.
You literally are, because you just said that.
I'm saying Keith Porter had a weapon, and if the officer seen him,
what does that have to do with anything?
Did he have a carry-on? Was he able to carry
What
it?
does that have to do with
if he broke?
Hey, stop. You're trying to add shit to the story. What does that have to do with a civilian murdering another civilian?
Well, that is sad. I think it should be investigated.
I agree, but
Thank you.
That's not the question. Are you okay, yes or no, with the United States government covering up a murder of a United States citizen?
Of course not. It should be highly
Okay,
investigated.
then you should have a problem with them running coverage for ICE. And the only reason they're running coverage is because he's an ICE agent.
Well, look, I think he should have called the police, and he was off duty anyways. I totally agree with you on
Even if
that.
he was on duty, he wouldn't have authority.
Totally agree. You know, what ICE is mostly about is to try to get the illegal aliens out of our country.
Undocumented immigrants. Yes, they have authority over undocumented immigrants. They don't have authority over American citizens.
Yeah, I'm saying that I think we shouldn't be targeting American citizens. It's sad to see, you know, Renee Good. Even though I'm Republican, I feel bad for her. But, you know, at the same time, they made fun of Charlie Kirk. So
who gives a shit about Charlie Kirk? This isn't Charlie Kirk.
Excuse me?
Fuck Charlie Kirk. Like,
Yo,
seriously,
that's messed
like
up.
you guys, no, it's not. You bringing up Charlie Kirk is weird as fuck.
He has a daughter. He has a son.
Listen, you bringing up Charlie Kirk is weird as fuck. And the reason why it's weird as fuck is because one, Charlie Kirk was murdered by someone allegedly who was like, as someone who was just an individual that made this decision and did it on his own. Renee Nicole Good, Keith Porter Jr., and Alex Prettier were all murdered by United States government officials that were paid to do a job, and they did a job, or like the off-duty ICE agent wasn't even doing a job.
So why do people on the left make fun of Charlie Kirk memes? What's so funny about Charlie Kirk? He has a daughter. How would you feel if your dad got assassinated in front of a group of people?
Yeah, I think the part that you're missing, right, is one is literally not about Charlie Kirk, right?
I know.
I mean, when I tell you, hold on, let me be very clear. I don't care to talk about Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk has nothing to do with this conversation. Two, when you sit here and say, "Oh, the people on the left and Charlie Kirk," like Charlie Kirk was someone who perpetuated harm on so many different people and groups.
That's an opinion.
And while I'm still speaking, while Charlie Kirk, I do not think that Charlie Kirk should have been murdered, but what I do think is that you cannot perpetuate harm on people and then expect to never receive any consequences for the harm that you perpetuate.
Hey, can I talk, Santana? Can you tell me what harm he actually committed, please? Because I need some type of proof of that. Because last time I checked, he promoted Christianity and he's been his teaching. So can you tell me?
Do you see Charlie Kirk on my background?
No, I don't see Charlie Kirk.
Do you see anything about want to debate me about Charlie Kirk on the background?
Okay, I'm just doing a comparison because although
there's no comparison because again, we're not talking about Charlie Kirk.
Okay, fine.
I don't care to talk about Charlie Kirk.
Okay, I'm just saying that I do feel bad for Renee Good, which is sad. She should have still been alive. But the thing about it is just that, you know, we can stop talking about Charlie Kirk. Like, I just want.
W's in the chat for Terry. I think it's pronounced Terriana for the $5 YouTube super chat to say your Sparring with Santana intro is the first song my toddler ever bobbed her head to. Holy shit. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. That makes me absolutely happy. Awesome. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, Pam. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh dear, I was just sitting at my desk working, listening to you, and now I'm talking to you. Sorry about that, Santana.
All right, no worries. I'll drop you down. Have a good work day. Debbie's in the chat for Betty. What up, Betty? Who sent a $2 super chat to say caller is a pro driver because his clutches, or because he clutches the pearls. Yeah, like it was weird. Like that whole thing is super weird. Debbie's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation. And I really think you should insult no callers under 21. Fuck these young kids. Don't do that shit. I'm assuming that you mean accept. Yeah. like I do think that there's some purpose behind getting. Not sure you saw this the other day. I'll take a look. Hi, are you a meatball? Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Meatball, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, no worries. W's in the chat for Tatiana. Tatiana, got it. For the $2 super chat. Tatiana, got it. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live, keep knocking out the daily gift goal, repost the live. It'll help get more people in here so we can get some debates. All right, there we go. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background that America's racist, right? America loves racism. And you can tell because of the way that we literally instituted a fascist government. Like, literally, think about this for a second. People said that they would rather deal with higher prices, deal with hatred, bigotry, deal with being ostracized. Hell, under Trump's first administration, over 1 million Americans lost their lives. And they was like, we would rather run that shit back again rather than give a Black woman a chance. I don't know what you guys think, but like, that's peak for me, right? And the way that we have this fascist government in place that continues to perpetuate harm against everyone, the way that the Constitution has been weaponized to harm everyone, mass deportation is absolutely a tool of white supremacy. Capitalism, racism, boom. And the patriarchal system, while it perpetuates harm in so many different ways, it absolutely upholds racism. So if you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. What I will say, guys, sorry, give me 1 second here. America was born in racism. Yeah, I mean, like, literally, the United States Constitution was written for white men that own land. Like, it's a whole thing. Gosh, guys. So we just got, we got a restriction, and I'm trying to make a decision if it's even worth restarting. Like, might just end instead of hitting another restart because they seem to be scared. Restart again? I can't jump on the backup yet. I'm waiting for them to remove the restriction on the backup. I don't want to put that in jeopardy. All right, we'll try it one more time. And if we can't get some actual debates, then I'm gonna call it. So we'll restart one more time because I don't want to jeopardize.
File. My Linktree link is in there. And then there's this whole section. And all of these people are my friends. And they are there. They are what I call them the river to the sea. They live between the river and the sea. And the best way that you can assist them is to use my Linktree. Yeah, it's in. So Tamara, if you click and you go to my TikTok profile, my Linktree is there. And when you scroll down in that Linktree, there's a group of links. And that group of links, I'm going to bring it up higher. Hold on, let me bring it up higher. That group of links is called Palestinian support links. Okay. And I'm going to raise it up some. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for asking. And these are people that I know. These are people that have been vetted. That Bilal is one of them. He's in the comments. And so it's in my link tree. Give me 1 second. So that is one of the ways that you can help them out. Okay. Yeah, it's in my profile on Facebook and on YouTube. So you should be able to find my link tree in any of them. Yeah, you should be able to find the link tree on any of them. So let me do this real quick. And for those of you guys that are watching on other platforms, I am dropping the link to my link tree in the chat right now.
Got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah. Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibe, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Hey, thank you for the corgi.
And if you dare,
hey,
ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah,
one wrong,
get cooked real quick.
No
cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana.
Facts. Hey, I saw your text message too late. Call me after I get off live. You can call it anytime. You don't have to schedule it. Just call me.
Real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana.
Hey.
Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It's not.
This is flame space.
Absolutely is.
Don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
We are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. Guys, welcome back. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, and I have to ensure that I am not letting like, hey, thank you to legit for the choral. I'm not allowing stupid people to, you know, I'm not allowing them to make me call them stupid. A couple other things I really wanted to talk about, guys. I don't know if you guys saw this, right? But of course, the information that has come out from the Epstein files, it continues to come out and it continues to be more damning, right? Continues to come out, continues to be more damning. Guys, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live. You know, when I started reading things about Trump and the Epstein files and all this other stuff, the snowflakes get super sensitive. It wasn't until after WW2, the US economy became a war-based economy. Okay. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, protect the live because the snowflakes get extra flaky when I start talking about Trump and Epstein and all this other stuff. So tap the screen, share the live, knock out the daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to the little 1 cent gift goal. Also, repost the live. That'll help. Repost the live. This was an email that was sent from Epstein to Michael Wolff. And this was sent on Friday, December the 29th, 2017. And again, December 2017. It says, at dinner with Donald last night, we're concerned about dementia. tons of makeup, did not recognize old friends. That's what Epstein said about Donald Trump in 2017, saying that they were worried about dementia and there were signs. Now, the one thing that I actually always try to call out is the reason why it used to bother me so much is when Trump supporters would be like, "Oh, Joe Biden has dementia." Like, you're not a doctor, you don't have access to his medical records, and for you to be able to say that, like, you're unqualified and unfit to make that assumption, right? And so I have never said that Donald Trump has dementia, but I have said that he is absolutely cognitively deteriorated. Thank you for the cake. And the thing that blows my mind is that Trump supporters refuse to engage in the premise that their savior, their Mandarin Messiah, their Mango Mussolini, their Cheeto in chief is not that sharp anymore. We can talk about how age slows us all down. Listen, I'm almost 40 now, right? Just celebrated a birthday. And I know for a fact, sometimes when I get up in the morning, I got to, check my oil, right? I got to bend my knees and move my shoulders and like make sure that everything is working right before I get up and start moving too fast, right? That's just life. And for anyone to pretend as if Donald Trump, who's almost 80, is the same Donald Trump 10, 20, 30 years ago, like, that's absolutely insane. So the point that I'm getting across is the standard that was held by Trump supporters when it came to Joe Biden is not the same standard they hold for Donald Trump today. But I know why. I absolutely know why. It's because their daddy's their superhero. Think about it. Think about it, guys. Think about the moment when you realized that your parents were starting to age. When your parents were getting a little bit older and they didn't move as fast as they used to move. They had some gray hairs, that they were a little more forgetful, and it hit you like a ton of bricks and you're like, God damn, my parents are starting to age. This is a scary time for them. That's what we're dealing with. It's a very scary time for Trump supporters. And that's why they push back on the premise of Donald Trump so much. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, I am a Trump supporter.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something? I'm going to mute you. If you're connected to Bluetooth, disconnect that. But even more so, like if you swipe up and and now just come back in, that'll fix it. You have to come back into the app now. You're still out of the app. Still out of the app. Got to come back in. Guys, keep tapping the screen. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right, let's try that again. Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
Sorry about that.
It was a wicked echo. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, no worries. What can I call you?
Red.
Red? All right. Welcome, Red. You said you are a Trump supporter. Is that accurate?
I am.
Okay, Red. I think that America loves racism, and I think so because of the fascist government, the fact that they weaponized the Constitution, mass deportation as a tool of white supremacy. Capitalism, racism go hand in hand, and the patriarchal system upholds racism. Which point do you disagree with the most that you would like to start with?
Fascist government. How's it a fascist government?
Okay. Yeah. The reason why I say that it's a fascist government is because there are multiple fascists that are in power, and more so, there are Nazis within our governmental system, including people like Stephen Miller, who is directly writing policy for Donald Trump and implementing that policy to uphold the idea of a white country. But even more so, you take a look at the authoritarian rule that they're trying to engage in, the consolidation of power under the executive branch, which is highlighted by, Project 2025, which the whole purpose of Project 2025 was to consolidate power under the executive branch and root out loyalists. Over 60% of Project 2025 has been implemented, including actually bringing people that wrote Project 2025 from the Heritage Foundation into the Trump administration, hiring them into positions of power. All of these things scream authoritarianism, and it's highlighted by Donald Trump himself as a fascist.
What in Project 2025 has led you to believe that it's a fascist movement?
The consolidation power under the executive branch, the restriction of the freedom of speech, and also the restriction of the mass media, and rooting out anything that is not centralized in the U.S., and eliminating like immigration, like not undocumented immigrants, but like legal immigration.
Freedom of speech. What what are they doing to weed out freedom of speech?
Yeah, they've actively targeted press in places like AP News, where Donald Trump pulled the press passes for AP News because they didn't want to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. The Pentagon pulled almost all the press passes for almost every legacy media that didn't want to sign like a loyalist pledge. They wanted them to sign an agreement stating that all stories coming out of the Pentagon would be signed off by Pete Hegseth and his team, even if it was something that was non-classified. And then they've also tried to stomp out the freedom of speech of Americans, including citizens being detained or tried to have citizenship removed for protesting the genocide that's occurring in Israel, or even saying that like, hey, we think that if you burn the American flag, then you should be arrested, which is already protected under the freedom of speech of Constitution and has been ruled on 2 times by the Supreme Court.
Right. So when it comes to news media networks going into the Pentagon or the White House and what they want them to cover, I mean, that's kind of, I wouldn't say that's a suppression of freedom of speech. Those people can still speak on whatever they want, but why give these people information if they're just going to spin it and use it against you? You know what I mean? Like, they can allow anybody they want inside of the Pentagon or inside of the White House. It's completely up to them. The same exact way that a business can allow, they cannot allow somebody into their business for whatever reason they want. Do you think that that's actually a suppression of freedom of speech?
Yes, and the reason being is because they're trying to control mass media, which is absolutely one of the 14 tenets of fascism. But even more so than that, it's not about like, giving it, them having sources and, spinning it or whatever. Like I can agree that like, depending on the news source, there'll be like some type of political leanings or biases or whatever. Like I understand things lean left, lean right, and there's some like central things. But the issue is that they said, if you don't sign this pledge saying like, hey, every single story, no matter what the story is, every single story has to be approved by us, then you can't be here. Like that's a problem. They're literally sitting here saying that we have to control any media in and out, which is akin to state-run media, right? We know for a fact that Hitler, one of the things that he tried to do to control the people while engaging in his fascist regime was controlling the way that information was sent out. Goebbels used to construct any of his messages and propaganda, and they would even then send out spies into like taverns and like bars and stuff into the community, spies to listen and get like the public reaction of the people just to make sure that they were accepting of the propaganda that was being pushed. So like this is a classic tool as far as controlling mass media in order to implement fascism.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, and I kind of see where you're coming from to an extent, but what I think they're mostly trying to protect people from is fake news and false media.
Okay. Real honest question for you. Fake news, false media, right? Why do you think Donald Trump perpetuated the idea of fake news and false media? And just a heads up, I already know why. He's already admitted it with his own mouth. But why do you think that he started telling people that this was fake news. Like he started saying that.
Well, from what I understand of it, it all happened because of what happened during January 6th. And what
He was saying fake news before that. He was saying fake news when he was running for office the first term.
Yeah, I don't know then.
Donald Trump openly admitted that by calling any type of media source fake news, it automatically creates distrust in any type of media or news source. And so if you can like create that distrust, then it's easier and more acceptable for people to believe that like something is or isn't true, right? So just by muddying the water and saying that all news is fake unless the news is coming from me, that creates the level of doubt where people may see unbiased information and not accept it because it didn't come from this specific source. Like he literally said that's why he started coining the word fake news. Because prior to Trump, no one was saying fake news.
Right. I mean, I agree with him. I think that that there is well, I agree with him that these things are actually fake news. And by
no.
This distrust by
That's
calling
not
out
what he
for
said.
being
No.
fake news.
You can't agree with him because that's not what he said. He said that he's literally doing that to breed distrust in the media because he doesn't want certain stories to be believed. Like it wasn't about saying like calling out actual things that aren't true. It was about muddying the water so people wouldn't believe the true things. They only believed it if it came from him.
Do you think it's not a good practice to uphold is to question the media you're listening to and watching?
Yeah, I think that's a great practice. I think there's a great practice to actually have a level of skepticism when it comes to like not only media, but any type of information. But what I do think that's unhealthy is being unwilling to engage in any type of source unless it's something that it's your source. That's why, like, even when I'm debating, when I tell people like, hey, give me your source, I know what like a trusted source is and I know how to properly vet a source and all this other stuff. But a lot of people don't understand that. And for the most part, I'll tell people like this one guy I was talking to earlier brought me some information that was done in 2015. And I'm like, well, your data is outdated, right? Like we're going to have a conversation about something today that, you know, is based off of data 10 years ago. Like that's not a viable source, but fine, let's take a look at it and we can talk about it. And the point being is, even though like I have a critical skepticism as far as like how accurate it's going to be because it's outdated, I still have the ability to actually check that information and engage in it and then have a conversation around it in a silo versus just saying, oh, fake news because it's 10 years old. Like being able to understand like where that line of demarcation is super important. And Donald Trump doesn't want people to have that. They just want him to like people to accept it. If it's not coming from him, then it's not real.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could kind of see that. I think that most presidents would kind of act the same way. You know, I don't think that it's just limited to him. I think that underneath many different administrations, they want people to believe the narrative that they're trying to push.
I agree. I'm not going to push back on you that I do think that like having a spin is something that's important for politicians, is important for people in power. The difference is, though, is weaponization of it and to the point that it's being harmful. I'll give you another great example. During COVID, right, Donald Trump perpetuated the myth of ivermectin. And even it said something as far as like you can hit the virus with bleach or disinfectant. And since people were so in tune and locked into like listening to the things that he said to do, you saw a massive spike in the poison hotline, right? People were literally ingesting those things that are harmful because they heard the president of the United States saying like, do this thing, or, you know, this thing may be an option. And it caused people to like lose their lives. And like the harmful part comes from when you're trying to control or drive a narrative versus perpetuating things that are like just absolutely false. And it causes people in multiple ways.
Are you saying that
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you know, you're good. I kind of want to hear what you had to say.
I was going to say like January the 6th, right? When we talk about like the insurrection, a lot of people say, you know, Donald Trump did or did not cause them to actually, you know, storm the Capitol. Whether you believe Donald Trump directly caused them to do it or not to do it, he perpetuated the idea that the country had been stolen based off of voting, which was not true, right? It had been, not only did the certifications were checked, double checked, there were audits, there were like Republican-led audits that were unable to successfully find any type of fraud. There were over 60 some odd cases that were taken to courts, and they went in front of judges that were specifically appointed by Donald Trump, and all those cases were lost. Every single one of them said there was no substantial evidence of any type of voter fraud that would cause any issue. Even in the inverse, like there were people that were caught for voter frauds, and the people engaging in voter fraud are like dead people voting, or like Trump supporters who were trying to submit the ballots of their dead parents and for Donald Trump. But like Donald Trump perpetuated the big lie, which then people took that and then, you know, did what happened on January the 6th. So like perpetuating things that are being disproven, or like the fact that there were over 60 cases and no evidence. Even Rudy Giuliani, who was like representing Donald Trump at that time, and was like, we don't have anything, but we're not going to stop taking it to court. Like he literally said that we don't have anything, we're not going to stop taking it to court. Pam Bondi as well. Like, but they still wanted to push that narrative because that's the reality that they wanted to create. And that's harmful when you have people working off bad information.
Right. I mean, yeah, even though I'm a Trump supporter, I don't think he's necessarily like the best Republican that we have.
No,
I definitely can call him out when he's wrong. And I think that you're kind of right in like some of the things that you're saying, especially when it comes to like him saying that. So when he said that and created that narrative that the country was stolen or the election was stolen, I think he truthfully believed that. I don't think he was shown any absolute facts.
I'm not gonna lie. I literally think he did. The issue is though, is like, what's that line of demarcation? Because while someone may believe it, I'm not gonna, like, I honestly believe Trump believes that it was stolen from him because like he, as a billionaire, as someone who has been in the limelight and has even been in the highest office in the land, like Donald Trump has seen some of the highest of highs. Why would he ever believe that he's going to lose? Why would he ever believe that he can't do any and everything? So like, as far as him actually believing it, I think he did believe it. But like the issue comes in is like when you have the people around you saying like, hey, this isn't it, then you should be able to stop. And even more so, like, I don't know if you know the difference between his first administration and his second administration, but like even his son, Don Jr., came out and said that with the difference of as far as like people that they're going to bring in, he said, we don't want anyone that thinks that they're smarter than my dad. Like, that's what he said. They don't want anyone who was going to think that they're smarter than his dad. Now, the issue with that is there's an old saying, you never want to be the smartest person in the room. And if you're not comfortable with putting smart people around you to like fill in the gaps for the things that you meant, like no one can be an expert on everything. So at certain times you got to like lean on the experts. But Donald Trump and like the way that he has his power structure now, he is the de facto expert on every single thing. And that's just not how things work.
Right. No, I agree with you with that. I think there's like a certain type of psychology that you can use when you think that you might be smarter than somebody, and you, especially in one specific topic, instead of
have you ever heard of that
and telling somebody what to think. No,
that's literally what you're saying. It's the idea that like you're smarter than everyone else, or really like you're stupid. And so, but you think that you're smart, like the smartest person in the room. That's literally Dunning-Kruger. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
That's the term for what you were saying.
Yeah, but yeah, so I think that like if somebody is smarter than Trump in one specific scenario or case that they're speaking about with Trump, instead of telling him what to think or what to believe or telling him what's right, you know, there's a psychology behind it where you can ask him to agree with you, and you're like, oh, like, do you think that maybe it's this? You know what I mean? Like, instead of telling somebody like, oh, these are the facts, you ask them like, oh, like, maybe it's this. You know, you steer them in the direction. You allow them to think that they actually came up with the scenario themselves.
Yeah. But see, you know what's harmful though is when people like that actually have influence and they have nefarious thoughts. Like one thing that I say about Donald Trump, I don't think Donald Trump cares about like any of this stuff that's happening right now. Like I truly, genuinely think Donald Trump only cares about his wallet, and then everything else is like important to the people around him, right? I'm sorry, 1 second. Ked, get up here and tell me about it. I'm gonna mute you. Get up here and tell me about it, Bub. Sorry. I think that he cares about his wallet, but like all these other things that are occurring is it's a focus on it because like the people who have influence that can do exactly what you said, like they have his ear and they can guide him. One thing, and now like I don't have any verifiable proof for this one, right? So I don't have proof, and I will say allegedly. But some of the alleged speculation is that Stephen Miller, who of course is writing the actual like legislation, executive orders, all this other stuff for Donald Trump, it's allegedly that he is using like AI to show Trump certain stuff to push the needle one way or the other. And Donald Trump is actually believing it. We know for a fact that Donald Trump, like he doesn't like to read. He doesn't like to read like briefings. They had to actually change his briefings, like literally change his press briefings from like the standard format and make it seem like Fox News, so he would actually engage with it. So like we understand that he has a certain level of being receptive to certain things done in one way or the other. And so when you have people like Stephen Miller who understand that and they can weaponize it, it becomes super dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, first I want to start off by saying, like, I feel like I can actually have a genuine debate with you, and I actually like watching you because I feel like you are genuine, and you point out when you say, "Oh, allegedly this is the case," and I truly believe this, but I don't have proof.
Yeah.
So I want to start off by saying that. Going back to what I was saying about how I don't think he's the best Republican that we have. You know, I don't think he's the smartest. I don't think that he really cares about a lot of things when it comes down to like the smaller stuff. And I feel like he does get pushed in certain directions. You know, like why does Elon want to invest so much money? It's because Elon
it's going to
makes
benefit
something off
him.
of it.
Exactly.
So I mean, like I have a lot of independent views. I have some like libertarian views. I have some like democratic views. Like I'm a little bit all over the place. But at the end of the day, I do see myself as a Republican.
I don't like it. I'm not gonna. You and I haven't been talking that long, but you know what's always whenever I hear someone say like they're libertarian, which you said you have views, not that you're libertarian. Like it always kind of confuses me when they align themselves more with like conservatives, just because a lot of the ideology of libertarians. But like this is America, right? None of us absolutely believes the things that are all on the right or the things that are all on the left. That's why so many Trump supporters now come up and say, well, I don't agree with everything that Trump is doing, but I agree with some things. And like, that's America, right? Like we may believe certain things while being on the left or the right, but I think the problem is like, who's going to overwhelmingly benefit the country and get like good things done? And the problem that I have with Trump is that he has a history showing that like he didn't do good things for America in the first administration, and he's not doing good things for Americans in the current administration. Like the Republican Party has overwhelmingly pushed the idea of, damn it, what did I call? Hold on, I'm spacing on the word right now. Identity politics, where they focus on like certain things that don't have tangible impacts on everyday American lives. So they don't have to talk about the economy. So they don't have to talk about job reports. So they don't have to talk about like manufacturing or like taxes and all this other stuff, which is a huge issue. Because like you and me, like we care about our gas prices, we care about our grocery prices, we care about how much we're paying in taxes. But they want us to care about other things where they say like, oh, these people are coming to take away these, or they're coming to do this or coming to do that. When it's just a distraction because they don't want to talk about the actual issues. Like that's a problem.
Right. So I want to start off with going back to what you were originally saying, and then I'll work my way back to where we are now. So I understand that there are some like democratic libertarians. There are people that lean left and still hold libertarian values. There's people on the right. There's people in the comments saying like, "Oh, most libertarians don't even know what it means." I do.
I more confused. Like so many. I talk to them and I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Anyway, go ahead.
No, I don't think that like an entire libertarian country would work if we embrace libertarian values. You know, like I don't think it'd work that successfully. But like if we implement some ideologies into our government, I think that would potentially be beneficial. When I say stuff like that, you know, just like how we implement socialist programs into our society, it's beneficial. Then going to what you were speaking about. Sorry, could you give me some of the key points that you mentioned after that?
Yeah, just how the Republican Party has leaned into identity politics, so they don't have to deal with the actual responsibility of governing and improving tangible things for everyday Americans.
Right, yeah. So I agree with you to an extent. Like, you know, I feel like back in the day, I sound weird saying that, I know, but back in the day, like politics used to be completely different, and politicians actually cared about trying to lower everyday costs for people. I don't know if this administration is 100% targeting that, especially when you talk about implementing these tariffs. And people know it and see it for what it is. You know, at the end of the day, the majority of tariffs, I know we do pay out of our pockets. Some of these companies are okay with, biting the bullet and just taking some of these costs out of their own wallets, and you know, that's good or whatever. But at the end of the day, things are going to be raised around the idea that the company's making less. You know, when we're talking about the current Republican administration, I agree with you when, you know, we're not lowering costs, but I see the same thing with the current or the last Democratic administration. You know, people want to push so much socialist programs and ideology that, you know, it raises taxes substantially. So it goes both ways. You know,
what if I told you the reason why, like we don't see the massive benefits from like democratic policies is because every time there's a point of stability created by a Democrat, that a Republican is put in power and it crashes.
I think it goes both ways. I think that the two-party system.
Think about this. Who was the last president to leave office with a surplus?
Sorry, I get a business text. What was that?
Who's the last president to leave office with a surplus?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by surplus?
When, you know, there's the national debt, and then we used to have surpluses.
Right.
Like instead of us having debt, like we had a positive on the balance sheet. Bill Clinton was the last president that had a surplus. And so Bill Clinton left office and George W. Bush came in. And George W. Bush came in and gave massive tax cuts to the ultra wealthy, just like Donald Trump did, and then started two different wars, and it led to the collapse of the United States economy in multiple ways, including like needing a bailout of like the banking industry, the auto industry, the airline industry, you know, just so many massive negative things that were impacting it. It led to the Great Recession, not a depression, but the Great Recession, one of the hardest economic times here within the United States. Well, Barack Obama inherited that recession and also those industries that were on the brink of collapse. And even when we talk about like the bailout, right? The bailouts were created under George Bush, but under George Bush, there were no obligations for these different industries to repay the money from those bailouts. And so since Barack Obama changed those agreements for the bailouts and said, no, like we'll bail you out, but you have to pay this money back. And he took the economy in over 4 years, I'm sorry, not over 4 years, over 8 years, completely pulled us out of recession, and then led to, I think it's like 76 or 78 straight months of like job growth, like something unprecedented. And he actually completely flipped the economy from where it was during the Great Recession to being a positive, progressive economy again, right? But then the issue is Donald Trump took over. And since we had the backlash of like, a Republican, we shifted to, I'm sorry, the backlash of a Democrat, we shifted to a Republican. And a lot of people like to say, oh, well, Donald Trump was hurt by COVID. Well, if you look at like all the numbers prior to COVID, right? You could take a look at like immigration numbers. You could take a look at job losses. You could take a look at the actual dip in the S&P 500. All of those things started to take massive negative impacts right before COVID hit and shut down the country. Like literally, after Donald Trump signed the TCJA into law, like our economy started to take a massive hit. And if it wasn't for COVID, then he wouldn't have had that veil of protection, because of course, COVID just like completely fucked shit. And so like Donald Trump had already sent our country into a negative trend after inheriting a positive economy. The economy was so good that when Donald Trump took office, less than 3 months in office, when he hadn't passed any type of legislation, he hadn't did shit except like redecorate. He had a press conference saying that because of me, we have the greatest economy in the world, but he hadn't done anything, right? It was all because of what Obama had did. And then, like I said, before COVID, you can look at key metrics. They were all taking a dip prior to COVID. But then, COVID really like fucked up so much shit. And Donald Trump did a lot of negative things to actually harm and perpetuate the harm with COVID, including the OPEC Plus deal that he signed, which harmed like gas prices in the oil industry. You could take a look at the trade war with China, which harmed the legacy farmers within the U.S., which then spiked our grocery prices. Like all of these things that Donald Trump actually did in his first term were negatively impacted that you felt under Joe Biden's under Joe Biden's term, right? So by the time that Biden took over from Trump, there was a bunch of things that he was dealing with, including like supply chain issues, including like shrinkflation, greedflation. And we saw like inflation shoot up to a 9% level. And people remember like how hard it was under Biden. And they just immediately blame Biden for that without understanding like the things that caused it, or two, looking at like the economic recovery, the fact that Biden was able to help the United States recover faster than any other G7 country, the fact that he passed like some monumental legislation that was bipartisan, CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill. He was able to get inflation under control. He was able to bring gas prices down. He was able to address so many issues. But since people saw like the really bad and they didn't see or feel the positives that he implemented and like, the short term, then they just immediately said it was bad and they flipped him, went back Donald Trump. So like the point that I'm trying to get across is, if you look over the span of since 1970s, and I'll pull this out in a minute if you want me to, but I don't want to because I've been talking a lot. But if you look at since the 1970s and the performance of the overall economy for multiple key indicators since the 1970s, we have been way more successful with Democratic leadership versus Republican leadership, and it's not even close.
Right. So I see what you're saying when you were talking about how certain things that Trump did during his administration affected Biden's. But a lot of the things that you were mentioning, a lot of the inflation and everything, we saw that across almost every single country during C-19. Do I think that some of Trump's policies could have potentially affected that? Absolutely. But, there was a lot more going on than just the bills that Trump had passed or that.
No. And if that's what you got from me saying that, please, let me clear it up. That I'm not saying that Donald Trump did anything specifically to cause inflation. I don't blame inflation on Donald Trump, just like I don't blame inflation on Joe Biden. But what I am saying is that Donald Trump actually perpetuated things that increased inflation to a certain level and increased like certain like key indicators. Like Donald Trump single-handedly perpetuated the harm that we're seeing when it comes to gas prices, grocery prices, and the housing market. Like he did things in his first administration that negatively impacted all three of those markets. And those are three things that we're complaining about today we're complaining about high cost of living, home and rent. We're talking about high grocery prices. We've been talking about high gas prices. Like Donald Trump did something to directly impact all three of those things. And Joe Biden was literally the one that was just trying to stabilize all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a huge problem that we're dealing with, and it's mostly because of the two-party system. But also, housing has been going up rapidly since like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of it has to do with social media and the technology that we have at our disposal today, and it just allows people to watch different influencers like Grant Cardone and things like that. You know, when people are talking about flipping houses and things like that, more people are getting into.
Well, kind of, but like, so let me be specific with what I'm talking about with Trump. Do you know what Dodd-Frank is? Or, yeah, the Dodd-Frank Act?
No.
Okay. So it was an actual act that had multiple levels of regulations for different sectors, but specifically the housing market. Donald Trump actually removed some of the regulations that were in the Dodd-Frank Act. And with removing some of those regulations, it did a couple of things. One, it removed the waiting period that like corporations had to wait before they could go in and make a purchase on single family homes, right? And so with that, it gave the corporations the ability to like go in and just swipe up single family homes instead of that moratorium period, but it also removed the overall cap as far as what they could offer. And so you would see corporations going in and like there could be a home for $100,000. And instead of them offering, like 120 or something like that, they could say, you know what? I like this home. I'm going to buy it for 200,000, right? Nobody else is going to buy that house for 200,000, but the corporation did. And so they bought up like whole subdivisions. And so that's why you see now that we're in a time where there are more single family homes owned by corporations than there are people. And that's because of the regulations that were, the deregulations that occurred under Donald Trump's first administration, directly impacting Dodd-Frank. And that's another reason why like renter prices are higher. Like, of course, if you have more corporate control over homes, they're going to be able to actually dictate renting out homes or renting out apartments. And then you also see like price gouging when it comes to like renters. It's so much that was deregulated under the Trump administration, and we're seeing the impacts today.
If I'm not mistaken, from what I understand, I think that got taken out. I don't think that they're allowed to do that anymore. Is that correct?
What?
Buy single family homes.
No.
Really? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken on that. For some reason, I thought
the interesting part about this, and I tell people, how old are you, Brett?
27.
27. Okay, so you're a little bit younger, so you might not really remember the housing crisis of 2008. But we are currently, this is the first time in United States history, two things are happening. Well, not first time in United States history, but this is the first time in recent history since 2008 that we have such a wide gap as far as like houses on the market versus people looking to buy. There are over 500,000 homes on the market versus people looking to buy. Like that, the last time this happened was right before the housing market collapsed. Also, this is the first time in United States history where we have people that are 60, 70 years old buying homes at a higher pace than people in their 30s. Like literally older people that have money are collecting homes where younger people who don't have money are forced to rent. And again, all of that is directly connected to the deregulations that Donald Trump actually engaged in his first administration.
I think partially it does have to do with BlackRock and with the corporations being able to buy these.
BlackRock, Vanguard, all of those, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on that part. But I think that so many people were forced or not forced, but so many people were pushed to go to college, and then get out of college and realize they have all this debt and they don't have the jobs, or the jobs aren't available that they thought were going to be.
You know why?
I know that there's a couple of reasons why that I could tell you.
What do you think is the biggest reason?
I think that technology itself, like how many people are getting their jobs taken from AI. Like I can go build a website right now, it'll take me 15 minutes through AI, versus somebody that used to do that job, used to make a lot of money doing that job.
No. AI isn't the reason. Give me 2 seconds. Let me say a couple of thank yous and I'll put you up on game. Give me 2 seconds. Mars Baby, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat to say Renee Good had a child too. Why is CK's kid more important? Oh, that's before we did the restart. W's in the chat for Katie for becoming a late night tuber. And W's in the chat for Big Red, who sent a $2.97 super chat and just sent the love. W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Jared, thank you so much for the one. Like that absolutely means the world for me. You're fucking awesome. Thank you, Jared. W's in the chat for Sam for the $2 donation. I live in Utah and I work in civil rights field. It's our legislative session right now, and there's a proposed bill likely to pass that will allow the use of your message was cut off here. 1 second. Would allow. I can't see what you're saying. I would have to open it all the way up. Give me a minute. I'll come back to it and see if I can open it up and read the rest of it. But W's in the chat for Sam. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, we're driving to 100,000 followers. So if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. We only got 49 new followers so far on this stream. Hit the follow button. We are trying to get to 100,000 followers. And I've already said, if we get to 100,000 followers, I'm putting some on the grill. I'm gonna throw some on the grill. And you guys are invited. So hit that follow button. All right, Red, what if I told you that the reason why people went and got all of these degrees and all this other stuff, it was because of a lie that was sold to millennials?
I agree that a lot of lies are being pushed to get people to go to college.
Yeah. Millennials were told, like, hey, go get your college degree, get educated, work hard. And then when you graduate, you'll be able to enter the workforce and you'll be able to take over and you'll be able to move things forward. But then you know who made a decision that they never wanted to step aside, never wanted to relinquish power, never wanted to actually leave the workforce or step out of positions? Boomers. Boomers literally made the decision that, like, hey, we like our power. We like our positions. We don't want to retire. We want to continue to make more and more and more and more and more. And so you saw this actual kind of blockade as far as the upward trend of mobility when it came to millennials graduating, attaining degrees, and then not being able to use their degrees because there was nowhere to go, right? And so like that was a huge blockade that occurred like that. I mean, hell, the same thing happened in this past presidential election, right? The boomer, I don't know if Trump is technically a boomer, but like the older person who's like almost 80 years old is now in office instead of like the potential 50-something-year-old, which, stopped the actual progression of our country as a whole. Like that's a whole thing as well. And so when people start talking about like AI, the one thing about AI is that AI isn't advanced yet enough to actually take people's jobs. Like when they are talking about like people getting laid off for AI, they're not talking about people getting laid off AI specifically because there's like, technology doing those people's job. It's an arms race right now for chips. And that's why like NVIDIA is making money hand over fist, because all of these other companies that are engaging in AI cannot buy enough chips to actually be able to like create the certain things that they're trying to create so they can push forward the technology. So it's not necessarily AI, it's a couple of different things, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that was one of the things that I was going to mention is it's not necessarily just AI, which AI has taken a lot of jobs. Try calling any major corporation right now. You try calling your power supply company, try calling your gas supply company or anything like that. You're going to run into AI barriers nonstop. But it's not one of the only and you don't need a college degree to answer the phone most of the time, at least. But there's other things as well. Like we see so many people flooding these markets. It's not just that the boomers don't want to leave their jobs. We're just seeing a huge flood of, like, let's say the therapists, psychologists, where it's gotten to the point where there's too many in the market. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough people that need psychology. Well, I guess there's a lot more people that need psychologists than actually use psychologists. But we don't actually see places where people are seeking out psychologists as many people. I beg to differ.
Prior to Donald Trump taking office, we had more people, more job openings than we had people to fill the job. Like literally, we had more job openings than people to fill the job. Now, since Donald Trump came into office, started implementing tariffs and policies that negatively impact the American people and the corporations, the unemployment rate has spiked, and we've officially flipped to now there are more people unemployed than there are jobs available. But that wasn't happening before Trump. Like literally under the Biden-Harris administration, we had more available jobs than we had people.
Really, because what I've seen is that there's 7 million people, roughly like 7.5 million people that are unemployed here in America today, but there's like 11 million jobs available, especially in blue collar trades. I can pull it up for you if you like, or I can give you a source.
Yeah, you can tell me. I'll look it up. While he's doing that, guys, W's in the chat for April. April sent a $15 donation. Been listening to yours and Dean live. Thank you for teaching me so much. Absolutely, April. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the community. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you are over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the Hi Bears. Can we knock out the Hi Bears? Please, 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 please. Also, follow button, hit it right there. Hit it. Boom, 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 boom. Hit the follow button. Again, we're trying to get, where are we currently? We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. Oh, shit. We're at 86.7. We're at 86.7. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. I live in a town of 130,000. 2 restaurants and businesses combined closed in 2025 due to tariffs. Also, if there's 4 million more jobs than unemployed, why can't we find a job with a master's degree? Like, that's fucking big facts. W's in the chat. It's because they want a plutocracy. And your master's degree does nothing to actually increase the actual working class versus like upward mobility to elevate. It's a whole thing. W's in the chat for Jared. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Pay links and links are in the bio.
Yeah, I was wrong. It looks like there's 6.5 million jobs available, roughly, and 7.5 million people unemployed.
Yeah. Prior to Biden, like it was like flipped, but now due to the massive layoffs and for multiple things as far as Trump policy, we're seeing that. And even like when you talk about his policies that he's implemented, like they've overwhelmingly affected Black people. Right. I mean, you could talk about the fact that over 400,000 Black women have lost their jobs since Donald Trump took office. But that's specifically the way that he has targeted DEIA in the sense of trying to code it as something that is beneficial to Black people. But then also the overwhelming negative impact of the patriarchal system and how Black women tend to fall lower on the patriarchal system than anyone else. But like Donald Trump and his implementation of policies has been overwhelmingly negatively impacting to America as a whole. Like, there's not one thing that or you can try. Can you give me one thing that Donald Trump has actually done, passed, or whatever that's overwhelmingly benefited everyday Americans more so than like the ultra wealthy since he took power?
Within the last year, I'm assuming that's what you're asking. There's not a whole lot that's directly impacted us yet. I think the plan is to impact the country as a whole in the greater good and long term for a lot of his
He's done a
policies.
lot
But
that's
then,
negatively impacted us.
but you can see with the tax cuts on the average day American, you can see or tax deductions rather when it comes to the tax on tips, tax
Have
on
you filed your
overtime.
taxes yet this year?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Oh, you're in for a surprise.
Well, I don't get tips and I don't get overtime. I own a construction company.
No, just your taxes period. You're in for a surprise. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Donald Trump screwed people over, and even the premise of tax on tips, tax on overtime, they weren't able to actually. What did I say? Wait, when did I say that? Wait, he really? I didn't hear that. Hold on one second. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, one moment. Waiting to verify something. W's in the chat for overly polite for the $10 super chat to say Gen X has also been edged out of the workforce by boomers. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Boomers have to keep 2 generations underemployed. The anti-college rhetoric goal is to make America stupid again. Yeah, I mean, I do think that it all boils up to like the idea of having a plutocracy. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donations, and also I wonder if those jobs are available. Available job numbers considers shadow jobs. That's a huge thing. You're right. That businesses post job listings for jobs that don't exist, so they look good because they're looking to hire people. Yeah, I agree. And W's in the chat for Angelica. Angelica sent a $10 donation saying, educating the people. Angelica, thank you so much for that $10 donation. You're awesome. Again, guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can if you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hey, Red, I'm gonna go ahead and kick you. I literally did not hear him say the R slur. I don't know how I missed that. I am sorry, guys. Like I did not hear that. So yeah. Yeah. I apologize. I didn't know that happened. So that's what I was just told. Yeah. I don't know. I'll go back and listen after the live, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, better safe than sorry. Yeah. One second. Guys, really quick, hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. Make sure you hit that follow button. Santana, you're from Texas? No, I'm not from Texas. I'm from South Carolina. South Kakalaki. No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Hey, one other thing that I wanted to cover with you guys, dang it, it's not here. Clemson or Gamecocks, South Carolina, all the way. One other thing I wanted to cover with you guys, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to, he said retired. He said retired. Okay. Well, this is what we'll do, Red. Just to be on the safe side, if you want to come back tomorrow, we'll be back on tomorrow. You're more than welcome back, because if you didn't say it, I would love to continue the conversation. But just to be on the safe side, I'm going to go back and listen to the end of the live as well and just double check. But like, that's the information that I got. But if you're free tomorrow, then you can definitely come back. Right? So like, absolutely feel free to come back. I don't know if you guys paid attention to what John Ossoff was doing the other day down in Georgia with his rally, but I absolutely love the way that John Ossoff called out the bullshit. Like, period. He's taking the stand that I think is needed by all Democrats as far as immediately pushing back on the Republican. Okay. Yeah, I just got confirmation. There was a little bit of a mix-up. Red, I appreciate you. You can definitely come back tomorrow. There was a little bit of a mix-up. You can definitely come back tomorrow. If you're still listening, you can absolutely come back tomorrow. Yeah, he did say retired. But he's absolutely taking the stance that I think that all Democrats need to take when it comes to the midterm and when it comes to the 2028 presidential election. And speaking of the midterm, something that everyone else needs to be hyper aware of. Elon Musk is back and he's making the push for the midterm elections. Elon Musk has already given $20 million to two Republican groups, and he did that by the end of 2025. And I'm reading an article from The Hill right now. According to federal filings, and he dropped $10 million into the Kentucky Senate race last month. So yeah, Elon Musk is back to try to buy some Republican victories again. Yeah. Will you take the donations to discuss the thing outside of your points? No, I don't. Like, I don't need a donation to talk about things outside of my points. I mean, like, it depends on what the things are, but like, I don't want to do that. Like, because I don't want to, like, that would like impact the integrity of the live, and I'm not for that. So it depends on what the things are and whether I would talk about them or not. Anyway, guys, we've been on for like 6 hours now, and I think at or do, actually, we have now been on for 6 hours. So that's enough. No mas. We're going to call it. We're going to get out of here, and we will get active again tomorrow. We will be back at it tomorrow. We're going to call it a day because enough live. Check out the video that I posted on my main page. I posted the uterus video on my main page. If you have not seen the video of like the guy who didn't know what a uterus was, but he wanted to debate like abortion, check that out. It's on my main page. It's on my Instagram. It's on my YouTube. It's everywhere. Go check it out. All right. We're going to get out of here. I will see you guys later. I'm sure I might go hang out with some friends, just depending on what happened. But we're gonna go. Bash Bell, thank you for holding down Twitch. I appreciate you. Let's get out of here, guys.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, he slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter,
no safe
walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, guys, before we go, right here, follow the backup to the backup to the backup. The backup to the backup, not 3, 2. Backup to the backup right here. We're definitely going to be live on this account tomorrow. So make sure you follow this account. We'll be here. But follow there. There. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up before you go. It'll help push out the VOD. Please and thank you. I see you over there on YouTube. What up, Kay? Guys, I appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are so freaking amazing. It was fun. It was fun. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the shares, the like. Thank you all for hanging out today. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love each and every one of you. And as always,